Chapter 43. It was almost Chinese New Year and the children were quite free. They were thinking about what to do all day. But for the adults it was a busy day. The school was officially on holiday, and there were not many people in the school. 2 days ago, EXN left the school and went home. Jiao Pa and the other teachers held a summary meeting and did not go to the school. They took the test papers home and marked them. At the same time they made Zhao Yuan do the hard work. Little Pomelo helped them from the side. There was one professional course and one elective course. But there were still a lot of papers from a few classes. Zhao Yuan helped to change the questions. He did not know the other professional knowledge, but he could still solve the multiple-choice questions ABCD, and so on. After tallying the papers he wrote down the score on the blank space beside the paper. This way Jiao Pa could calculate the total score after he marked the other questions. Jiao Pa asked Little Pomelo to help him check the papers that Zhao Yuan marked. Little Pomelo was only in 2nd grade, but she was very familiar with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Jiao Pa even placed a calculator beside the paper. Little Pomelo could use it to check the papers. As for Zhao Yuan, he was almost in middle school. Why would he need to use a calculator to do basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Zhao Yuan could not afford to embarrass himself. The results of the affiliated school were out. Zhao Yuan ranked 4th in the class. Jiao Pa had never asked him to rank or score. It was all Zhao Yuan's own standards. Sometimes he would meet the standards and sometimes he would fail. But this time he got what he wanted. Things developed as Jiao Pa expected. When Jiao Ma led him to the shopping mall, they passed by a toy gun stall. Zhao Yuan stared at the toy guns. In the end he chose the guns and gave up the choice of clothes. As for why Zhao Yuan sat here and helped mark the papers today, he mainly wanted to earn some pocket money. One paper cost 10 cents. There were about 200 to 300 papers in here. When they went out to play they could buy some junk food. Zheng Tan squatted on the foldable table with the Chinese chess pattern on it and watched them mark the papers. The papers were filled with childish red numbers. Sometimes Zhao Yuan would see people who were bored during exams and draw on the back of the papers. Then he would sit there and laugh. "Hey, I know this teacher. Dad, isn't this the teacher who always likes to carry a loudspeaker? His drawings are real." Zheng Tan stretched his neck to take a look. On the back of the paper, there was a simple drawing of the invigilator with a ballpoint pen. Zhao Yuan added a few strokes. Little Pomelo wanted to see it, but Zhao Yuan blocked her view. He put the paper under the table and handed it to Jiao Pa after he finished marking it. This was because he added a stroke on the invigilator's crotch to draw a small penis. He also used a ballpoint pen of a similar color to avoid arousing suspicion. He did not use a red pen to mark the invigilator's crotch. Anyway, the final papers would not be given out unless the students who had doubts about the results requested to check the papers. Under normal circumstances, no one would see these drawings. Therefore, Zhao Yuan did not say anything about Jiao Pa's actions. Zheng Tan tugged at her ears. This little brat really had a bad taste. Not long after, Zheng Tan heard Zhao Yuan exclaim again. "Dad, this person said that he has never learned English. He wants you to be merciful." Zhao Yuan pointed to the multiple-choice questions on the test paper in his hand, which were all English nouns and explanations. Zheng Tan saw that the first question of the test paper was written in English, and there was a note in the blank space behind the explanation. "Dear Teacher Jiao, I am from the XX ethnic group. I have never learned English before, and I was tested in language R for the college entrance examination. If I don't answer well, please have mercy. According to Tsinghua University's requirements, those who failed a subject had to retake it. In the past it was a make-up exam. Later the university discovered that some people were trying their luck. If they failed the exam they could just take a make-up exam. Anyway, the make-up exam would usually be missed. Therefore the university cared less and less. In the end the university came up with a new policy this year. Those who failed a subject had to retake it. At first many people protested. When Zheng Tan went out for a jog in the morning he saw some notes on the walls and tree trunks. They were anonymous people's protests. Because the other universities in Tsinghua City were not so harsh, the students condemned the university for being too inhumane. However, in the end they gave in. Some people felt that it was embarrassing to have to go to class with juniors who were 1 year younger than them after failing a subject. However, some people were more optimistic because they could get to know more beautiful juniors. After hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Jiao Pa looked at the name on the paper and said, "I know about this person's situation. The other teachers also know about it. When the time comes, they will definitely loosen the standards for him." "Sigh, there's such a good thing. When I take the Chinese exam, I will write at the end of my essay, "Teacher, my hand is injured. My handwriting is not good while I am taking the exam. Please be merciful." Maybe the grading teacher will be soft-hearted and give me high marks. Jiao Yuan's essay scores were his pain. The essay scores were the ones that dragged down his Chinese results. Because his handwriting was not good with a fountain pen, his handwriting would always drag down his scores. Sometimes, a difference of 1 or 2 marks would cause his ranking to drop by a few places. If his ranking fell behind, his family would not be able to fulfill his wishes. Therefore, Jiao Yuan had a deep resentment towards his essay scores. However, although Jiao Yuan's handwriting was not good with a fountain pen, his calligraphy was the complete opposite. When Jiao Yuan participated in the primary school students' calligraphy competition, his form teacher could not believe his handwriting. Every word written with a fountain pen looked like they were malnourished. How could a brush be written like this? Even some secondary school students might not be able to match up to his calligraphy. In the words of his form teacher, Jiao Yuan's calligraphy had some strength of character. Later on, his form teacher lamented, "Jiao Yuan, when will your fountain pen have some strength of character? Don't always be malnourished." Zheng Tan had seen Jiao Yuan's fountain pen handwriting before. There was a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall of Jiao Yuan's room. There were also some notes written with fountain pen in the room. The contrast was too strong. If he did not know the truth, Zheng Tan would never believe that these were written by the same person. Jiao Yuan looked at the test paper in his hand and twirled his pen. He started to think of a plan. The final exam was cross-marking. His own teacher would mark another class's test paper, and the teacher marking his own test paper would not be able to recognize his handwriting. Jiao Yuan nodded. Yes, this plan could work. Get rid of that little trick in your head. If you do this during the primary school exams, it will backfire. Do you think those teachers are fools? Jiao Pa did not even look at them. When he heard Jiao Yuan twirling his pen, he knew that this kid was starting to think dirty again. Oh. Jiao Yuan sighed and continued to mark the rest of the test paper. Do. The phone in the bedroom rang. Jiao Pa looked at the caller ID and the expression on his face became a lot calmer. Hello? Zheng Tan's hearing was much better than the two children's. The bedroom was not that big and it was not that far away, so he could hear the conversation on the phone. It was a female voice. Most of the time it was just the female talking. Occasionally she would say a few words in English. Jiao Pa stood there with the phone in his hand and simply responded. He did not say much. Although Jiao Pa did not talk much, according to Zheng Tan's understanding, Jiao Pa was not usually so cold when talking on the phone. The other party mentioned her a few times, but Zheng Tan did not know who this her was referring to. The most the other party said was that she would send money and hoped that Jiao Pa could take care of her. After talking for a few minutes, Jiao Pa finally stopped saying oh, and okay. Instead he asked, "Do you want to talk to her?" The other party was silent for a while and said, "Okay, I have something to do here. I'm afraid I can't talk for more than a few minutes." Jiao Pa did not listen to the other party's whispers. He turned to look at little Pomelo, who was working on the calculator, and said, "Pomelo, your mother wants to talk to you." Zheng Tan's ears perked up. Little Pomelo's mother? The mother who was overseas and did not want to come back at all. She sent her 7-year-old daughter back to the country so that she could enjoy herself outside? Zheng Tan did not think of Pomelo's mother at that moment. It was mainly because the words and the tone of the person who spoke were too distant. It was as if she was trying to evade something and was afraid that Jiao Pa's people would stick to her. No wonder Jiao Pa had such a reaction. If Zheng Tan had been there, he would have started scolding. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan could not speak. He could only howl like a cat. Jiao Yuan did not continue marking the papers. He looked at little Pomelo with a sympathetic gaze. Little Pomelo spoke even less than Jiao Pa on the phone. She only said oh, and then that was it. The other party had hung up. Zheng Tan could not help but scratch his feet with his paw. Pomelo's mother only said 2 sentences. One was to ask little Pomelo, "Are you okay?" The other was to remind her, "Be good at Auntie's house." Little Pomelo pursed her lips and hung up the phone. She walked over and continued to work on the calculator to check the papers. After she was done, she made a tick on the papers to show that there was no mistake. The papers still had scratches left by Zheng Tan's cat paw. Alright, that's all for today. Jiao Pa clapped his hands and sorted the papers from Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. "Oh yeah, Pomelo, your mother sent some money over to buy you a New Year's gift. What do you want to buy?" Little Pomelo thought for a while and answered, "A bicycle." "Me too." Jiao Yuan was excited. How could he forget about the bicycle? He would have to ride a bicycle after he entered junior high. He should have practiced in advance so that he could go racing with Xianxia and the others. There were not many motorized vehicles in the school anyway. It was suitable for racing. Jiao Pa looked at Jiao Yuan. His expression did not change. Rejected. Why? Your mother said that she would buy it during the summer break. Xiong, Suan and the others are the same. They will not buy a bicycle in advance. The mothers had already discussed the matter of buying a bicycle. They had unanimously decided not to buy one for the time being. There was still half a year to go. If they bought one now, the children would go crazy again. They would buy it during the summer break. When the time came, they would go together. They had already chosen a shop. It was an acquaintance of Xiong's mother. They could get a discount together and it would be easier to solve the problem of the bicycle. Jiao Yuan felt better when he heard that the others would be treated the same. For children of little Pomelo's age, they would definitely not buy a bicycle like Jiao Yuan and the others. She would buy a children's car. The place where they bought the bicycle was near the central department store. The three of them walked there in the afternoon. Jing Tan did not follow them. It was almost the new year and there were many people there. It was inconvenient for Jing Tan to follow them, so he decided to sleep at home. Or he squatted in the kitchen and watched Jiao Ma prepare some New Year's food, such as fried rice balls, fried lotus root and braised food. When Jing Tan was squatting there, Jiao Ma would occasionally pass him a freshly fried meatball. Jing Tan chewed the meatball in his mouth. He felt that his days were so good. This was the so-called life where he could just open his mouth and sleep when he was full. He did not have to worry about anything. The three of them left quickly and returned quickly. When they returned, Jiao Pa was carrying a pink and purple children's car that had been assembled. Choosing a children's car was not easy. Don't think that it would be safe just because there were two protective wheels on the back wheels. It also depended on the size of the handbrake on the car. If the handbrake was too big, the child would not be able to hold the handbrake tightly and would not be able to stop the car. It also depended on whether the braking force was too strong and whether the chain cover was well covered. Only then could the child's chances of injury be reduced. Therefore, Jiao Pa asked little Pomelo to choose the car and test it herself. After testing the car, little Pomelo requested to change it to a bigger basket. The original basket was too small. Although the big basket did not look as good as the original, little Pomelo liked it. Jiao Pa and Jiao Yuan could also guess the reason for such a big basket, so they did not object. Yo, this car is quite beautiful. Jiao Ma came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When she saw the basket, she smiled and said, "Is this specially prepared for black charcoal?" Yes. Little Pomelo nodded and then looked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan wagged his tail and walked over to the basket and jumped on it. Because it was a children's car, it was not as high as Jiao Pa's electric car. Jing Tan felt that it was quite close to the ground. Fortunately, the space in the basket was not bad, and it was not uncomfortable to squat inside. It would be best if he could put a plush cushion inside. As Jing Tan was thinking, little Pomelo took out a plush hat and said, "It will be better if you put this on." The wheels were covered with dust. Jiao Pa and Jiao Yuan came back with little Pomelo, who was riding for the first time. With the protection wheels, the balance was stable. She could be cooked after a few pedals. Looking at little Pomelo riding, Jiao Yuan was so envious that he wanted to drag one of the parked bicycles to practice. However, no matter how he thought about it, he did not want to ride little Pomelo's children's car. If a man rode this kind of car, it would be a joke. After getting a car, little Pomelo would ride a few laps downstairs every day. Jing Tan would squat in the basket, and with the plush hat he did not feel cold. Once Huang saw Jing Tan squatting in the basket and jumped up, but he was slapped down by Jing Tan. Outside cats were not allowed to enter private cat territory. There were not many children in the courtyard who had their own bicycles. When they saw little Pomelo riding, they were all envious. They asked their families to buy one for them, and if their families did not buy one, they would come over to borrow little Pomelo's bicycle. In the end, they were scared away by Jing Tan. Therefore, within 2 days, all the children in the courtyard knew that there was always a fierce black cat on Gu Yuzi's basket. It was said that it would scratch children. Gradually, even without Jiao Yuan's intervention, no one dared to touch little Pomelo's bicycle. In the beginning, little Pomelo only rode her bicycle in the courtyard. Later, she began to ride her bicycle outside the courtyard. She did not want to attract hatred in the courtyard. There were too many people who were jealous of her. The Jiao Pa followed behind her and watched. The temperature had risen in the past 2 days, and the snow had almost melted. There was no need to worry that the road would be icy and slippery. After a few times, the Jiao Pa was relieved. Although little Pomelo was young, she was very sensible. A sensible child would be doted on, and adults would be more tolerant of anything. Everyone in the family could see that little Pomelo was not in a good mood recently. It was probably because of her mother's phone call. Therefore, no one said anything when little Pomelo rode her bicycle outside the courtyard every day. Today, little Pomelo rode her bicycle outside the courtyard after lunch as usual. Her children's bicycle was locked next to the Jiaopa's electric bicycle. She did not want to tire herself out by carrying it up and down every day. Moreover, there was not much space in the house, so it was inconvenient to leave it at home. The Jiaopa did not ride his electric bicycle. He followed behind and watched. Little Pomelo rode her bicycle slowly. The Jiaopa could catch up with her in a few steps. Not long after, the Jiaopa's phone rang. Yuanzi was looking for him and asked him to go to the company. The Jiaopa reminded little Pomelo not to ride too far and to go home after a while. The Jiaopa left after getting the assurance. Without the Jiaopa behind her, little Pomelo rode a little faster. They followed the main road straight ahead. Jingtan looked at the road. This was the road he usually ran on. If he went straight ahead, he would reach the forest at the edge of the school. Little Pomelo's destination was the forest. She had been there once with the Jiao Yuan, so she remembered it. The forest was not quiet. The various sounds from the construction site not far away could be heard. Recently, the construction site had been working day and night. The workers were anxious to go home for the new year and finish their work as soon as possible. Little Pomelo rode towards the forest for a while. She did not want to go deeper. The adults had said many times that this area was not safe. Although it was daytime, little Pomelo did not want to go in and take a look. Therefore, she turned around and prepared to go home. Just as she was about to turn, a child's cry came from the forest. There was also the sound of a dog barking. Jingtan could tell who the dog was. The guard dog at the side door was a German shepherd. It was brought here not long ago and was 4 months old. It usually came to the forest to play and fought with Jingtan. However, after it became familiar with Jingtan, it did not cause too much trouble when it saw Jingtan. Sometimes it would run around the forest with Jingtan. As long as its owner whistled, it would quickly run back. However, what happened at this time? Did it scare the child? Little Pomelo hesitated for a moment. She parked the car and locked it. She took out the rolling pin from her small backpack. This was the toy that the Jiao Yuan had discarded after getting the toy gun. When little Pomelo was about to ride out, the Jiao Yuan stuffed it into her backpack. Chapter 44. In fact, Zheng Tan didn't approve of little Pomelo going into the woods. Even if it was daytime, he had seen too many dark things in the woods. Perhaps after the completion of the new buildings around the area, the teachers and students would feel safe again. There were many deciduous trees in the woods, but there were also many evergreen trees. However, secluded places would always give people a feeling of darkness. Even if they saw a lush and verdant place, it would always give people a feeling of darkness behind it. Little Pomelo held the rolling pin in her hand tightly. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous about entering this dangerous area. When she came with Jiao Yuan and the others, there were several children together. In addition, Jiao Yuan, Xiong, and the other boys were bold, so they didn't feel uneasy. However, although she was alone now, perhaps because Jing Tan was leading the way, she was not as nervous as the other children when they came in alone. Jing Tan listened to the sound coming from the other side. It was the sound of 2 children girls with a strong sense of fear and anxiety. Mixed in with the sound of the 2 children, there was also the barking of the blackback. At first, Zheng Tan felt that it didn't show any aggression, but gradually the barking of the blackback changed a little, and it began to become impatient. Children who had never raised a dog and didn't understand dogs couldn't judge their mood from the different barks and behaviors of dogs. In fact, compared to cats, it was generally easier to understand the thoughts of dogs than cats. Zheng Tan didn't understand before, but after becoming a cat, he often spent time with cats and dogs. He could also accumulate some experience from daily life. The blackback didn't take the initiative to attack people, and its barks didn't show any morbid madness. Besides these 3 sounds, there were no other human or animal sounds, so Zheng Tan speculated that the 2 children must have offended it somehow. Otherwise, with the temperament of the blackback, it wouldn't have waited until now to become impatient. In order to confirm that there were no other threats, Zheng Tan sniffed around. There was no smell of strangers. Because of the recent holidays, no students came here for a long time. The workers at the construction site wouldn't come here either. When they were tired, they would find a place to smoke. They definitely wouldn't be in the forest area. There were signs around that said no smoking here. If they were caught by the school, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. After confirming, Zheng Tan was relieved. It was just 2 children and a dog, and it was a familiar dog. There was nothing to be afraid of. When he finally saw the two small figures, Xianxia was completely relieved. The two children didn't have any obvious injuries. At most, they might have sprained their feet and couldn't walk for a while. Otherwise, the first reaction of the children would have turned around and run when they saw the dog barking at them. The two little girls didn't look much older than little Pomelo. One of them was sitting on the ground with neat bangs and dressed like a fur ball. When she saw little Pomelo, it was as if she saw her mother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she reached out for help and comfort. The other girl in a pink cotton-padded jacket was next to Furball. She didn't look like she was injured. She was waving a branch at the blackback not far away, trying to drive it away. When the girl in the pink cotton-padded jacket saw little Pomelo, she said, "Is your family's adult around? Quickly ask the adult to come and help drive this dog away." Little Pomelo shook her head. There were no adults around. Seeing little Pomelo shake her head, the two girls suddenly became depressed. There were no adults around. How could they drive the dog away? Furball? The girl covered her injured finger and trembled as she looked at the dog a few steps away. Although the dog was still underage and wasn't considered a big dog, it was bigger than the Chihuahua and Corgi in their yard. Looking at the sharp teeth in its mouth, it must be very painful to be bitten. When the blackback noticed little Pomelo and Xianxia coming over, it only glanced at them and then continued to bark at the two children. The barking became more and more urgent, but none of the children here knew what it was trying to say. Xianxia looked around and then looked at the blackback. He noticed that the blackback glanced at the furball girl from time to time. It didn't focus its attention on the girl in the pink cotton-padded jacket who was waving the branch. However, the threatening action of waving the branch really made it unhappy, so when it gradually became impatient, it became more impatient. If it were Niu Zhuangzhuang, would you dare to wave the branch at him? You would have rushed up and bitten him. Xianxia walked over slowly and came to the side of the furball girl. Little Pomelo wanted to stop him. In her mind, most cats and dogs could not get along well. The few in the yard were an exception. After all, they had known each other since they were young. There was not much hostility between cats and dogs. However, the dogs outside the yard were different. Seeing that her own black cat's actions did not cause the dog to rush over, little Pomelo was relieved. At the same time, she also moved over, holding the rolling pin in her hand. Xianxia circled around the furball girl. As she circled around, she also paid attention to the gaze of the German shepherd. Finally, Xianxia turned sideways and squeezed the furball child. "What is your cat doing? Tell your cat to go away. These are the new clothes that my uncle bought for me. It's very expensive." The furball girl looked at little Pomelo. "It wants you to move." "You want me to move? Don't you know I sprained my foot? It hurts so much." Little Pomelo was about to say something, but Xianxia had already found the source of the disaster. Pushing aside the corner of the furry jacket, Xianxia saw a yellow plastic frisbee. The frisbee had the bite marks and smell of the blackback. "This is it." Xianxia pulled the frisbee out. After seeing Xianxia's actions, the blackback wanted to rush over. However, the pink jacket knocked it back with a branch, causing it to bark even more fiercely. "You're squashing something," little Pomelo reminded. The furball girl looked around suspiciously, then tried to move a little. At this time, Xianxia had already pulled the frisbee out. He raised his paw and the frisbee flew out. Seeing the frisbee, the blackback didn't care about the three people here. Before Xianxia could hit the frisbee, it started wagging its tail. When the frisbee flew, it ran away happily. When the frisbee was about to hit the ground, it jumped up and caught it. Then, with the frisbee in its mouth, it walked towards the construction site. The owner of the blackback should be walking around the construction site. The construction site was more noisy. No wonder the owner didn't hear the roars here. Otherwise he would have started whistling. Seeing the dog run away, the three children let out a long sigh of relief. The pink jacket didn't care about the dead leaves and mud on the ground and directly sat down. The alarm was lifted and the source of the disaster was found. The two children talked a lot more. The furball girl even apologized to little Pomelo. She was quite sincere. She was a good child who knew her mistakes and could change. This child's temperament was not bad. Xianxia climbed up a nearby tree. He didn't stay with the three children. Because the pink jacket kept wanting to touch him, Xianxia turned and ran. He didn't let her touch him. "Little girl, your hands are still sticky with mud." The furball girl was talking about their previous experience. Today the adults had gone shopping to prepare for the new year. The two of them were bored at home, so they came out to play. They were classmates and from the same family compound, so they had a good relationship. When they heard that there was a plum blossom forest here, the two children came by themselves. However, they didn't expect to trip on the exposed roots. They sprained their ankle and couldn't get up for a while. She was wearing thick clothes and her attention was attracted by the pain on her body, so she didn't notice the thing under her butt. The pink jacket took out a small packet of tissue from her pocket and wiped her hands. She also let the furball girl wipe her wound. The furball girl originally wanted to find some snow to wash her wound, but she found that the snow had almost melted. There was only a thin layer of white around her. There was some black dust and other debris on the snow. She didn't feel safe using that to wash her wound. Therefore, after wiping her fingers with the tissue, the furball girl looked at her finger that was still faintly bleeding and stuck out her tongue to lick it. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo. Seeing little Pomelo looking at her in surprise, the furball girl taught her seriously, "I once heard from my uncle that the saliva of a mouse contains a protein called nerve growth factor. Applying this protein to your wound will heal twice as fast as if you don't apply it." After saying that, she glanced at little Pomelo proudly, which meant, "Look at how awesome I am, knowing so much knowledge." Zheng Tan and little Pomelo. Idiot? The pink jacket girl looked around as if the surrounding scenery was very charming. She acted as if she didn't hear the conversation. "There's this in human saliva too?" Little Pomelo asked. The furball girl paused, then said confidently, "Even if there isn't, it will still be useful. Trust me, it's right." The pink jacket girl continued to look at the surrounding scenery, and she became more serious. Little Pomelo sighed, took out a small box from her backpack, and handed it to the furball girl. Jing Tan looked at it. It was a first aid kit. After Jiao Ma was discharged from the hospital, she had prepared a first aid kit for everyone in the family. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi always had a small first aid kit in their backpacks. The things inside were all obtained from the affiliated hospital, so they didn't have to worry about using it. "What's this?" The girl took the first aid kit, opened it and said, "Oh, I also have a first aid kit in my room, but I've never used it before." Her first aid kit was completely placed in her room as a decoration, and she had never thought of using it. When Zheng Tan took out a disinfectant wipe to wipe her injured finger, the girl screamed non-stop. It was so noisy that Zheng Tan wished she could plug her ears with her hands. When she was applying the band-aid, the girl felt that it would definitely hurt if someone else did it, so she used her other hand to apply it, which made it even more unbearable. Anyway, it wasn't a big wound. Many people couldn't be bothered to treat such a small wound. Besides, she would be going home soon, and her family would definitely treat it again when she got back, so the other two didn't say anything. "You're the second-year student who speaks English better than Chinese?" The furball girl finally remembered and asked. She had felt that the girl in front of her looked familiar. Once, a classmate told her that there was a second-year student who spoke English better than Chinese, and they went to take a look. They thought it was a foreign child, but they were disappointed and didn't pay much attention to it. When she first saw little Pomelo, she didn't pay much attention, but now she remembered. Yes, I remember your name was Pomelo or something." The pink jacket girl finally stopped looking at the scenery. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and said, "My name is Gu Yuzi. I'm Yulisha, 3rd year class 3. She's Xianxia, the same class as me. We're 1 year older than you. If someone bullies you in your class, you can come to us. We'll support you." The furball girl Yulisha raised her fist and said, "Yes, you're welcome. You helped us this time. If you have any trouble, you can come to us in 3rd year class 3. Just say your name and the others will know." Xianxia nodded. Little Pomelo was silent. In fact, she wanted to say that she would skip a grade next year so that she would be in the same grade as them. However, little Pomelo said that she should keep a low profile, so after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. After resting for a while, little Pomelo and Xianxia helped Yulisha out. After they were out of the forest, little Pomelo let Yulisha sit in the back seat of the car, and the two of them worked together to push the car. Jing Tan followed next to them. This time he didn't jump into the basket so as not to add more burden to them. After arriving at a school supermarket, Xianxia went in and called her family. There were acquaintances there, so even if she didn't have money, she could still borrow the phone. After the phone call, Yulisha and Xianxia sat in the supermarket and waited for their family to pick them up. Little Pomelo drove Jing Tan home. The next day, Yulisha's parents came to thank them and brought a lot of gifts. Jiaoma didn't care about the gifts. What she cared about most was that little Pomelo could make friends. The children in the east side compound basically didn't come to play with little Pomelo unless they were brought by Jiao Yuan. Although Yulisha and Xianxia were from the west side compound, the two residences weren't too far apart. At least they could occasionally interact with the children. Playing with the cat alone wasn't a long-term solution. People had to learn to communicate. 2 days before New Year's Eve, Jiao Yuan closed the door, and practiced calligraphy in his room. If he was at home this year, Zhao Yuan was going to write couplets himself. He hadn't written in a long time, so he was a bit rusty, so he stayed in his room to practice. At noon, when Zhao Yuan was sleeping, Zheng Tan climbed in through the window to take a look. This little brat was quite serious. It was the posture, and he wasn't playing around. When Zhao Yuan woke up, he saw Zheng Tan in his room. On a whim, after he finished writing the couplet, he dragged Zheng Tan to put 3 cat paw prints on the couplet, one each on the upper and lower couplet, and one on the horizontal scroll. Because of this, Zheng Tan had ignored him for 2 days. It was difficult to wash off the ink stains. Although the ink stains were black and the color could not be seen, Zheng Tan could smell the thick ink stains when he raised his paw. Even using little Pomelo's fruit hand soap was useless. The day before New Year's Eve, Zheng Tan went out for a walk. Many stores around the school were closed. Compared to the situation at the shopping center, the alleys from the school to Xiaogu's pet center were much quieter. There were even very few cats. Zheng Tan heard from some people around that there were many people catching cats during New Year's Eve. A few cats around the area had disappeared. They must have been tricked and sold. When he was walking, Zheng Tan saw Li Yuanba patrolling the streets. Beside it was Peanut Candy. He didn't know if it was because Peanut Candy had only given birth to one cub, but when it was born, it was bigger than other cats of the same age. It also grew faster. Now, it was much bigger than other cats of the same age and it fought fiercely. Chapter 45. Chinese New Year's Eve. Jiao Pa was in his bedroom, sorting out some theses and other documents on his computer. At the same time, he was also chatting with his foreign and domestic friends. Yuanzi had gone back to her hometown for Chinese New Year. His mother was alone in her hometown. This year, she had to accompany the old lady and pay respects to the old man. Fei Hang and Celestine were taking care of the company. Jiao Pa also helped out from time to time. However, when Zheng Tan went for a walk a few days ago, she overheard Old Man Lan and the other professors talking about Father Jiao downstairs. Even though these retired professors were still influential, the news they got was always more reliable than other people's, so Zheng Tan hid beside them and eavesdropped. Jiao Pa's reputation in the university was rising mainly because he had taught an excellent graduate student. Xianxia's performance at the Academy's annual academic meeting before the new year had been outstanding. He had already published a high-impact factor thesis in a foreign journal, earning him the undisputed first place in the annual meeting. Not many people in the entire school could compare to him. This had overshadowed the other 2 students who were also named first place in the academy. Now, when people talked about Xian, they would definitely talk about Associate Professor Jiao. Without Associate Professor Jiao, Xian would not be who she was today. Everyone knew this. Therefore, Associate Professor Jiao's current momentum was comparable to the 2 young overseas professors that the university had recruited this year. Therefore, people in the university began to speculate when the Associate Professor Jiao would be removed from his title. After all, if Associate Professor Jiao continued to shine like this, the university would probably make an exception and promote him. In order to become a professor at Tsinghua University, apart from having an essay, there was another important condition that had to be met. That was, one had to have experience abroad. After Jiao Pa graduated, he came to Tsinghua University with Jiao Ma. Up until now, he had never done any research abroad. Jiao Pa had been spending a lot of time in front of the computer recently. This was probably the reason. He was preparing for this overseas experience. After all, a full professor would receive more benefits than an associate professor in all aspects, and they would be able to work more freely. Zheng Tan nestled on the edge of the sofa, rolled, and changed his position to continue lying down. Due to the constant reports of missing cats in the surrounding area, Zheng Tan did not go out at night for the past few days. As soon as the sun set, Zheng Tan would curl up on the sofa and watch Super Warriors with Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo. Although it was rather boring for Zheng Tan, it was not unbearable. She lay on the sofa and thought. When she was tired, she slept. When she woke up, she was ready to eat. After a few episodes, Jiao Yuan went to change the discs. Zheng Tan was not interested in the content of the cartoon. He had seen it before and did not want to watch it again. Moreover, from the perspective of an adult 10 years later, the cartoon was very childish. What Zheng Tan was thinking now was, if Jiao Pa went abroad for 1 or 2 years, what would happen to his family? Jiao Ma's burden would definitely increase a lot. No, it seemed like there was still Xian and the new graduate students who would be accepted after the new year could help out. On the TV, the yellow leopard was running and suddenly jumped up and turned into a robot. At the same time it shouted, "Yellow Leopard Warrior, transform." Zheng Tan was thinking about his own thoughts when he was suddenly pulled up by Jiao Yuan. Black Cat Warrior, transform. Jiao Yuan shouted. Zheng Tan. Transform your face into a pile of sh*t. This idiot child. Slapping Jiao Yuan's hand away, Zheng Tan stepped on his pants and walked over him to little Pomelo's side. He ignored the excited Jiao Yuan. When little Pomelo was watching the TV, she was still helping Zheng Tan scratch his chin and comb his hair. Due to the city's ban on fireworks, it was rare to hear firecrackers in the city. Without firecrackers there would be no New Year's atmosphere. It was as boring as cooking without salt. However, in recent years the policy had been relaxed. Sometimes there would be restrictions. Some businesses in commercial plazas and other places would apply to set off fireworks. For example, on the 6th day of the new year, there would be a fireworks event organized by businesses in the central department store. Jiao Pa said that he would bring the two children to watch it. As for the days before the 6th day of the new year, Jiao Yuan would not be able to enjoy the firecrackers. Chu Xiangyang next door had gone to his parents' place to celebrate the new year. He probably would not come back until the new year was over. When he left, he took a few boxes of things with him, all of which were computers. General had followed its owner to the south a long time ago. It did not like the cold and humid winter here. It would probably wait until spring to return. Depang and the old lady were not here for the new year. Old man Lan and his wife on the 3rd floor stayed in the family building. Lan Qianzhu's parents were there too. They would leave after the New Year's Eve dinner. Zheng Tan did not have much of an impression of the new year. He could not remember how he spent the new year in the past. Maybe he spent it in bars or maybe he spent it with a group of friends. Now that he tried to remember, he suddenly felt that it was unreal. Who would have thought that he would turn from a human into a cat after waking up? Not long after the New Year's Eve dinner, Celestine, who was staying at the company, called to congratulate him on the new year. The Jiaopa answered the call. After the two of them finished talking, the Jiaopa asked Zheng Tan to answer the call. Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk next to him, puzzled. The Jiaopa placed the phone next to Zheng Tan's feet. Zheng Tan leaned over to listen. Celestine's voice came from the other side. Black Charcoal, Senior Walnut wants me to congratulate you on his behalf. Happy New Year. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and breathed heavily through his nose, indicating that he understood. Why don't you call out? It's the new year and you're going to do it like that? Celestine said. My comrades are all listening. How embarrassing would it be if I don't? After a pause, Zheng Tan finally gave him face and called out, Oh woo. Ah, Celestine, it seems like you're talking to a dog. I thought it was Teacher Jiao's child. But this dog reminds me of the old wolfhound in the team that could answer the phone. Celestine's comrade's voice came from the other side of the phone. It's not a dog. I'm talking to a cat. Celestine explained, then said into the phone, Black Charcoal, they don't believe you. Why don't you meow? Whoa. Meow my ass. Zheng Tan raised his paw and hung up. Then he went back to the sofa to wait for the New Year's Eve with the Jiao Ma and the two children. At the company, Celestine listened to the beeping sound from the phone and scolded jokingly, F***ck, this temper is still as bad as ever. Celestine's comrade next to him thought for a moment and asked, That sound just now, was it really a cat? It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask my senior. Celestine handed the phone to the other comrade who hadn't made a call yet. They had a landline here, but there were too many people who wanted to make a call, so they were all waiting in line. Celestine didn't care about the phone bill and also offered his phone to those who didn't have a phone. On the other side, Zheng Tan accompanied them to watch the New Year's Eve for a while. When little Pomelo went back to her room to sleep, he followed her. For a cat, it was normal to spend most of the 24 hours in a day sleeping, so Zheng Tan didn't have any psychological burden at all. During the first lunar month, Zheng Tan had nothing to do with visiting relatives. However, as a cat, the thing she hated the most was those naughty little kids coming over to pull her tail. In order to avoid trouble, Zheng Tan would run out to play when there were guests at home. On this day, Zheng Tan didn't wander around the campus for long. He walked towards the pet center where Xiaogua and the others were. Xiaogua and the others stayed there for the New Year's Eve. There were also some employees in the pet center who didn't go home to have New Year's Eve dinner together. On the first day of the first lunar month, they continued to take turns to take care of the pets who were in foster care. The pet center's business was very prosperous this year. Perhaps because the scale of the pet center was larger, it felt more trustworthy, and the quality of the pet center had soared a lot. Especially the effect of the advertisements. Many people from other provinces knew about the store Mingming in Chuhua City. They knew that the store's cat food was very good, and the advertisements were very attractive. But so far, no one knew the identity of the black cat named Black Sea in the advertisements. The owner of the store, Xiaoguo, said that it was a trained cat that was hired. Some people believed it and some people were skeptical. Zheng Tan didn't go directly to the pet center. He walked around a few streets from the school to the pet center. While walking, Zheng Tan heard some people talking. The general idea was that a few people's cats had disappeared in the past 2 days. Among them was the black cat that used to fight with Zheng Tan. Without the cats and with the goods that were closed for the new year, the streets looked a lot more bleak and lifeless. When Zheng Tan walked around, he met Li Yuanba, who was patrolling the streets with peanut candy. The swallow was definitely not in the pet center for the new year, but Li Yuanba still stayed in the pet center. Anyway, the swallow would come back in a few days, so there was no need to move its nest here and there. Seeing Zheng Tan, peanut candy, who was walking beside Li Yuanba with a serious face, made a rare meow sound and greeted Zheng Tan. Xiaoguo once joked that Zheng Tan was like peanut candy's father. Otherwise, why would peanut candy not care about the other cats in the store? But when it saw Zheng Tan, it would meow a few times and occasionally roll around in front of Zheng Tan. These things didn't happen even in front of the swallow, so sometimes the swallow was jealous of Zheng Tan, who raised them. Zheng Tan didn't even lick his own fur, so he definitely wouldn't lick peanut candy's fur, nor would it meow. Zheng Tan didn't like to make a sound because every time it made a sound, it would stimulate the nerves in its brain, reminding itself that it had changed from a human who could talk to a mongrel cat. However, in order to show its closeness to the younger generation, Zheng Tan would raise his palm and pat peanut candy's head. For peanut candy, it was used to Zheng Tan's way of greeting, so when Zheng Tan came close, it would lower its ears and extend its head to let Zheng Tan pat it. This child was teachable. Zheng Tan sighed with emotion. What an obedient kitten. It was much more likable than those little kids who only knew how to pull his tail. However, when peanut candy meowed, Zheng Tan found that the little guy's 2 fangs had grown a lot longer. It wasn't easy to notice them usually, but when it opened its mouth, it could be seen. Zheng Tan had worked with kittens before in advertisements, so he knew how big and long the fangs of kittens were. In comparison, peanut candy had a lot of teeth. After greeting, Li Yuanba continued to patrol the streets with peanut candy, and Zheng Tan didn't walk with them. Zheng Tan wasn't worried that Li Yuanba would be taken away by the cat traffickers, and with it there, peanut candy would be fine. When they came to an alley in an old building area, Zheng Tan heard a lot of noise in front of him. Many people were talking about something. Zheng Tan was about to change his route, but suddenly he heard words like, cat abuse, kitten, and so pitiful. There were a lot of people there and Zheng Tan couldn't get close. Looking around, Zheng Tan climbed up the broken wooden ladder by the wall and jumped from the wooden ladder to the surrounding wall. When he got close to the scene, he jumped to the balcony of a resident inside the wall. It was not easy to be found there, and it was convenient for Zheng Tan to observe the situation there. The door on the balcony of this house was also tightly locked, and there was a layer of dust on the ground. The owner of the house had probably gone out for the new year, and it seemed that there was no one in the house for a few days. This was the main reason why Zheng Tan chose this house. Zheng Tan stood on a flower pot with only soil and no flowers, looking over there through the gap between 2 pieces of cloth that were drying there. There were a lot of people around, almost covering the center of the incident. From Zheng Tan's angle he couldn't see much, but when there was a lot of shouting and pushing, Zheng Tan saw the situation on the ground through the gaps. There were 3 little tabby cats on the ground, less than a month old. They were lying motionless on the cold ground with blood on their bodies. Next to them was a big white cat with long fur. From time to time, it would go up and look at the 3 kittens on the ground, touching them with the tip of its nose. Then it would meow twice at the young man who was smoking and leaning against the wall 2 steps away. The sound sounded like crying to Zheng Tan, and each sound was very long like a wail. The young man who was smoking threw his coat aside, revealing his arm with a dragon tattoo. It looked scary, and maybe that was why some people around him didn't dare to say anything. Previously, someone had said something a little harsh and he was punched twice by the young man with the dragon tattoo. If it weren't for the people around him, he might have been punched even harder. A few of the older people standing around were also kicked twice by him and were helped away by others. From the noise of these people, Zheng Tan got a general idea. This cat lived next door, but its owner's family moved away before the new year. They didn't bring it because it was too troublesome, not to mention that there was a litter of kittens that hadn't been weaned. As a neighbor, the man with the dragon tattoo said that he would take in these cats. The family was in a hurry to leave. Although they knew that this fierce neighbor was not easy to get along with, and the cats would definitely suffer if they followed him, they didn't say much in the end and left with their luggage. The tattooed man took in these cats with the intention of selling them for money in the future. As for the food that he gave the cats, he would give them some of his food if they remembered. If they didn't, it was fine. Not every cat had a strong stomach like Xianxia. Unable to eat the food, the female cat had to go out to look for food. When she came back, she saw the tattooed man throwing the kittens. Chapter 46. Without a corresponding animal protection law, moral criticism alone would not be able to quell public anger. In this era, it was not like 10 years later where things could be posted on the internet. However, even if it could attract more people's attention and criticism, it would not be enough to punish the abuser. What was the use of criticism? What was the use of moral restraint? Could it bring the 3 kittens back to life, or could it give the female cat a fair treatment? Neither. The tattooed man did not even have to pay a fine. Moral criticism was like fart to him, blown away by the wind. What does it have to do with you that I threw my own cat? Meddling in other people's business. Are you all tired of living? The tattooed man pointed at the muttering crowd around him and roared. The act of hitting someone just now obviously made the crowd a little worried. Their voices were not as loud as before, and the people who came out to criticize him were beaten down. The muscles and tattoos on his body, coupled with his style, were obviously not easy to deal with. He might even kill someone. Hurry up and get lost. What are you doing in front of my house? Are you looking for a beating? The tattooed man pushed the people around him away, and the circle of people gradually left. As they left, a few aunties sighed softly, saying things like, "Sinful, that cat is so pitiful." In fact, there were many similar things. In this city, similar things might happen every day. For a cat, there was no relative fairness, not even an absolute protection system. The only thing it could rely on was a good owner, or it could become as tough as Li Yuanba. However, living in this big city made of steel and mud, even Li Yuanba chose a nest and a swallow that would take care of and help it. What kind of life would a lone cat lead? Jing Tan only knew some things from other people. Some people said that such stray cats could also lead good lives. However, after seeing the scene today, Jing Tan had some doubts. There were definitely some that led good lives, but there were also some that led bad lives. The 3 kittens on the ground were finally cleaned up by an old man. He wrapped them in a towel and took them away. The big cat followed behind the old man, meowing as it walked. The tattooed man stood at the side and smoked. He sneered as he watched the old man clean up and even flicked the cigarette butt over. Aren't they just a few stupid cats? Don't make a fuss. Bah. The tattooed man spat on the bloody ground, humming a tune as he walked away. Jing Tan followed behind the old man. He watched the old man walk into a side door of Tsinghua University and bury the kitten wrapped in a towel in a small forest. After it was buried, the old man sat on the ground and panted. He looked at the big white cat that was circling around the place and reached out to stroke the big white cat's head. Although this place is a little far from the other side, the old building area will probably be demolished in 2 years. The buried things will also be dug up. But not here. This is a very good university. The environment is good and the people are better. Live well in the future. Why don't you come with me? I don't live in that old residential area. I'll live around here. Although the conditions aren't good, it won't starve you. Jing Tan did not know if the big white cat understood Sir System's words. It just stuck close to the ground where the kitten was buried and lay there motionlessly. The old man wanted to pick it up, but it struggled and refused to move. The old man waited for a while and then picked it up again. This time the big cat did not struggle. Jing Tan squatted not far away and watched them. After they left, Jing Tan was still squatting there. Nobody knew what he was thinking. His mind was a little messy, but it also seemed like he was not thinking about anything. When he came back to his senses, the sky was already dark. He moved a little. Perhaps it was because he had been squatting like this for too long, his whole body was a little stiff and cold. Jing Tan took a few deep breaths and slowly moved his body. Only then did he become active and jog back to the East family compound. When Jing Tan returned home, Jiao Pa was sweeping the floor. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were helping to clean up. Jiao Ma was washing the dishes in the kitchen. The house was filled with the smell of alcohol and strangers. However, seeing familiar people and smelling familiar smells still made Jing Tan feel at ease. After crawling into little Pomelo's bed that night, Jing Tan did not feel like sleeping. Little Pomelo next to him was already asleep. Jing Tan's eyes were still open. He stared at the ceiling in the house and did not fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. However, he did not sleep well. He kept dreaming about what he saw today and the 3 kittens lying on the ground. Jing Tan dreamed that he was standing on the blood-stained ground and looking at the tattooed man who was leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. The 3 kittens were lying next to him. There was a circle of people whose faces could not be seen. Because of some of the scenes in his dream, Zheng Tan, who was dreaming, reached out his claws and scratched little Pomelo's quilt. The next day Jiao Ma looked at the scratched quilt and said, "I guess Black Charcoal is dreaming about catching mice. But Black Charcoal doesn't look very good today." Little Pomelo pointed at Zheng Tan, who was listless on the sofa, and said. Jiao Yuan stared at Zheng Tan for a while and then raised his hand to lift Zheng Tan up. Black Cat Warrior transform. Zheng Tan was still listless. He did not slap Jiao Yuan's hand away like last time. He did not struggle and let Jiao Yuan play with him. Black Cat Warrior transform. Jiao Yuan tried again and saw that Black Charcoal was still the same. He hurriedly said to Jiao Ma, "Mom, something is wrong with Black Charcoal." Jiao Ma did not have time to mend the quilt. She quickly lifted Zheng Tan up and looked at him. "Black Charcoal, what's wrong with you?" Zheng Tan groaned weakly. "Quickly call Xiaogua and take Black Charcoal to see a doctor. Don't let him catch a cold," Jiao Ma said to Jiao Pa next to her. After the call, Jiao Pa rode a small electric bike and took Zheng Tan to Xiaogua's place. The three people who stayed at home could not sit still. They went out of the east gate and called a taxi to the pet center. Hearing that Zheng Tan was sick, Xiaogua hurriedly put down his work and went to his brother's clinic in person. He wanted his brother to take a closer look. Xiaogua's brother carefully checked Zheng Tan's physical characteristics and said, "It doesn't look like it's sick. It's just in a bad mood." In a bad mood? Zheng Tan was indeed in a bad mood. He could not tell what he was feeling. He just felt depressed and anxious. In short, he was all kinds of irritable. It was fine when it went out yesterday. When it came back it was not in a good mood. "I thought it was because it was tired from playing outside," Jiao Pa said. "What happened when it went out yesterday?" Xiaogua was puzzled. Xiaogua's brother thought for a while and said, "I heard yesterday that someone in the alley in the old building district threw 3 kittens to death. Was that the reason?" "What? What happened?" Xiaogua asked. He had been editing photos in the studio yesterday and did not know what had happened outside. Xiaogua's brother told him what he knew. Zheng Tan wanted to cover his ears. He seemed to see the scene in his dream again. The scene made him very uncomfortable and depressed. Zheng Tan sighed to himself. He did not expect himself to be so King fragile. Wasn't he always fearless in the past? Was it because he did not sleep well? Well, it must be because he did not get enough sleep. As she thought about it, Zheng Tan closed her eyes and fell asleep while the 3 people beside her were talking. After the 3 people finished talking, they looked at the black cat that was sleeping. They were speechless for a moment. Maybe it's because it did not sleep well? No one would be in a good mood if they did not sleep well, Xiaogua said helplessly. After confirming that their cat was not injured, the Jiao family was relieved. When Zheng Tan woke up he was already in the Jiao family. The sky was dark. "He's awake. He's awake," Jiao Yuan shouted excitedly. Little Pomelo was sitting next to him. Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa hurried over when they heard the noise. After sleeping, Zheng Tan felt much better. He ate a big bowl of rice that Jiao Ma had prepared for him. After eating, Zheng Tan stretched his body. The black cat that was listless in the morning was alive again. Okay. Hurry up and get dressed. It's cold at night, Jiao Ma said to the 2 children. What? Were they going out? Zheng Tan looked at the 4 people who were getting dressed. "Mom, let's bring Black Charcoal with us," Jiao Yuan said. Jiao Ma did not answer immediately. She looked at Jiao Pa. Jiao Pa thought for a moment. "Bring him with you. Use your bag. But there will be too many people watching the fireworks. You have to be careful." "Okay. Watch the fireworks?" Zheng Tan looked at the calendar. It was already the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, there would be many people watching the fireworks at the central department store. After packing up, the 4 Jiao family and their cat went out. As they walked, they bumped into some other people from the residential area. There were also some staff members from the Shi family area. Everyone smiled and greeted them. Jiao Pa was carrying Jiao Yuan's bag. Zheng Tan stayed inside and looked out through the zipper. There were many people walking towards the central department store. Almost all the people walking around were heading there. When they arrived, there were already many people standing in the square in front of the central department store. Jiao Yuan wanted to squeeze in, but Jiao Pa stopped him. They found a place to stand. "Don't get too close. There's a lot of dust falling there and it's easy to get hurt." "It's not too far from here," Jiao Pa said. It was only 7 o'clock. There was still half an hour before the fireworks. They purposely came early to reserve seats. Jiao Pa chose a place close to the center. When there were more people, the outside would be blocked. There were a few high platforms around the square. The platforms were all blocked off, and there was a certain distance between them and the audience. Those places were where the fireworks would be set off. When it was almost time for the fireworks, Jiaoma took out a pair of glasses and masks and handed them to the two kids. The glasses were flat lenses to prevent the dust from falling into the eyes. The masks were to prevent the dust from falling into the eyes. The masks were to prevent the dust from falling on the eyes. Jiaopa carried his bag in front of his chest. He and Jiaoma stood in the middle to protect the two kids. Zheng Tan looked around curiously through the zipper of his bag. There were people everywhere. It was much denser than when they first arrived. Suddenly, all the street lights in the square went out. As the lights went out, the people in the square went silent. Then they started whispering again. This was the prelude to the fireworks. After the lights went out, Zheng Tan's entire head was exposed. There was no light at this time. No one would expect someone to bring a cat to watch the fireworks. Boom. A huge firework bloomed in the sky, opening the curtains. Boom. Boom. The roar of the fireworks was endless. Zheng Tan looked up at the sky. Because they were close, the fireworks looked like they were blooming above their heads. The people standing below seemed to be about to be burned by the falling sparks. These sparks gradually died out as they approached the crowd below. In the end, only some dust fell down. Each spark looked weak and monotonous, but when these sparks gathered together, they had an irresistible charm. It was different from watching on TV, and it was also different from watching from afar. The blooming fireworks dominated all the light in the sky at this moment. It was bright and colorful. For the people standing below, this colorful scene seemed to be within reach. Zheng Tan felt that the frustration in his heart seemed to explode with the sound of the fireworks. It shattered and disappeared with the night wind. Suddenly he felt like he was enlightened. Of course, if you ignored the falling dust and the pungent smell, it would be better. Not far from them, a parent was afraid that his child would run around, so he held him in his arms. Some dust might have gotten into the child's eyes. He lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again to look around, he saw the cat's head on the Jiaopa's school bag hanging in front of his chest. The cat's ears were still bouncing because of the falling dust. "Dad, there's a cat." However, the child's voice was drowned out by the roar of the fireworks. Only his father heard a little. "What? Your eyes still hurt? Come, let me blow on them." The child slapped his father away. "There's a cat. Yes, yes, there are fireworks, fireworks. Look, the fireworks are so beautiful." The child was speechless. When the fireworks finally stopped, the crowd gradually began to disperse. The Jiaopa waited for the crowd to disperse before he began to walk out. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still excited. On the way home, they kept talking about which fireworks were beautiful. The firefighters must be very busy today. The Jiaoma sighed. When they got home, everyone had a strong smell on them. They scrubbed hard. Zheng Tan also took a long bath. After the bath and drying his fur, Zheng Tan crawled into little Pomelo's bed. Little Pomelo wrote a diary entry before going to bed. Similar to the previous entries, after she finished writing, she would press Zheng Tan's paw on the paper and draw a circle around it. Then she would add a few more strokes. Therefore, in most of the entries, there was a drawing of a cat's paw at the end. After little Pomelo turned off the lights and went to bed, Zheng Tan poked his head out of the blanket. He stretched out his hand and revealed the sharp claws that he had retracted. Chapter 47. Zheng Tan lay on the sofa in the living room, the tip of its tail wagging gently. Zheng Tan liked to think in this state. As for the wagging of its tail, it was a habit formed after Zheng Tan became a cat. It originated from an unconscious action. Just like how some people like to tap their fingers on the table when they were thinking about problems, Zheng Tan liked to wag its tail when it was lying on the sofa. In fact, many cats liked to do this, but not every cat was like Zheng Tan, thinking about those complicated problems. This action might just be a way for them to express their comfort, which meant that they were in a good mood and were living a comfortable life. Or maybe, like Zheng Tan, they were thinking about something that was not as complicated as Zheng Tan's, but that was something that people could not guess. After all, it was hard to guess a cat's mind. Zheng Tan still dreamed of those scenes for the past few nights, but it was not as serious as the first night. Zheng Tan had adjusted his mentality. In fact, if Zheng Tan was still a human, he would not have such a deep impression of those scenes. Maybe he would forget about them, or maybe he would not care. But after becoming a cat, his status and environment changed, so he looked at things from a different perspective. If he was a human, it would be easy to put a sack on him and hit a brick. He could also find someone to teach the tattooed man a lesson. Chopping off his hands, feet, and penis was not a rare thing. Anyway, Zheng Tan did not have to do it himself. But now, without those factors, he had to rely on himself. In the living room, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were watching an educational series about wild animals. Jiao Ma was knitting in the bedroom and Jiao Pa was out. At the moment there were large snowflakes floating outside the house. After a period of sunny weather, it started snowing again. It started snowing in the middle of the night last night. When he woke up this morning it was all white outside. Jiao Yuan pushed open the window and looked out. It was still snowing. On the TV, the cheetah that had just woken up was sitting on the grass. It should be hunting at this time. There were many prey on the grassland such as antelopes, wildebeests and so on. However, as time passed, it did not seem to be in a hurry. In the past, Zheng Tan could not differentiate between cheetahs and other leopards, but Zheng Tan felt that the spots on their bodies were similar. In the program, the host said that the appearance of cheetahs was different from other distant relatives of cats, but Zheng Tan couldn't tell. He had only seen a leopard in the zoo with his own eyes. He didn't even remember what kind of leopard it was, so in Zheng Tan's impression, cheetahs and leopards looked similar. Beside them, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were discussing the characteristics of cheetahs. Zheng Tan had not paid much attention to the host's words because he was thinking about the problem. He only heard a few sentences intermittently. From the discussion between Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, Zheng Tan learned that there was a black stripe that extended from the corner of the cheetah's eyes to the corner of the cheetah's mouth. It looked like two black tears. This was also one of the most prominent characteristics that set cheetahs apart from other leopards. These two black stripes were good for absorbing sunlight, thus broadening one's field of vision. Zheng Tan felt that he had a bigger advantage. He was black all over. Cheetahs are really good at enduring. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to hold it in. There were so many antelopes but they didn't catch them. Jiao Yuan peeled the candy and put it in his mouth. Then he put the candy wrapper in front of Zheng Tan's nose. Do you like mango flavor? Zheng Tan turned his head away and pulled at his ears. He ignored the kid who was bored out of his mind. They have to increase their success rate and conserve their energy, little Pomelo said seriously. Yes, the rules of survival in the wild, Jiao Yuan concluded. Zheng Tan turned over and changed his position. Thinking about it was one thing but putting it into action was another. Zheng Tan wanted to teach the tattooed man a lesson, but it was not easy. Most importantly, Zheng Tan did not want to expose himself. Otherwise it would definitely cause trouble. In other words, it was best to take action at night. The tattooed man was the muscular type. He usually fought, but to what extent did he fight? How was his combat strength? Zheng Tan was a little doubtful. When the people around the alley in the old building district talked about the tattooed man, they were a little exaggerated. They only paid attention to the muscles on the tattooed man's arms and the hideous tattoos. Zheng Tan had seen people who were free from knives before. Those people also had tattoos on their bodies, but at the same time, they also had a lot of scars on their bodies. Their exposed arms had all kinds of scars left behind after the wounds healed. Even if there were no scars, their aura and casual gaze were not something that the arrogant tattooed man could compare to. The tattooed man could at most be considered a hooligan. Perhaps things were not as difficult as Zheng Tan thought. However, a thorough understanding of the target was a must. Zheng Tan still needed to stay in the area and observe it. Endure, wait for the opportunity and kill in one strike. This was the way of survival of the cheetahs on the grassland, and Zheng Tan needed to learn this method of action. Be patient, Zheng Tan looked out of the window. There was a layer of water droplets on the window so he could not see the situation outside clearly. However, hazy had its advantages. If he wanted to know whether or not it was snowing and how heavy the snow was, he had to either wipe away the water droplets or open the window to look. If he did not open the window, there would be a layer of water vapor, and the truth would become hazy. Zheng Tan came to the window in the living room, stood on the windowsill, and looked at the water droplets on the glass. He leaned forward and exhaled. One of the water droplets on the window began to slide down. When it met other water droplets, the water droplets became bigger and slid faster. When it really fell on the window edge, it was unknown how many water droplets had gathered on the glass. If every water droplet was a preparation before the action, then in the end, when the time was ripe, would it be as easy as exhaling? Swinging his tail, Zheng Tan prepared to go out for a walk to clear his mind. The room was too warm and comfortable, making Zheng Tan sleepy. Black charcoal, are you going out? Little Pomelo, who was preparing to peel candy, saw Zheng Tan walking towards the door and said, "Come back when it's time to eat. Otherwise you'll be hungry. If you don't come back when it's time to eat, your drumstick will be mine." Jiao Yuan emphasized the word, drumstick. Jiao Ma prepared 3 drumsticks for the 2 children and Zheng Tan to eat at dinner. Hearing Jiao Yuan's words, Zheng Tan snorted from his nose, indicating that he understood. After leaving the building, Zheng Tan looked at the layer of snow on the ground. Zheng Tan walked up and his limbs were almost submerged. There was a bit of resistance when he walked out. However, for Zheng Tan this was nothing. He walked out step by step. On the pure white snow, a black figure moved out of the family building. It was very conspicuous from above. However, at this time, it seemed that not many people had the leisure to go out and enjoy the cold wind and snow. Zheng Tan could touch the snow on the ground when he lowered his head, and a cool breeze blew on his face. There was no wind, only a large amount of falling snow. Zheng Tan looked up at the falling snow, shook his ears and flicked the snow that fell on his ears, and continued to walk forward. The coolness around him made Zheng Tan's mind a lot clearer, and the sleepiness that accumulated at home disappeared without a trace. Zheng Tan was walking towards the door of the family building when he suddenly heard barking from not far away. Behind the barking there was a person shouting, "Sahara, come back." The response was Sahara's figure running further and further away. After running for a while it stopped and looked in the direction of its building and barked twice. If it saw someone chasing it, it didn't need to chase far. Sahara would immediately continue to run away as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It was usually like this. During the new year there were many guests coming in and out of its house. When there were guests, the door was often opened. After all, there were many people coming to visit and it was difficult to control. Sahara's owner had originally tied it up, but a child had unbuckled the dog's neck while playing. Sahara then took the opportunity to squeeze out of the house while guests were coming in and out. Its owner still had to take care of the guests, and at this time he wouldn't abandon the guests to chase after the dog. Besides, this kind of situation had happened several times during the winter holidays. There was no need to worry too much. In less than an hour, Sahara would naturally come back. However, when it came back, it would either be covered in mud or other things. In short, it had to be thoroughly washed. The neighbors had long been used to this kind of thing, and every time they saw this situation they would have the same thought, happy to see this. Sahara ran out of the house. Since it was much bigger than Zheng Tan, it was easy for it to run in the snow. When it ran, its hind legs kicked the snow into the air. Zheng Tan didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he had never seen Little Flower and Yo Zhuang like this before. After Sahara ran past Zheng Tan, it suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zheng Tan in the snow. Woof woof. Woof my ass. Zheng Tan ignored it and continued to walk towards the door. Sahara stood there for a while. When it saw that Zheng Tan really didn't intend to pay attention to it, it wagged its tail and walked towards Zheng Tan. When it walked, Zheng Tan could even hear the sound of its toenails grinding on the concrete floor. When it got close to Zheng Tan, Sahara suddenly rushed over, raised one of its front legs, and pushed Zheng Tan diagonally with the sole of its foot, pushing Zheng Tan into the snow. It didn't use too much strength so it wouldn't hurt Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't expect this guy to suddenly do this. He didn't pay attention and fell into the snow, burying his entire face in it. After the successful attack, Sahara ran away happily. Zheng Tan shook the snow off his body and shook his head to get rid of the snow stuck to his face. *CK. Sahara *King deserve a beating. Zheng Tan dashed over with a whoosh. He was no longer moving slowly in the snow. His speed was not any slower than Sahara, who was running in front of him. He used his jumping advantage to leap onto the circular flower bed in the middle of the road and walked in a straight line. When the guard opened the window, he saw Associate Professor Jiao's black cat chasing after the mixed-blood dog raised by Academician Ruan's grandson. It didn't care about Sahara's teeth, and the black cat raised its paw and slapped it repeatedly. When the guard saw this he laughed. He remembered how his son used to slap a spinning top when he was young. Even at his fastest speed, he didn't slap as fiercely as the cat. Well done. Sahara is asking for a beating. The guard closed the window, took a sip of sorghum wine and picked up 2 peanuts. He clicked his tongue twice, then lay down and continued to watch Chinese New Year programs on the small TV with his legs crossed. After Zheng Tan was tired he stood there panting. When Sahara saw that Zheng Tan was no longer slapping, it stuck out its tongue and panted. Perhaps it felt a little thirsty, so it lowered its head and licked the snow on the ground. When it licked, it made a patter sound. Sahara wasn't satisfied with licking the snow, so it directly rolled on the snow. It rolled to the side of a slope, then rolled down the slope. Below the slope was the tennis court in the family area. It was blocked by a wire fence, but the slope was still about 10 meters long. After Zheng Tan saw Sahara roll out of sight, he went to the slope to take a look. After rolling to the bottom of the slope, Sahara shook its fur, looked around and then rushed up the slope. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that Sahara would go somewhere to have fun after coming up, but in the next moment this guy rolled down again. It seemed that it didn't slide fast enough, twisting and turning as it slid down. Zheng Tan looked at the dog that was having fun, shook his head and walked towards the gate. There were very few people walking around the campus, only a few sporadic people and not many vehicles. The people from the school security office were wearing thick coats and shoveling the snow. They first shoveled some of the snow that was more prone to accidents. Zheng Tan came to the place where the 3 kittens were buried, and looked at it from a few meters away. No one came here and there were no other traces in the snow. Zheng Tan didn't know how the big white cat was doing now. After the old man took it away last time, Zheng Tan hadn't seen it, and he didn't know where the old man lived. However, the old man said that he lived nearby. Since it wasn't far, they would meet in the future. Zheng Tan walked around some parts of the campus, but he didn't go to the forest where he climbed the tree. It was too far away. After walking around a few places, Zheng Tan looked at the sky and decided to go to Old Man Land's small flower garden. Zheng Tan found that Old Man Land's small flower garden actually had a lot of treasures. As long as he was good at finding things, he could always find what he wanted. Before the Chinese New Year, Old Man Land's house always had visitors. Recently, he didn't come to the small flower garden much. However, the parts that needed to be taken care of were taken care of by Old Man Lan before the Chinese New Year. Other times, he would occasionally come to check on the temperature and humidity in the greenhouse. Zheng Tan climbed over the wall as usual. The transparent greenhouse was piled with a thick layer of snow, and if he wasn't careful, he would slip. The greenhouse was still piled with wooden boxes. Zheng Tan didn't immediately jump down from the transparent greenhouse. Instead, he stood on the edge of the greenhouse and looked down at the small flower garden. With his eyes closed, Zheng Tan slightly raised his head. A snowflake fell on the bridge of his nose and slowly melted. There was a delicate fragrance of plum blossoms in the air. The snowflakes fell on the leaves and made a slight rustling sound. Zheng Tan couldn't reach the state of being one with nature like Jianghu and Meng Dai. He just suddenly wanted to sit here quietly for a while. Just a while. A sneeze interrupted the tranquility of the small flower garden. Other cats would lick their noses after sneezing, but Zheng Tan didn't. He still kept the habit from when he was a human and sniffed his nose. F***CK, hurry up and go home after taking a look. Is 2F** King cold? I'm all wet. Jumping down from the wooden box, Zheng Tan found a few flower sheds. Finally, he stopped in front of a flower shed with a sign saying, "Unauthorized personnel do not enter," and a warning sign. The flower shed was locked and even the windows were tightly shut. Zheng Tan couldn't get in through the ventilation. But it didn't matter. Zheng Tan's purpose was just to take a look. Unfortunately, the transparent flower shed had a temperature control. The inner wall was covered with a layer of water vapor and some traces of water droplets. Zheng Tan couldn't see the situation inside very clearly. Swinging his tail, Zheng Tan sat for a while and left. He would come back to take a look next time. Chapter 48. When Zheng Tan returned to the Jiao family, its outer layer of fur was wet. It had stayed in the snow for too long, and when it went out, the snow was quite heavy. It would be strange if it wasn't wet. Fortunately, its fur was thick so it could still keep warm. However, when the cold wind blew outside, Zheng Tan couldn't help but shiver. Seeing Zheng Tan come back with wet fur, little Pomelo quickly took out the hairdryer to dry Zheng Tan's fur. The snow outside is so thick. I didn't see any other cats in the courtyard. Only our black charcoal went out for a walk, Jiao Yuan said. And Sahara. As they were talking, there was a barking sound coming from downstairs. Zheng Tan heard it clearly. It was Sahara's barking. However, the barking was obviously lacking in energy. It was far less energetic than when it went out to play. Jiao Yuan laughed and immediately opened the window in the living room to look at the building diagonally opposite. Little Pomelo also moved a stool over, took off its slippers and stepped on the stool to look at the situation outside the window. Zheng Tan was also a little curious. He jumped on the windowsill and looked in the direction of the barking. The dog below the building diagonally opposite was Sahara. At the same time, on the balcony of the building's second floor, Professor Ruan's grandson, Ruaning, was standing there. He leaned against the railing of the balcony, holding a bowl of seaweed and pork rib soup in his hands. As he drank, he smacked his lips and said to the dog that was licking its lips and jumping downstairs, Try running again. Tonight's pork rib soup won't be served to you." Woof woof, woof woof woof. There was a little whimper in the barking. It was obviously weak. It wanted to go upstairs to eat the ribs, but it couldn't enter the door. Sahara's big paws patted the big iron door of the entrance control area. After patting it once, it retracted its paws. It remembered that this big iron door couldn't be patted randomly. If it did, it would be beaten when it went home later. Woof. In the end, Sahara squatted in front of the iron door and let out a flat whimper from its nose. It opened its mouth twice and yawned twice. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that its owner opened the door and let it in. He was afraid that it would get sick if it squatted outside for too long. As soon as they entered the door, the originally listless Sahara instantly regained its health. It wagged its big tail vigorously and even jumped up the stairs. There were many other people in the courtyard who were watching the drama like Jiao Yuan and the others. Due to the different residential areas, some of them were watching from their balconies, while others were watching from the windows of their bedrooms or living rooms. Sometimes there would be people who would kick up a fuss. Just now, someone had asked Sahara to go to their house to gnaw on a bone. In the end, Sahara still had some backbone. He only moved his but a little and remained firm. Jiao Yuan was talking about the difference between raising a dog and raising a cat when he suddenly heard a sneeze next to him. Zheng Tan sniffed and after a few seconds he couldn't help but sneeze again. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo stared at Zheng Tan. After Zheng Tan sneezed twice in a row, Jiao Yuan shouted to Jiao Ma in the bedroom, "Mom, Black Charcoal seems to have caught a cold." "What? Caught a cold?" Jiao Ma immediately put down what she was doing and walked over in her slippers. Zheng Tan also had a bad feeling. Did he really catch a cold? "Do you want to take his temperature?" Little Pomelo asked. "Take his temperature?" Zheng Tan remembered seeing some pets with thermometers inserted in the pet center and shivered. "Don't put it in the back door to take his temperature." Jiao Ma was not familiar with this situation. She thought about it and called Xiaogua. "Cold. Is his conjunctiva congested? Are there tears in his eyes or a lot of eye mucus?" Xiaogua asked on the other end of the phone. "No. How's his meal?" "It's not dinner time yet." "I don't know. You can take his temperature first. But if you do it at home you can use the root of your hind legs. It's more convenient that way." Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between Auntie Jiao and little Gua. She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that she did not need to use her rectum to measure the temperature. Jiao Ma finished the phone call and took out the thermometer. When she turned around she saw Zheng Tan lying on his side with his tail tightly clamped and one of his hind legs raised. Jiao Ma could not help but smile. Other people's cats had to go through some foreplay before taking their temperature. Now that it was her cat's turn, she did not even need to say anything. Her cat had already gotten into position by itself. Zheng Tan thought that as long as they did not use the rectum to take his temperature, anything else would be fine. However, it seemed that this was a little too revealing. Forget it, it was not like it had never been exposed before. After all, it was a cat now. There was no need to be too pretentious. There were a lot of cats wandering around on the road. Jiao Ma placed the thermometer that she had prepared at the junction between Zheng Tan's hind legs and the abdominal wall. After Zheng Tan stayed in the position for about 5 minutes, Jiao Ma took out the thermometer. 39 degrees. Jiao Ma frowned. According to Xiaogua, it seemed a little too high. This method of measuring body temperature would give a lower result, so Xiaogua gave a range of standards for this method. After all, the normal body temperature of a cat was higher than that of a human, so the standards were different. Jiao Ma called Xiaogua again and told him about the temperature measurement. "Then it shouldn't be a big problem. We can give it some children's medicine. Let's see what happens tomorrow." Over the phone, Xiaogua heaved a sigh of relief. He still had some Spring Festival advertisements waiting for this cat. Otherwise they would have wasted a lot of food in the store. After hearing Little Gua's explanation, they felt much more at ease. Jiao Ma made some children's medicine. She didn't need to find a syringe to feed it to Zheng Tan. Cats were different from humans. Zheng Tan didn't want to make himself half dead. During dinner, the members of the Jiao family paid close attention to Zheng Tan. Seeing that he still had a huge appetite, they felt more at ease at the dinner table. With such a big appetite it shouldn't be too sick. At night, Jiao Ma suggested that Zheng Tan sleep on the sofa. Although she had never heard of cats passing the flu to humans, it was always better to take precautions. The 2003 SARS outbreak had alerted many people. It wasn't that she disliked Zheng Tan. Jiao Ma also cared about Zheng Tan. She had already prepared a place for him to sleep on the sofa. In addition to little Pomelo's fur cloak, there was also a woolen sweater from Jiao Ma. Zheng Tan definitely wouldn't catch a cold. Zheng Tan didn't want to pass the flu to others, so he decided to sleep on the sofa. If the flu became serious and was contagious, it wouldn't be good to pass it to others. Not long after the lights went out, little Pomelo opened the door and whispered to Zheng Tan to go to sleep. Zheng Tan didn't move. He only rolled around to make some noise. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he really passed the flu to little Pomelo, Zheng Tan would definitely feel that he had committed a grave sin. Little Pomelo meowed a few times. Seeing that Jing Tan just turned around and didn't get off the sofa, Little Pomelo walked over gently and put her hands on Jing Tan. After making sure that the cat was breathing well and steadily, she went back to sleep. Not long after Little Pomelo went back to sleep, Jiao Yuan did the same thing. In the bedroom, Jiao Ma put her ear against the door to listen to the sounds in the living room. Both kids went back to their rooms? Jiao Pa asked softly. Yes, they went back. I'll go out and take a look. Jiao Ma walked out of the room and tiptoed to the sofa. Jing Tan didn't even bother to open his eyes this time. It was just a nap. 3 people came in half an hour. Early in the morning, while Jing Tan was still sleeping, Jiao Ma came over to check his temperature. Jing Tan slept in a ball, so it was hard to check his temperature in this position. Seeing that Jing Tan opened his eyes, Jiao Ma put down the thermometer and touched Jing Tan's head. Good boy, go back to sleep. Check your temperature. Jing Tan was speechless. I'm not a kid. A few minutes later, Jiao Ma looked at the temperature on the thermometer and finally smiled. Looks like he's fine. In fact, Jing Tan knew whether his flu was getting better or not. After taking some medicine and sleeping, he felt much better now. His nose didn't hurt as much as it did yesterday. Jing Tan stretched and jumped off the sofa to go to the bathroom. Seeing Jing Tan go into the bathroom, Jiao Ma said to Jiao Pa, "Why doesn't Black Charcoal's tail stick up?" Other cats would stick up their tails when they were in a good mood, but Jing Tan never did. Jing Tan usually put his tail down diagonally. When it was about to touch the ground, the tip of his tail would stick up a little. There were many black cats in the world, but Jiao family members felt that their black cats were very different from other black cats. It was easy to recognize them when they were put together, because their black cats had small movements that could be easily recognized by people who were familiar with them. Who cares? No one says that a cat's tail has to stick up. Besides, our Black Charcoal is very sensible. It's just that sometimes it has a bad temper, Jiao Pa said. After peeing, Jing Tan didn't feel sleepy for the time being. He jumped on the windowsill in the living room and looked outside. The sun was out. Last night, when he watched TV, the weather forecast said that it wouldn't snow for the next few days. The Chinese New Year was coming to an end, so there probably wouldn't be such heavy snow. There might even be no snow in the future. The family compound was still white yesterday, but today when Jing Tan saw that it had already been cleaned. It wasn't necessarily the work of the janitor or the person in charge of cleaning. Many people in the family compound couldn't help but come out to clean the snow. These 2 days the Jiao family didn't have many guests. To be safe, Jing Tan stayed at home for 2 days and didn't go out. On the 3rd day when the Jiao family had guests again, Jing Tan went out for a walk. After not going out for 2 days he still felt uncomfortable. After coming out, Jing Tan felt that his whole body was relaxed. After climbing a tree in the forest and warming up his body, Jing Tan walked out. He didn't see Huang and the sheriff, so he went straight out of the school gate. Jing Tan walked towards the place where the kitten was buried. When he went over to take a look, he saw footprints of people and cats. It should be the old man and the white female cat. The female cat was still alive and was with the old man. Even if the old man wasn't as rich as the family that moved away, at least there were people who cared about it. That was enough. After the weather cleared up, there were more people and cars on the road. It was very lively. Jing Tan followed the familiar road to the alley in the old building area. He saw the tattooed man wearing a thick down jacket walking out of the alley. He scolded people whenever he bumped into them, regardless of whether it was because he was walking in an S-shaped way. Jing Tan hid in the corner and watched him leave. The tattooed man also had a job. He helped people look after the place and was a follower. He also changed shifts several times a week. Today was the only time he changed shifts in a week. After he left, he probably found a corner to lie down and continue sleeping. Looking at him, he must have watched too many erotic movies last night and used up too much energy. After the tattooed man walked away, Jing Tan took advantage of the time when no one was around to climb over the wall in the backyard of the old building area. The tattooed man lived on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was very big. The tattooed man even used a fence to mark out a piece of land. It was originally a public area for drying blankets, but he also occupied it. The people around him told him off, but it didn't work. Instead, they were intimidated. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, but the kitchen wasn't. There was a broken window in the kitchen. It looked like it had been there for a long time, but it hadn't been fixed. Jing Tan went in through the broken window, careful not to scratch himself on the broken glass. After he went in, Jing Tan looked around the small kitchen. It wasn't big to begin with, and there were piles of garbage everywhere. It looked even smaller. There were many disposable bowls and chopsticks around, and there were also instant noodle boxes that hadn't been thrown away. There was a layer of stains on the stove, and there was a dark layer on the floor. It had solidified. If he didn't scrape it hard, it probably wouldn't be clean. There was no gas jar and the iron pot was rusty. Jianghu looked around. In the whole kitchen, the microwave was the most used thing. No wonder the kitchen window hadn't been fixed for a long time. The kitchen wasn't used much, so it didn't matter if it was fixed or not. The kitchen door was closed. Jianghu leaned against the door and listened to the movements outside. After confirming that there was no one in the house, he jumped up and turned the doorknob. The area of each house in the old building area wasn't big. It was about 60 or 70 square meters. There were piles of junk in the living room and there was also a motorcycle. The brightest thing in the house was probably the motorcycle. It was obvious that the owner often cleaned it. Other than that, the other places were all kinds of junk and garbage. The unfinished takeout on the table hadn't been cleaned up. The rice grains on the ground were already dry and stuck to the floor. As for the bedroom, there were some magazines thrown on the floor. Each magazine cover was a scantily dressed big-breasted girl. The calendar hanging on the wall at the head of the bed was also in this style. There were a lot of things on the head of the bed. The ashtray was full and there were many cigarette butts on the floor. What didn't match the environment was that there was a gift box of tea leaves and a Yixing clay teapot on the table. There was a card with a blessing written on it, but it wasn't the tattooed man's name. It looked like it was a gift for the old man. As for why the tattooed man had it, it was unknown. It probably wasn't something that could be exposed. After walking around, Jianghu didn't touch the things here. He went back the way he came, closed the kitchen door and came out through the broken window. When there was no one around, he jumped over the wall and left. There was a small restaurant not far from the alley in the old building area. The owner probably knew that the surrounding area was going to be demolished. He also planned to move the store so there were fewer things. However, business was still good during the New Year period. Now, many people would call the small restaurant to order food or book a private room when guests came to their house. The restaurant owner made a lot of money on New Year's Eve. The kitchen was next to the restaurant's main building. There were many people washing and cooking. Room 16, a box of beer. Okay, send it over right away. A waiter wearing the restaurant's uniform walked into the warehouse where the beer was stored. However, when he moved the beer, he found that one of the boxes was missing. There were originally 12 bottles, but now there were only 11 bottles left. Could it be that someone secretly drank it? Forget it. Even if someone secretly drank it, it didn't matter if they offended someone. Therefore, the waiter chose another box of 12 bottles of beer and moved it out. After knowing that the store was going to be moved, the management here wasn't as strict as before. In addition, the new year wasn't over yet. The store's business was still good. Sometimes when things got chaotic, people would pretend that they didn't know about it. Chapter 49. After the Lantern Festival, students from both Tsinghua University and the affiliated primary school started attending classes one after another. School started. Some people were happy while others were the opposite. From Jianghu's point of view, the students returned to school with more smiles than the kids from Tsinghua Elementary School. The first and second graders were still trying to find excuses to skip school. Some of the kids at the entrance of Tsinghua University's primary school had red eyes. They sniffled from time to time, but under the pressure of their parents they slowly walked into the school. In contrast, the young people who were riding their bicycles were in a much better mood. They were anxious to find the girls they had not seen in a long time and missed. The sixth graders had a special mentality. They had mixed feelings of, I'm finally growing up, and damn, there's still so much homework and exams, as they spent their last days in primary school. Jianghu did not know if every sixth grader had the same mentality. At least, Jiao Yuan was like that. The little kid always had an inexplicable sense of excitement and anxiety. Just like what Jiao Pa said, he was entering puberty. Children entering puberty. This meant that when he entered junior high, Jiao Yuan would not be a little kid anymore. He would be a young man. I guess I can read some books about sex in Jiao Yuan's room in the future. Jianghu laid on the sofa, the tip of his tail wagging slowly. He watched as Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo left the house. Jiao Ma sent them off. After sending the children off, she went to buy groceries. Jianghu did not go out during the day for the past few days. The school was full of people and it was very lively. After the new students returned to school, the school, which had been quiet for the entire winter break, became noisy again. Jianghu did not want to go out at this time. It was inconvenient. Therefore, Jianghu changed her schedule. During the first week of school, she would sleep at home during the day and go out after dinner at night to do some scouting. After these few nights, Jianghu had a better understanding of the tattooed guy's schedule. However, it was still not enough. He had to make sure that he would succeed on the first try. Therefore he had to watch him a few more times. Moreover, he was still lacking some materials. There were some things that he had yet to find. Jing Tan lay on the sofa and closed his eyes for a while. When he woke up, he found that it was only 9:30. Jiao Ma was not back yet. He guessed that she had gone to chat with someone. Jing Tan stretched and looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, but the temperature was still not high. The people walking around were still wearing thick down jackets. Bored and unable to sleep, Jing Tan decided to go out for a walk. After the new year, Huang had become much lazier and fatter. Jing Tan often saw Huang sleeping on the balcony of his house. His head peeked out a little from the gap between the balcony railings, and his tail was swinging out from time to time, as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was sleeping there. Fortunately, the gap between the railings wasn't very big, so Huang wouldn't fall through the gap. As for the sheriff, his family had tied him up at home. Because there were many cat traffickers trapping cats during the new year, after some of the surrounding cats disappeared, the sheriff, who often ran out, was ordered not to leave the house, even if he screamed. Without them around, Jing Tan was free to do whatever she wanted. After climbing a tree for a while, Jing Tan walked out of the forest where there were fewer people. At this time there weren't many people walking on the campus. Perhaps it was because the campus had some people, but the 2 rows of bare sycamore trees by the driveway didn't seem so bleak. Jing Tan walked aimlessly along the sunny places. There was no wind, and the sun shone on his body, making his fur feel warm and fluffy. It was very comfortable. Jing Tan squinted his eyes and enjoyed the warm sunlight. Suddenly he heard someone call his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, Jing Tan saw a person wearing a long loose fur coat standing on the other side of the flower bed, waving at him. Little Joie? Jing Tan turned and walked towards Little Joie. Compared to the last time Jing Tan saw her, Little Joie's belly was clearly protruding now. Even the loose winter clothes couldn't hide the protruding arc. Little Joie was holding a bag in her hand. There was a book in the bag that looked like it was newly bought. She probably just came back from the bookstore in front of the campus. What are you doing here? Little Joie looked at Jing Tan and asked. She bent down and reached out to gently tap Jing Tan's forehead. Little Joie knew that the person in front of her was a cat and couldn't speak, but she still asked out of habit. People who spent a lot of time with animals would do the same when they saw other animals. They would speak directly instead of mimicking them. Jing Tan didn't dare to get close to Little Joie. Looking at her belly, what if something happened? She looked like she was having trouble bending down. Also, didn't they say that pregnant women avoided cats because of toxoplasmosis? Looking around, Jing Tan realized that he had unknowingly approached the West Family District. So, Little Joie had been living in the West Family District all this time? Come to my place to play? Little Joie took 2 steps and stopped. She turned around and looked at Jing Tan expectantly. Jing Tan stood in place and thought about it. He had recovered from his cold for a while. As for toxoplasmosis, he shouldn't have it, right? He seemed to be very healthy and bathed often. He slept in the same bed as little Pomelo every day. Seeing that little Pomelo was fine, he shouldn't be able to infect Little Joie. After hesitating for a while, Jing Tan looked at the expectant Little Joie and started walking. Seeing that Jing Tan was following her, Little Joie immediately smiled. She walked in front of Jing Tan and told him some things that had happened in the past few months. Little Joie didn't usually talk to people. There were only a few people she could talk to. However, Little Joie wouldn't directly say what was on her mind to them. She would always be considerate towards people, but it was different with cats. It was easier for people to speak their mind to animals or objects of spiritual sustenance. This was also a way to vet. Some people kept pets for this reason. Later on, Little Joie's belly was getting bigger and bigger. It wasn't convenient for her to move around and needed to rest. Lord Zeng was worried that Little Joie would run around every day. Coincidentally, the new buildings in the West Family District were being allocated at that time. Lord Zeng gave Little Joie his own unit. People like Lord Zeng had already gained both fame and fortune. They didn't care about such a house at all. Normally, Lord Zeng wouldn't fight with the other teachers. However, for Little Joie, Lord Zeng really did. With one sentence from Lord Zeng, everyone else had to step aside. At this time, there weren't many people walking around outside in the West Family District. During working hours, there were only a few people in the district. The buildings in the West Family District were very new. Some of the buildings were similar to the buildings in the East Family District. However, the exterior looked much more gorgeous and fashionable. The greenery was okay, but it was definitely not as good as the East Family District. Even though the buildings were bright and shiny, Zheng Tan was still not used to it. Perhaps he was used to the old houses in the East Family District. Facing these shiny new buildings, Zheng Tan always felt that something was missing. Zheng Tan remembered the time when he first came to this place. Many of the family buildings in the East Family District were covered with creepers. The surrounding trees were lush and there were people setting up grape trellis in the corner of the courtyard. In the evening, some old people sat there, waving the brown-speckled bamboo fans in their hands and chatting. Some people said that nostalgia was a kind of emotion. This was indeed the case. The years had eroded the feelings of several generations. Perhaps this was the reason why those old professors were still willing to live in that small old house. After living in the East Family District for a while, Zheng Tan really felt the calmness and the simplicity. Little Zhuo didn't live in the houses that Zheng Tan saw after entering the district. It was further inside. The West Family District was much larger than the East Family District, so in addition to the main entrance, there were several side entrances. The part in front of the main entrance was a 6-story building. Further inside there were a few newly built elevator rooms. This place was very close to one of the side entrances. Little Zhuo sometimes went in and out of this side entrance. It was more convenient to go outside the school. Today she just wanted to go for a walk on campus after buying some books. She didn't expect to run into Zheng Tan. It wasn't easy to get a spot for these elevator rooms. Zheng Tan followed Little Zhuo into the elevator. There was no one else in the elevator. If other people were there, they would definitely wonder why there was a cat in the elevator. A cat taking an elevator? Little Zhuo pressed the button for the 6th floor, which was in the middle of the building. This is where I live now. After exiting the elevator, Little Zhuo pointed to the apartment number 606. There were even Spring Festival couplets. When Little Zhuo opened the door, Zheng Tan walked in and found that there were other people inside. So he stopped at the door and sniffed. Seeing Zheng Tan's reaction, Little Zhuo smiled and said, "Teacher Yi asked someone to take care of me, but she's not here today. She has something to do." Lord Zheng was really considerate. But also with such a big belly no one would be at ease, Zheng Tan thought. Zheng Tan glanced at the furnishings in the room. It was about 100 square meters. The lighting was good, the decoration was modern, and the color was very warm. There were a few fruit baskets on the table. There were all kinds of fruits inside and there was another basket with other food. Zheng Tan jumped on the table and looked at the basket. There were some preserved fruits and sour plums inside. They were all sent by Teacher Ye's family. I can't even finish them. Do you want some? Little Zhuo grabbed a handful of peeled walnuts and peanuts from a bag. After taking them out, she hesitated. She didn't know if cats could eat these. Regardless of whether other cats could or not, Zheng Tan ate them. Stay for lunch. Little Zhuo touched Zheng Tan's head and said. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. A lonely pregnant woman. Forget it. I'll reluctantly stay and accompany you for a while. Zheng Tan looked at the peeled nuts in the bag. You would eat some snacks and sleep. It would probably be late afternoon. Actually, it wasn't that hard. Little Zhuo didn't know if the cat in front of her understood her words. After class, she called Jiao Pa and explained the situation. It also saved the Jiao family from waiting anxiously at home. Little Zhuo knew that the cat in front of her was very important to the Jiao family. When Jiao Ma was hospitalized, Little Zhuo went to visit her and heard some things about the black cat. The Jiao family really valued this cat. Moreover, Little Zhuo didn't want to treat this black cat like the other cats in the courtyard. This black cat was different. At noon, the nanny hired by Lord Zheng came back to cook. When the nanny saw Zheng Tan, her expression was one of horror. She felt that pregnant women shouldn't get too close to cats. Cats like to run around, play with insects, eat mice and get into a lot of things. Who knew what diseases they carried? The nanny said a few words about the germs and parasites that the cat might carry and the effects of these germs and parasites on the fetus. But Xiao Zhuo only grunted twice to show that he had heard him. Then he continued to lay Zheng Tan down beside him, close to him. Seeing that her reminder didn't work, the nanny called Lord Zheng in the kitchen to report the situation. There's a cat. Lord Zheng's voice raised a lot. It sounded like he didn't agree. Yes, yes. The nanny sensed Lord Zheng's dissatisfaction and continued, and it's a black one. In the nanny's house, some people thought that black cats weren't auspicious, so she didn't have a good impression of cats with pure black fur. Black. Lord Zheng's voice lowered and sounded much calmer. Yes. Black charcoal? I think so. That's what Little Zhuo calls it. Then don't worry about it. Ha! This black cat is different. When Lord Zheng knew that Xiao Zhuo was familiar with the cat, he specifically investigated the cat's diet and other living conditions, as well as its habits and temper. The results of the investigation satisfied Lord Zheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated a small associate professor with such a different attitude. After hanging up the phone, the nanny was still very confused. What was different about this black cat? The nanny looked at the black cat squatting on the moon chair in the bedroom and shook her head. She didn't see anything special. It was similar to the black cats she had seen before, and it didn't have an extra ear or an eye. In the end, the nanny concluded that Lord Zheng and Little Zhua's attitudes were scientific researchers' rationality. Zheng Tan squatted on a softly cushioned moon chair in Little Zhua's room and put his hands together. Zheng Tan learned this posture from De Pang and the others. When he first saw De Pang in this posture, Zheng Tan was puzzled. What was this egg-hatching posture for? Then Zheng Tan put a quail egg-sized round stone between De Pang's two paws. Well, that was more like egg-hatching. Zheng Tan still remembered De Pang's helpless look. Then, De Pang moved his front paws and pushed the stone out. Later, when Zheng Tan saw Huang squatting in this posture, he did the same thing. In the end, Huang just squinted his eyes and meowed. Then he didn't move. So every time Zheng Tan saw Huang squatting like this, he had the idea of putting a stone in it. Maybe he could just put an egg in it to see? Later, Zheng Tan found that many cats liked this posture. It seemed that when cats were in this posture, they felt more at ease and weren't ready to move their paws. So, Zheng Tan learned to squat like this and put his hands together. He heard that this was called a farmer's pocket. After getting used to it, Zheng Tan felt that this feeling was okay. The smell of food came from the kitchen. Little Zhua, who was lying on the deck chair, put away the book and rubbed his eyes. He looked at the black cat squatting on the moon chair and smiled silently. Maybe, in the future, he could raise a cat at home. It didn't need to be too expensive, just a common cat would do. It didn't need to be too hard-working. It was okay if he was lazy. It was okay if he liked to steal snacks. Chapter 50. Zheng Tan stayed at Xiaozhua's place until after dinner. Xiaozhua sent Zheng Tan out of the Western District compound and watched him walk away. After leaving the Western District compound, Zheng Tan didn't go back immediately. Instead, he went to the woods by the side gate. Because they knew that the woods at the edge of the campus were under construction, there weren't many students walking there, and even fewer at night. Zheng Tan jumped through the woods and squatted down on a big tree. He took a deep breath. Oh woo, it didn't seem right. Woo, it didn't seem right either. Zheng Tan carefully recalled the big white cat's cry and roared again. Woo woo, it still wasn't right. After trying a few times, Zheng Tan analyzed the reason. Perhaps it was because he had been avoiding crying like a cat before and was used to howling at will. Now that he suddenly had to make sounds like other cats, he couldn't adapt for a while. Zheng Tan didn't expect to make the same sound as the big white cat. He just wanted to sound like it, but now the sound he made was like a ghost crying. Ghost crying? Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. After turning into a cat, Zheng Tan especially liked to squint his eyes, but he didn't realize this problem. The tip of his tail wagged as he pondered over some thoughts. As he was thinking, there was a rush of footsteps. Zheng Tan didn't need to look to know that it was the black shepherd raised by the guard at the side gate. The sound of the feet kicking the dead leaves was particularly obvious in such a quiet environment. The black shepherd hurried over, sniffing around, then circled around a tree twice. It raised one leg and stepped back, peeing on the tree. After peeing, it excitedly scratched its feet. After sniffing around and wandering around, it waited for the whistle at the side gate to sound. It barked twice and ran back. Zheng Tan looked at the tree that was stained with dog urine. 2 days ago, he had noticed that this tree always had the smell of urine. Every time it was time to let out some fresh air, the blackback would come over to pee. At fixed times, it would stick to this tree. At the same time, Zheng Tan also thought of the tattooed man. That person also liked to pee in fixed places. Zheng Tan found this when he was squatting near the tattooed man's house. Because of the tattooed man's habit, it gave Zheng Tan another idea. Initially, Zheng Tan had only planned to teach the man a lesson with violence. However, after some thought, she felt that it would be too easy on him if she only used physical damage. She reckoned that the man wouldn't associate this lesson with the dead kittens either. Who knew if that person would do the same thing to other cats in the future? So Zheng Tan decided to try another method. Since he had decided to change the original strategy, it meant that things couldn't be done in a day. If one day didn't work, he would do it day by day. So, Zheng Tan had been preparing for this period of time. Moreover, recently, the tattooed man didn't seem to be doing well. He avoided some red and sticky things. Zheng Tan came to the woods these 2 days to practice his voice. Since he couldn't make a sound similar to the big white cats, he would just directly howl. Maybe it would be more lethal. Zheng Tan practiced his voice for a while. Looking at the sky, it was completely dark. Walking out of the woods, Zheng Tan came to a remote corner near the school gate. There were a few lush old pine trees in the corner. Zheng Tan hid some of the things he had collected in the trees, wrapped in black plastic bags. In that corner, the chances of things being found were very small. Even if they were found, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid. Who would think that those things were made by a cat? He carefully opened the bag. At first, because he wasn't familiar with using his claws always hooked on the plastic bag. After a few times he was more familiar with it. After all, in this cat's body was the soul of an adult, so he could do something as simple as opening and tying the bag. There were 4 dolls in the bag. One was a slightly bigger cat doll with patterns and the other 3 were smaller. They were the size of an adult's palm. They were pure white and fluffy. Girls liked them. These 4 dolls were taken by Zheng Tan at night from the storage room on the 2nd floor of a gift shop near the school gate. In addition to the 4 cat dolls, the black plastic bag also contained a pack of cotton swabs, 3 small packs of paper towels, some bags of different sizes for snacks, a few bags of ketchup that were the size of seasonings used in fast food restaurants, and a few rubber bands that girls used to tie up their hair. The rubber bands were wider than the normal rubber bands used in Jiaopa's laboratory. At the same time, they ensured that when Zheng Tan wore them around his neck, they wouldn't be too loose or too tight. These were all taken by Zheng Tan during this period of time. In order to not be discovered, Zheng Tan spent a lot of effort. Acting as a cat had its advantages and disadvantages. It was easy to sneak into someone's storage room, but it wasn't so easy to take things away. Zheng Tan took out a black plastic bag and put the big fluffy cat doll into it. Then he put in a bag of ketchup, 2 cotton swabs and a pack of paper towels. Zheng Tan packed up the other things that he didn't need for the time being. He tied the bag and put it in its usual spot on the tree. There were many pine branches there, so it was hard to see from the outside. Even if someone saw it, no one would be so bored as to climb up the pine tree to look for the bag. After putting the things he needed for today into the bag, he tied it with a rubber band. Looking around, Zheng Tan made sure that everything here was properly packed and wouldn't fall down. He bit on the rubber band that tied the bag and jumped down the tree with the bag. He went through the fence near the old building at the edge of the campus and rushed into the green flower beds. Under the cover of the plants in the flower beds and the darkness of the night, he quickly disappeared. And the surrounding cars that came and went in a hurry didn't notice the black shadow that flashed by. At this time, the old building alley was much more deserted than the central department store. It was a completely different scene. Occasionally there were dim street lights, but many roads were dark. He could only vaguely see the general layout of the alley from the surrounding houses. As for other things, he couldn't see clearly at all. People who were on the night shift or going home after work, or people who rode electric bikes, would use flashlights to illuminate the area. In such an environment, no one would notice that there was a black cat squatting next to a trash can in the corner. Zheng Tan estimated the time in his heart. According to the situation he learned a while ago, the tattooed man would leave home at 9 o'clock most of the time and go to the club where he worked. Sure enough, not long after, the tattooed man's voice came. There was another person with the tattooed man and the two were talking. That's why we should keep a low profile. The situation is tense. Boss Ye's side is probably in conflict with our boss. Brothers, be careful. Don't lose an arm or a leg at any time. The person beside the tattooed man said. Hee, boss, he doesn't care about small fries like us. The tattooed man's voice sounded like he was laughing, but the laughter was very forced. In short, when they fight, we'll just pretend to be dead. Also, don't cause trouble. Don't get caught. I know that. Oh wait, I need to pee, hee. As he said that, the tattooed man took a few steps forward and turned into a dead end. This was where the tattooed man went out or came back to pee. The dead end was very close to the corner where Zheng Tan was squatting. Zheng Tan could see the situation over there from the trash can. When the two people walked far away, Zheng Tan came out with the bag in his mouth and went to the tattooed man's house. He went in through the broken window in the kitchen. The house was no different from the first time Zheng Tan came here, dirty and messy as always. Without turning on the lights, Zheng Tan could see the layout of the house through the light from other people's houses outside the window. He took off the rubber band, opened the bag, tore open the ketchup, and smeared it on the toy cat. The toy cat also smeared some around its mouth. With the plastic bag as a cushion, the ketchup would not drip outside. Then Zheng Tan put the toy cat smeared with ketchup at the tattooed man's bedside. This was just one of the things. He put the cotton swab in the bag in his palm. Compared to human fingers, the cat's palm was very inconvenient. Because of this, Zheng Tan would practice using his palm when he was bored at home. It took him a while to become proficient. Dipping the cotton swab in the remaining ketchup, Zheng Tan used the cotton swab to smear a red cat's paw on the wooden cabinet not far from the bed. Zheng Tan's drawing skills were limited, but it was just a few circles. As long as he could roughly see the paw of a cat or dog, it would be fine. Because the position of the wooden cabinet was a bit high for Zheng Tan, he dragged a stool over and stepped on it. Using his two hind legs to support himself, he stood up so that the height of the drawing position was more in line with his expectations. After finishing the drawing, Zheng Tan threw the cotton swab into the plastic bag, jumped up, and scratched a few claw marks in front of the cat's paw that he had drawn. Zheng Tan was very strong and the claw marks he made were also very deep. After finishing, Zheng Tan pushed the stool back to its original position, took out a piece of tissue paper from the small bag, and wiped the stains on the ground and his own claws. He threw the used ketchup packet, cotton swab, and paper into the plastic bag. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan was about to leave when he turned around and lifted the bedsheet under the pillow to take a look. This was just something Zheng Tan did on a whim. When he was in the Jiao family, Zheng Tan once saw the Jiao Yuan hiding his pocket money under the mattress at the head of the bed. That was why he did this. The result really surprised Zheng Tan. The tattooed man had this habit too. Did he want to count his money and sleep? Zheng Tan counted. There were 800 yuan. Zheng Tan took out a 100 yuan note, rolled it up and wrapped it in tissue paper, and put the remaining 700 yuan back to its original position. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else to do, Zheng Tan wrapped the plastic bag with a rubber band and tied it a few times. He also inserted the tissue paper into the rubber band to secure it. Then he left the tattooed man's house with the money in his mouth. After walking out of the alley, Zheng Tan found a trash can and took out the money from the bundle. He threw the plastic bag into the trash can, and then went to a gift shop with the money in his mouth. He used some items from outside to climb into the second-floor warehouse. He took out the tissue paper and threw the 100 yuan note on the ground. As for the tissue paper, he casually threw it out the window. After doing all this, Zheng Tan returned to the east side courtyard, put on the access card and entered the building. In fact, Zheng Tan also wanted to know the tattooed man's reaction. Unfortunately, the Jiao family had been resting very early recently. Everyone went to bed around 10 o'clock. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to bed at 9:30. Zheng Tan could not go home too late. Knowing that Zheng Tan went out to play every night, the Jiaoma did not close the door. Zheng Tan only had to open the door when he went home. He did not have to unlock it himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. After returning home, Zheng Tan took a bath in the warm water the Jiaoma prepared for him. He squatted on a stool and let the Jiaoma dry his hair. Then he went to sleep in his room. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the gift shop outside the school was about to close. The owner followed his usual routine and went to the warehouse upstairs to check if anything valuable was missing. When the owner of the gift shop came to the second-floor warehouse, he saw the 100 yuan note on the ground. He looked around and did not hear any of the employees say that the money was missing. After thinking about it, he squatted down and quickly picked up the note and put it in his pocket. He did not ask the delivery person or the employees if the money was missing. He casually scanned the shelves in the warehouse to see if anything big or valuable was missing. The owner did not pay much attention to the other small things. Seeing that nothing valuable was missing, the owner of the gift shop hummed a little tune and left. He was very happy that he had picked up 100 yuan for free. However, the owner did not know that his warehouse had been visited by a black cat many times. It had even taken away a few dolls in batches. He did not know what it would take in the future. The 100 yuan was just the cat's consolation money. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, the tattooed man came home with the smell of alcohol. He was not a meticulous person, so he did not notice the subtle things in his house. He did not notice that the house was different from usual. Yawning, the tattooed man kicked off his shoes and lay on the bed. He habitually took out the 800 yuan note under the mattress and counted it. He had accumulated the money from the protection fees he had collected from the students who had set up the street stalls. He purposely kept the newer 800 yuan note under the mattress and counted it every day. It was one of his little fetishes just for the sake of good luck. Just as Zheng Tan expected, the tattooed man liked to count money and sleep. 800 yuan was not 8,000 yuan. He could count it all in a few seconds. Missing 100 yuan? The tattooed man frowned. He licked his fingers and counted them again. Slowly and carefully he counted them one by one. It was still 700 yuan. That was not right. The tattooed man irritably spat on the ground. He did not seem to have taken any money when he went out tonight. Was it a thief? Who would dare to steal from here? Did they want to die? The tattooed man thought that he was the tyrant of this generation. Besides, if there was a thief, he would not have taken only 100 yuan. The tattooed man was puzzled. He tried to recall what he had done before he went out today, but he still did not remember taking any money. Scratching his head, the tattooed man lay down and turned over to continue his memory. However, when he turned over, he found a toy cat doll covered in blood next to him. F***ck. The tattooed man jumped up in fright. It was not that he was making a fuss. It was just that the clubhouse had not been peaceful recently. A few days ago, one of the clubhouse's guards had his hand chopped off. Several other people were also injured. It was quite serious. The bloody scene at that time had stimulated him. This was not a cat but a human, a real person. So now when he saw this blood-red thing, he could not help but have goosebumps. Recently, the restaurant did not order sweet and sour pork tenderloin. After a few quick breaths, the tattooed man looked around. Then, his eyes stopped on the wooden wardrobe. Chapter 51. The tattooed man felt that he must have offended someone. Ever since he came home that day, he saw the toy cat smeared with ketchup on the bed, the red pattern on the wooden wardrobe that looked like an animal's footprint, and the deep scratches on the wooden wardrobe. The tattooed man began to wonder who he had offended. There were too many people who were suspicious. After all, they would definitely offend someone as a caretaker. Especially the recent conflicts between several forces, they were all suspicious. However, it was hard to determine who would do this in a short time. After all, those people's methods would be more direct and bloody, and would not just use ketchup. The people around him? The tattooed man shook his head. He had lived here for several years, and the people around him were all soft-hearted. He had called people to beat up and intimidate a few of the more stubborn ones. After that, those people stopped challenging him. However, it was not absolutely impossible. Who could it be? The tattooed man could not figure it out. He poked the toy cat smeared with ketchup with a knife and threw it into the garbage. As for the scratches on the wooden wardrobe, after wiping them, he covered them with several layers of newspaper. In addition, the tattooed man also changed the lock of his house. He felt that someone must have gotten the key to his house or used some means to unlock the door. The next day, the tattooed man returned home at the same time. When he was about to unlock the door, he held a steel rod in his other hand. He was afraid that someone would be in the house. However, before he could insert the key into the keyhole, he felt that he had stepped on something. There was no light outside the door, and at this time the other residents were already asleep. It was dark all around. Only the circle of light from the flashlight in his armpit shone on the door lock. Just now, he was so focused on the door lock that he did not pay attention to what was on the ground outside the door. The tattooed man had a bad feeling. He threw the key into his pocket and shone the flashlight down. There was a furry toy cat doll at the door. It was smaller than the one yesterday. Its fur should have been white, but there were some red marks on it, especially around the cat's mouth. The tattooed man's hands trembled. However, after watching over someone's house for so long, he was not necessarily a coward. So he opened the door and walked into the house. The house was still the same as before. There were no scratches on the wooden wardrobe, and there were no suspicious marks on the surrounding ground. The tattooed man relaxed a lot. It seemed that changing the door lock was useful. In fact, Zheng Tan had also entered the house this time, but after he saw that the door lock was changed, he did not put anything in the house, nor did he do anything in the house. What if the tattooed man got anxious and sealed the broken window? Therefore, Zheng Tan took care of the cat doll and left it at the tattooed man's door. After walking around the house, the tattooed man became bold again. He walked to the door and picked up the toy cat. He sniffed it and licked it. It smelled like tomato. Tisk. The tattooed man curled his lips. He felt that someone must be playing a prank. On the third day, when the tattooed man returned home, the first thing he did was shine the flashlight on the ground by the door. There was indeed a cat doll there, just like the one from yesterday, but with a lot more red paint on it. After yesterday's experience, the tattooed man wasn't afraid anymore. He didn't open the door and walked over to pick up the toy cat on the ground. However, when he held the toy cat, the tattooed man suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Something was wrong. The sticky feeling. The tattooed man's movements were a little stiff as he brought the cat doll closer and sniffed it. The smell of blood. Suddenly, the tattooed man felt as if his hand was burning, and he threw the cat doll away. The smell of blood still lingered in his nose, and the tattooed man was reminded of the cruel and bloody scene he saw in the clubhouse. Taking a few deep breaths, the tattooed man shone the flashlight back on the door lock, and his hand paused. There was a long red mark on the door lock, and there was also a claw mark. It was like a cat scratching its way down from the door lock. However, this trace was blood red. This time Zheng Tan didn't use ketchup. During the day when he went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he saw some students in the basic laboratory collecting blood samples from rabbits. They used plastic tubes to store the blood samples. The collected blood samples were mixed with heparin sodium solution. Heparin sodium had an anticoagulant effect. Zheng Tan often came here, so he had heard about it. Therefore, Zheng Tan took advantage of the time when the students were leaving to grab 3 tubes. He took them away 3 times. Zheng Tan could only take 1 tube each time, and he had to be careful not to be discovered. There were cameras in the corridor outside the laboratory, so Zheng Tan always left through the window. If he took a few tubes at a time, it would be inconvenient for Zheng Tan to move around. When he smeared the blood in the plastic tube on the cat doll, Zheng Tan's palm was stained with blood, so he simply smeared some blood on the tattooed man's door lock. After that, Zheng Tan went to the kitchen sink in the restaurant to wash vegetables and washed his claws with detergent. Anyway, there weren't many vegetables to be washed in the kitchen, and there weren't many people around the sink. On the 4th day, the situation was similar. Coupled with the recent warming of the weather, some cats that had been cooped up in the house for a long time ran out and started to meow at night. There weren't many cats, and most of them didn't live in the alley. They just came here to play. They probably didn't expect that after the new year, there would be no more cats here. The tattooed man, who had been sensitive to the word cat recently, would pick up things and throw them at the cats to chase them away when he saw them running around at night. He couldn't sleep well at home and he started to have nightmares. During the day when the tattooed man went out, his eyes were bloodshot. Recently, the residents around the old residential area had also noticed that something was wrong with the tattooed man. In the past, this person used to walk with his nose up in the air, but recently when he looked at people, he seemed a little strange, as if he was suspicious of something. If you opened your mouth to ask, the tattooed man would roar back at you with an unfriendly expression, as if he would beat you up in the next moment. Therefore, recently when people in the old building area saw the tattooed man, they would take a detour and never meet him face to face. This man must have a mental problem, and there was no guarantee that he would do something wrong. On the 5th day, Zheng Tan didn't bring a toy cat. He only brought a small bag wrapped in several layers. This time, Zheng Tan didn't hold the small bag in his mouth. Instead, he put a wide rubber band around his neck, and the small bag was tied to the rubber band. Zheng Tan tried to run a few steps, but it didn't drop. Although it wasn't very comfortable, Zheng Tan really didn't want to hold it in his mouth. Zheng Tan was also afraid of this thing. Even if it was wrapped in a bag, it still felt uncomfortable, so it was better not to touch his mouth. Zheng Tan's ability to use his hands wasn't strong, so he could only think of this simple way to carry it. There were a few small mushroom-like things in the bag. These things were obtained by Zheng Tan from Old Man Land's small flower garden. The flower shed where these things were planted had strict temperature and humidity control, so the door of the flower shed was usually tightly shut. However, because Zheng Tan went there often, he knew that Old Man Lan would take samples of the soil in the flower shed one day every week to check the pH level and the change in the soil element ratio. After all the flower sheds were sampled, Old Man Lan would close the door of the flower shed. Zheng Tan took advantage of the time when Old Man Lan went to the other flower sheds to take samples. Zheng Tan had only found out about these plants when she overheard Old Man Lan instructing his students when she came here to play. Only then did she know that these plants were planted in a few special flower sheds. The mushroom-like things that Zheng Tan found weren't from Wuxia. They were imported. Old Man Lan got some from a friend. Because these plants were symbiotic, Old Man Lan purposely planted some other species in the flower shed. Because of the size of the flower shed, he couldn't plant very big trees. Later, Old Man Lan found that no matter how he adjusted the temperature and growing environment, these imported species couldn't be grown well. They were always small and couldn't grow big, but they were still poisonous. It contained a hallucinogenic neurotoxin. Those who accidentally ingested it would experience hallucinations, feeling as if everything around them had been magnified. This was what Elder Lan had told the students about visual hallucination syndrome. However, it seemed that there were very few cases of death. There were only a few cases that weren't fatal. The onset time was 30 minutes to 2 hours after consumption. The patient would experience obvious dizziness, vomiting, hallucinations, and so on. At that time, Zheng Tan was lying on top of the flower shed, listening to Old Man Lan's explanation. He felt that this thing was really magical. When he decided to teach the tattooed man a lesson, Zheng Tan thought of the many poisonous plants in the flower sheds that Old Man Lan put on warning signs, including belladonna. These plants were very useful in medicine, but they could also kill people if not used properly. However, Zheng Tan still chose this one. Old Man Lan said it was called something like an umbrella. Who cares? As long as he knew its effects, it was fine. At 7:30 p.m., Zheng Tan brought the bag to the tattooed man's house. The tattooed man would leave for his workplace between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. Before that, the tattooed man would take a bath, make a bowl of instant noodles, drink a cup of tea and leave. Every day. After Zheng Tan arrived, he waited outside for a while. Then he heard the sound of the tattooed man taking out a bowl of instant noodles from the kitchen. The tattooed man poured the boiled water in the electric cup next to him into the bowl. At the same time, he took out half a bag of braised meat that he brought back from the clubhouse yesterday. He put a few pieces of meat into the bowl of instant noodles and stirred it. After soaking the noodles, the tattooed man went to the bathroom to take a bath. Zheng Tan came in through the broken window. He carefully poured a few small mushrooms from the small bag into the bowl and stirred it with a fork. The instant noodles were spicy. The red oil wrapped the braised meat and mushrooms inside. After soaking for a while, the abnormalities of the mushrooms would not be easily seen. Zheng Tan put the fork and other things back to their original places. The bag of mushrooms was also rolled up and inserted back into the rubber band. Hearing the movement in the bathroom, Zheng Tan jumped out of the broken window and squatted on the wall outside to look at the tattooed man's bedroom. In the dark, the tattooed man could not see the scene outside the window. Therefore, when he brought the bowl of instant noodles back to his bedroom to eat, he did not notice that there was a cat outside his window looking in his direction. The tattooed man ate absent-mindedly. He did not know if he would see the same scene as a few days ago when he came back tomorrow morning. Therefore, he did not notice that there was something different in the braised meat in the instant noodles. After watching the tattooed man finish eating, Zheng Tan left the place and went to the place the tattooed man had to pass, the place to pee. Behind the wall was a pile of miscellaneous items that the residents had piled up. There were a few bottles of beer hidden in the pile. Zheng Tan had taken them from the small restaurant. Fortunately, the small restaurant was not far from here. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would not have gotten glass bottles of beer. Zheng Tan relied on 2 hands to hold the beer bottles and walked, step by step to get there. Fortunately, it was at night when he took action, so no one saw him. Otherwise, he would probably be treated as a monster. How could there be a cat that walked on 2 legs like a human holding a beer bottle? No one would have thought that the thief would be a cat. After all, an ordinary cat would not have the strength to move an unopened bottle of beer. After placing the hidden bottles of beer on the wall that blocked the path, Zheng Tan squatted behind the wall and stood on the pile of miscellaneous items. He only stuck his head out and looked at the fork. The rubber band and bag around his neck had long been thrown away. Now he was ready for the final step. After a while, Zheng Tan saw a familiar figure. The tattooed man seemed to be drunk. He was walking unsteadily. It seemed that it was starting to take effect. The tattooed man wobbled over and mumbled something. Zheng Tan could not hear it clearly, but he did not care. He just stared at the wobbling figure. The tattooed man came to the familiar wall. There was also the familiar smell of urine. The tattooed man thought of something and laughed. Then he unbuttoned his pants and began to pee. As he peed, the tattooed man suddenly supported himself against the wall and vomited. He had not even finished peeing. He was really vomiting and shitting. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. The smell was really bad. The tattooed man's consciousness had begun to blur. The surroundings were very dark and he could not see anything. He supported himself against the wall for a while, rested for a while, and prepared to leave. He did not even pull up his pants. He had probably forgotten. Just as he took 2 steps, there was a sudden bang at his feet. It was quite ear-piercing in the quiet night. The tattooed man was shocked. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the beer bottle exploded and the shards flew everywhere. Although the tattooed man was wearing thick clothes, his hands were exposed. Now there were several bloody marks on them. His pants were not pulled up, and the shards had pierced into his thighs. He had almost been scratched off. The tattooed man's reaction was much slower. He felt that everything around him had become very strange. He seemed to have come to a strange and hopeless place, surrounded by high iron walls. Where was the way out? Where could he escape to? A woo! The sudden cry was especially terrifying in such an environment. The tattooed man looked around in horror. He felt that there was a ferocious beast hiding outside the iron walls. It was looking at him, and he felt so insignificant that he was not worth mentioning. At the intersection, another resident came back on a scooter. The dim light from the car's headlights lit up the area for a second or two. And in those 2 seconds, when the tattooed man looked around with his blurry vision, he saw a pair of shining eyes on the iron walls. They were especially eye-catching against the black background. And the illusion made him feel that the pair of eyes he saw was like a huge searchlight. A woo! When he heard the cry again, the tattooed man's body trembled. His forehead was covered in sweat and blood from the scratches. Bang! There was another explosion. The beer bottle exploded at the tattooed man's feet. The tattooed man felt as if his hands, face, and legs had been scratched by something. It was very painful, a burning pain. But his hands and feet did not listen to him and he could not react. The tattooed man lay on the ground, hugging his head and curling into a ball. His whole body trembled. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions came one after another. They hit his eardrums and stimulated his nerves. In his chaotic consciousness, some emotions suddenly began to sharpen. It must be that monster. Yes. It must be that monster with eyes like two big searchlights. Every time there was an explosion, the tattooed man felt that the monster's footsteps were approaching, and then he would be injured. It was as if he would be torn into pieces and crushed into meat paste in the next moment. Meow, meow, meow. After throwing the beer bottle, Xianxia was looking at the trembling man curled into a ball on the ground. Suddenly he heard the sound of a cat. This sound, the tattooed man on the ground heard the sound of a cat and suddenly remembered the toy cat that had recently been placed in front of his house. He also remembered the kittens that had fallen to their death some time ago. Was it because of those cats that the big monster had come to find him? Cats, blood, meows, and other things related or unrelated to them that made him afraid, all of them appeared in his mind one by one. The burning pain in some parts of his body was getting stronger and stronger. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out, but in fact he could only make groaning sounds. It felt as if there was a pair of big feet stepping on his body. It was too oppressive and could not be released. The human brain was a very strange thing. You always thought that you had forgotten things, but at some unintentional moment, you would remember those forgotten parts. Or, under the stimulation of some environmental factors, you would piece those faded fragments together piece by piece, slowly and clearly playing them in your mind. And when you remembered something at this time, it would not be as easy to forget it as it was the first time. It would take a few months or a few years, or if it was serious, it would become a conditioned reflex for the rest of your life. Once there were similar environmental conditions and some familiar factors in the surroundings, the brain would uncontrollably search for those images from the depths of the memory that you had always wanted to bury. It would pick up those things that you never wanted to recall from the depths of the memory. Those images that you could not avoid would wreak havoc like a storm until you had a deep impression of them again. Perhaps, after the toxins in the tattooed man's body were metabolized and the hallucinations disappeared, he would tremble when he heard the sound of a cat's meow and the bottle's explosion. Would he recall his own feelings at this time? Xianxia looked at the man who was still curled up there and twitching. He jumped off the wall and left. His body smelled of alcohol. He should blow on it before he went home. Thinking, Xianxia walked along the wall and out of the alley. After a few steps he saw a cat squatting on the wall outside the fork. It was the big white cat. Xianxia did not know why it came here at this time. Was it a coincidence or something else? Meow. The big white cat meowed at Xianxia. Chapter 52. Hey, did you hear? That guy in the old alley was set up. I heard that he was messed up quite badly. When he was found he seemed to have gone crazy. Didn't they say that he was messed up because he was drunk? He hasn't recovered yet, right? I also heard that when his friends asked him who did it, he kept saying cat and monster. I guess he was really scared out of his wits. Didn't he kill a kitten a while ago? Because of that matter, I said a few words and he even kicked me. It still hurts now. If you ask me, this is karma. Hey boss, give me another fried dough stick. Early in the morning, at some breakfast places near the old building district, people were eating breakfast while talking about the tattooed man. The tattooed man was found around 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. His buddies who were guarding the clubhouse saw that he hadn't shown up, so they sent 2 people who were relatively free to look for him. However, there was no one at home, so they found him in the dead end. When they found the tattooed man, he was still curled up on the ground. His whole body was twitching and he was in a daze. He was mumbling something, but no one could hear what he was saying. Around the tattooed man were glass shards from beer bottles. His clothes were torn by the shards. His hands, face, and exposed calves were all covered in wounds. His pants were still tied up, but the smell of urine was very strong. At that time, some people who came back from work in the middle of the night saw a flashlight shining over there. They took a look and then the rumor spread. No one called the police. Even if they did, the police didn't want to care. These people all had criminal records. As for the personal grudges between these people, the police were too lazy to care. Moreover, that person was just a small fry. There was no need to spend time and energy investigating. No matter what the tattooed man's situation was, or what the residents around the old building district were talking about. In the east courtyard, Zheng Tan got out of bed in a relaxed manner. He squatted on his personal chair and ate breakfast. When he came back last night, even if he washed his hands and got some fresh air, the smell of alcohol still lingered on his body. The moment he came back, he was discovered by the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa even suspected that Zheng Tan had gone to that tavern to eat or drink secretly. However, seeing that Zheng Tan was quite sober, walking steadily in good spirits and clean, she didn't think too much about it. However, she still reminded Zheng Tan not to go to places like restaurants at night, or he would be stewed. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Since the matter had been resolved, he wouldn't stay there for long. Zheng Tan had a good sleep last night after settling a load on his mind. This morning he ate a big bowl of Jiaoma Xianxia noodles and went out with the other Jiao family members. After they arrived downstairs, the Jiaopa rode the scooter to the biology building. The Jiaoma carried the grocery basket and sent the two children to school with Zheng Tan. Then, Zheng Tan went for a walk while the Jiaoma went to buy groceries. The weather was getting warmer and the sun was very comfortable now. The birds on the campus started to make noise again, and the leaves started to sprout. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly poop roads in the campus started to drop bird poop again. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't walk on those roads now. The campus environment was good and it was green. However, when there were more birds, there would be more bird poop. Zheng Tan could smell the bird poop from far away. Zheng Tan walked on the green belt of the campus. Of course, this was only for humans. For cats, it didn't matter. After all, Zheng Tan often stepped on it. There were some flowers blooming here. Zheng Tan had seen them before when it was snowing, but he didn't go over to take a look. He walked closer to take a look. The leaves looked like the camellia that old man Lan had mentioned. He didn't know what species it was, but it was very beautiful. Zheng Tan went over to take a sniff. There was no fragrance. While looking at the flowers, Zheng Tan heard a girl's voice not far away. She was probably talking to her boyfriend on the phone. "You've been to Pearl City to help with the project for more than 3 months. Didn't you say that you would be back in 3 months? Delay? How long will it take? Well, I hope to see you next month. By the way, what do you think of the specimen I gave you?" The girl was talking on the phone, and the high heels on her feet kicked a small stone on the road. "What did you say?" The girl's voice suddenly rose. "That's a specimen I made with the leaves of the acer claw in front of the dormitory. How could it be those low-quality goods sold on the street? Of course you can't tell. Do you know the difference between a poppy and a beauty? Do you know the difference between a cherry blossom and a peach blossom? You don't know, you can't even tell the difference between a husky and an Alaskan." Zheng Tan, who was listening by the side, was speechless. "My brother in Pearl City, you've worked hard." Soon, the girl hung up the phone and walked away quickly in her high heels. Zheng Tan recalled the days when he chased girls in Tianjin University. At that time, he had used all kinds of tricks to get those few flowers. Lowering his head to look at the paw, Zheng Tan raised his head again and sighed. Life is unpredictable. Zheng Tan was looking at the sky in deep thought when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Black Charcoal, are you looking at birds?" Zheng Tan's ears twitched when he heard the voice and he turned to look. The next moment, a pile of bird poop fell from the sky and dripped onto Zheng Tan's ear. Zheng Tan was speechless. F***ck, that's why I hate these birds that shit everywhere. They have no integrity at all. The culprit had already flown away, and before it flew away, it called out twice to show its existence. The bird poop was still a little warm when it dripped onto his ear, but it quickly turned cold. There was also that smell, and Zheng Tan wanted to catch that stinky bird and cut it into pieces. "Don't shake your ears, you'll shake it onto your body," Little Zhua said with a smile. Hearing Little Zhua's words, Zheng Tan immediately stopped moving and froze. Little Zhua took out a tissue from her bag and slowly squatted down. Zheng Tan was a little shocked by her actions. Was it okay to squat down with such a big belly? Little Zhua used the tissue to wipe the bird poop off Zheng Tan's ear, then tapped Zheng Tan's head and slowly got up. "You're so lucky." Zheng Tan pulled his ear. His luck was really bad. "Come, let's go to my place. I'll wash your ears," Little Zhua said to Zheng Tan as she walked to the trash can and threw away the tissue. Zheng Tan also felt that his ears were a little weird. He kept feeling that there was still a pile of bird poop on his ear, and Zheng Tan could smell it. He would only feel better after washing it clean, or else he would feel uncomfortable. As they walked towards the western district, Little Zhua's smile did not stop. She even said to Zheng Tan, "I heard that most birds don't have bladders and their rectums are very short, so they urinate and defecate at the same time. If humans and cats want to go to the toilet, they can hold it in and excrete it. But birds can't. They can excrete anywhere and anytime, including when they're flying." So this group of bladderless birds were the real ones who defecated and defecated wherever they wanted. Zheng Tan scolded those birds in his heart as he walked. Even General, who had not shown up for a long time, was also scolded by Zheng Tan. Once again he came to the Western District compound where little Zhuo lived. Zheng Tan saw a few cats out for a walk and a few lying on their balconies, basking in the sun and wagging their tails. There were more and more cats in the Western District. When Zheng Tan first arrived, he also came to the Western District compound. At that time there were not many cats and there were a few kittens that looked like they still had baby hair. In the blink of an eye the kittens had become big cats. He wondered if there would be a big fight between the cats in the Eastern and Western districts. The sheriff would definitely be very happy. A group fight. When he thought of that scene, Zheng Tan felt that it would be spectacular. He had never seen cats fight in a group before. As he thought about it, he arrived at little Zhuo's residence. The nanny was watching TV. When she saw little Zhuo come back, she had a caring smile on her face. But when she saw Zheng Tan walking in beside little Zhuo's feet, the smile on the nanny's face suddenly cracked. Zheng Tan did not care about what the nanny was thinking. He just wanted to wash his ears quickly. The smell of bird poop made Zheng Tan want to vomit. Little Zhuo got some warm water. There was no shower gel for pets, so little Zhuo chose a more gentle shower gel and dripped it on Zheng Tan's ears. She rubbed it gently with her fingers. In order to make it easier for little Zhuo, Zheng Tan jumped onto a high stool. Little Zhuo sat on the chair so she did not have to squat and feel uncomfortable. There was only bird poop around his ears. It was washed quickly. After wiping it with a dry towel, it still had the fragrance of shower gel. Zheng Tan felt that his mood was better again, and his tail began to wag unconsciously. Just like last time, little Zhuo was lying on the recliner, and Zheng Tan was lying on the moon chair next to her. The difference was that little Zhuo was not reading a book this time. She was looking at a photo album. There was also a plant specimen in the album. Zheng Tan stretched his neck to take a look. It was a 4-leaf clover specimen. This type was harder to find. Zheng Tan used to look for a long time in school to chase girls, but he could not find one. Later he spent money to buy it from someone else. Seeing Zheng Tan come up to take a look, little Zhuo said, "This is a 4-leaf clover. It is a variant of the 3-leaf clover. I heard that it represents luck. This specimen was given to me by a junior in the physics department. Here it's her." Zheng Tan looked at the girl in the photo that little Zhuo was pointing at. Wasn't that the tough girl with the phone that he saw today? But she is no longer in the physics department. She took the postgraduate entrance examination to study botany. She has always been interested in plants. Little Zhuo said, "This 4-leaf clover was given to me by her, but she said that this is a 4-leaf clover of the triax plant. It is very common for the triax plant to mutate into 4 leaves. The probability of finding a 4-leaf clover is relatively high. She originally wanted to find a 4-leaf clover of the oxalis plant. Only the 3-leaf clover of the oxalis plant family has real heart-shaped leaves. Unfortunately, she has never found it. The 4-leaf clover is a mutated individual. Relatively speaking, the probability of mutation of the oxalis plant is very small. It is difficult to find an individual with 4 heart-shaped leaves. Only a very small number of plants will grow a 4th leaf under genetic mutation." Was there a difference? Zheng Tan looked at it carefully. He did not know how this specimen was made. It was still green, and there was a V-shaped white halo in the center of each leaf. Was this the 4-leaf clover that little Zhuo was talking about? Zheng Tan recalled the grass that he found when he was picking up girls in the past. When he found it, it was the kind with heart-shaped leaves. There was no white V-shape. But later on he bought a 4-leaf clover. It was similar to the specimen in little Zhuo's photo album. Oxalis 4-leaf clover? The difficulty was really high. "Aya!" Little Zhuo exclaimed softly. Zheng Tan's nerves immediately tensed up. He looked over. Was she about to give birth? Little Zhuo just put down the photo album and smiled. "It's moving." "What's moving?" Zheng Tan was at a loss. Then Zheng Tan followed little Zhuo's gaze and looked at her protruding belly. After returning home, little Zhuo took off her coat. Her sweater revealed the protruding curve. Zheng Tan was still looking at little Zhuo's big belly in confusion. Just as he was about to look away, he noticed that there was a sudden movement. "Black Charcoal, your brother is greeting you." Little Zhuo said to Zheng Tan, "Come over quickly." "What for?" Zheng Tan hesitantly jumped from the moon chair to the deck chair. However, he still wanted to stay away from little Zhuo's big belly. He felt that it was quite scary. However, little Zhuo did not let Zheng Tan avoid it. She grabbed Zheng Tan's arm and pulled him over. Zheng Tan's palm was about to touch that big belly in the next moment. Jing Tan hurriedly pulled his hand back. His claws had thrown wine bottles and drugged people yesterday. He felt that it was not good to touch it. Little Zhua saw Jing Tan pull his hand back and was about to say something when her belly moved again. Jing Tan looked at the movement. Was it really greeting him? After thinking for a while, Jing Tan slowly moved over. He did not raise his hand. Instead, he gently pressed his forehead against the place where the movement had just occurred. The next moment, his forehead seemed to be touched by something. Perhaps, was this the feeling of a new life? In the future, this little guy will have to call Black Charcoal Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother Black. Little Zhua said. Jing Tan returned to the moon chair. A scene of a human child following behind a black cat and calling it Big Brother Black appeared in his mind. Jing Tan trembled. It was a little hard for him to imagine it. F***ck, when the time comes, will she pull my tail? If she does, I will whip her without hesitation. Jing Tan did not eat at Little Zhua's place in the afternoon. The housekeeper looked at him as if she was looking at a god of plague. She kept a distance of 2 meters away from Jing Tan. After returning to the Jiao family for lunch, Jing Tan rolled on the sofa for a while. He could not fall asleep, so he ran out again. He wobbled his way to Old Man Lan's flower garden. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the sorrel grass that Little Zhua mentioned in Old Man Lan's flower shed. Didn't Old Man Lan's flower garden always have treasures? Jing Tan was ready to try his luck. Except for those flower sheds with special signs hanging on them, the other flower sheds were not locked. When Jing Tan entered the flower garden, Old Man Lan was busy in one of the flower sheds. Hearing the sound of the flower shed, Old Man Lan just turned his head to look at Jing Tan and then continued to work. Some of the flower shed's doors were open. Jing Tan looked around one by one. Finally, he saw the sorrel grass in one of the flower sheds near the head. There was no special plant in this flower shed. The plants that were planted in the past were moved away, so there was no plant here. When Jing Tan came here last time, there was a special sign hanging on the flower shed. Later on, the door was closed. Today it was open. Old Man Lan was probably sampling again. Old Man Lan did a mutation experiment here. He did not know what kind of new flowers he induced. Jing Tan did not know. Anyway, Old Man Lan and the other old men treated it as a treasure. Jing Tan walked in and came to the side of the sorrel grass. He looked at it carefully. It was indeed a heart-shaped leaf. He did not find the wrong one. This kind of plant was too common. Jing Tan saw it often. He was too lazy to pay attention to it when he walked around. However, Jing Tan still had the mentality of trying to see if there were any special mutated plants here. 3 leaves. 3 leaves. 4 leaves. When he saw the 4-leaf plant, Jing Tan was happy. He heard that this represented luck. Before Jing Tan could be happy for 2 seconds, he found that there were many 4-leaf plants beside the 4-leaf plant. However, 3-leaf cultivators were rare here. What the F***ck was going on? Didn't they say that 4-leaf plants were rare? Chapter 53. There were a lot of 4-leaved grasses, but a 3-leaved variant of oxalis was not so easy to find. Most of the ones sold on the market were not 4-leaved oxalis. As Xiaoxia said, the probability of encountering this kind of 4-leaved oxalis was not high. Otherwise, the market would not replace it with other grasses. Just that, looking at the clump of 4-leaved oxalis in front of him, Jing Tan's mood was complicated. Jing Tan felt that if the students outside knew about this, they would definitely come over and finish this clump. No wonder there were not many things planted here, but the flower shed door was usually closed tightly. In addition to the reason of the flower shed itself, Old Man Lan must also know about these oxalis. Jing Tan raised his paw to move these oxalis. As he was cursing in his heart, he suddenly noticed a special individual. It was smaller than the surrounding leaves, but the reason why Jing Tan noticed it was mainly because its leaves were a little strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Jing Tan counted again. There were indeed 9 leaves. Could it be that 3 plants grew side by side? Looking at this grass, the stems of the other branches were still very ordinary, but this stem with 9 leaves was indeed thicker than the others. However, although the stem was thick, the 9 leaves were very small. The largest leaf was only 2/3 of the other plants, and the small leaf was only a little bit. It could barely be seen growing on it. However, even if its leaves were small, there were still 9 leaves growing on each other. 9 leaves. How could this happen? Was it a product of the mutation of other plants in the past? Jing Tan couldn't understand. However, if he didn't understand, then so be it. Jing Tan was too lazy to be entangled. Then he looked at the leaves on the other branches of the plant. They all had 3 leaves. Only this branch had 9 leaves. Zheng Tan was ready to pull up the whole plant along with the leaves of the other branches. However, he didn't control his strength and broke it. This made Zheng Tan depressed. Sure enough, cat claws were not as good as human fingers. Ignoring the other branches, Zheng Tan picked up the branch with 9 leaves and walked out. Black charcoal, what's that in your mouth? Old Man Lan said to Zheng Tan after finishing his work in the flower shed. When he walked out, he saw him with something in his mouth. Zheng Tan glanced at the old man and then at the flower shed. Oh, you found out? That's something I've kept for myself. Out of habit, Old Man Lan was showing off his work, but when he saw the stalk of grass in Zheng Tan's mouth, his voice stopped abruptly. Zheng Tan ignored him, jumped directly from the box to the roof of the flower shed, and ran away in the blink of an eye. Old Man Lan was still standing where he was, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. What black charcoal was holding seemed to be more than 4 leaves. There were at least 6 or even 7 leaves. However, Old Man Lan was only stunned for a moment. He didn't care about the oxalis grass the most. Those were just for fun. In the entire flower garden, he cared about his orchids the most, so he quickly forgot about the oxalis grass Zheng Tan found. Coming out of Old Man Lan's small flower garden, Zheng Tan went directly to the West District family compound. Every time Zheng Tan came out, it was during class and work hours, so there weren't many people. There were still some people in the campus, but there weren't many people in the family compound. When he entered the West District family compound, a cat rushed over with a threatening growl. Zheng Tan ignored it and ran directly to the small high-rise building where Xianxia lived. There was a door guard downstairs. Zheng Tan waited for a while. When someone came out, Zheng Tan took advantage of the gap and ran in. The person who came out was Xiaoxia's nanny, who was throwing the trash downstairs. When Zheng Tan rushed in, the nanny was so scared that she almost threw out the trash bag in her hand. She hated black cats the most. Just now, the black cat passed by her feet. Although it didn't touch her, she felt goosebumps all over her body. After thinking about it, the nanny decided to walk around downstairs before going up. She didn't want to go upstairs and face the black cat. She always felt that the black cat was very evil. If it weren't for Xiaoxia and Professor Ye's words, she would have already hit the cat with the pan. Throwing the trash in her hand into the trash can, the middle-aged nanny shook her head. She really didn't know what Xiaoxia and Professor Ye were thinking. Weren't they afraid that the child would have problems? Although the nanny hadn't been here for long, she usually chatted with some of the teacher's family members in the compound when she was bored and knew some things. She heard that the child in Xiaoxia's belly was not guaranteed to be healthy. Even if there were no abnormalities found so far, who knew? Many people said that even if there were no abnormalities, the child's IQ was very likely to be different from ordinary children. There were such examples before. Now the child was in his teens, but his IQ was not even comparable to those in kindergarten. Wind from an empty cave may not be without cause. These people's guesses were also well-founded. After all, according to the time when Xiaoxia was accidentally pregnant, she was following up on a project of Lord Zen. That project came into contact with some radioactive elements. Even if there were protective measures, but even the doctors in the affiliated hospital were not optimistic. In order to avoid trouble if he took the elevator and other people bumped into him, Zheng Tan chose to take the stairs. It was only 6 floors. Zheng Tan climbed 5 floors every day. This height was nothing to Zheng Tan. When he arrived at room 606, Zheng Tan jumped up and pressed the doorbell. The nanny should still be downstairs. It was not convenient for Xiaoxia to move around at home alone, so after Zheng Tan pressed the doorbell twice, he squatted in front of the door and waited. After waiting for a while, the door opened. At first, Xiaoxia thought that the nanny didn't bring the key and didn't see anyone when she opened the door. She looked down and saw Zheng Tan squatting in front of the door. Before Xiaoxia could see what Zheng Tan was holding in his mouth, Zheng Tan had already run through the door. He jumped onto the moon chair in Xiaoxia's room and lay on his stomach, panting. Xiaoxia took the small cup that Zheng Tan used to drink water from the water dispenser. She tested the temperature of the water before putting it on the desk. Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk and drank some water. In fact, he was not very thirsty. He stopped after licking 2 mouthfuls. In the past, Zheng Tan was not used to this way of drinking water. Later, he gradually got used to this non-human way of drinking water. Xiaoxia was really happy to see Zheng Tan. She didn't expect this black cat to come again in the afternoon after coming in the morning. Xiaoxia knew what the eyes of the people around her meant. Therefore, many times Xiaoxia was not willing to go out and face those people. Occasionally, when she went out for a walk, she would choose to do so when there were fewer people around. There were always those people who seemed to care about you, but every word they said stabbed you in the heart. However, Every time she was with this cat, Xiaozhua always felt especially relaxed. Therefore Xiaozhua had already made up her mind that if she could come back in the future, she would also raise a cat at home. Zheng Tan finished drinking the water and saw that Xiaozhua was still looking at him. He did not notice the grass on the moon chair, so he used his chin to point in the direction of the moon chair. When Xiaozhua saw this, she looked towards the moon chair. Xiaozhua picked up the grass on the chair. When she saw it clearly, her face was full of disbelief. She looked at Zheng Tan and then at the grass in the palm of her hand. 9 leaves, like the petals of a flower, stacked together. The smallest leaf in the center was only that big, but it was indeed 9 leaves. Xiaozhua heard from the junior who had transferred to another hospital that the 4-leaf clover had given her that the extra leaf of the lucky grass represented luck. There were also the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th leaves. They all had their own meanings. What did the 9th leaf represent? It represented a narrow escape, the good luck of a phoenix's nirvana. A narrow escape, the phoenix's nirvana, although it was just a legend, something that people used to comfort themselves, when people were at the bottom of the valley, when they were close to despair, there would always be something that made them persevere. It could be a belief, a person, something, or some obsession. After knowing that she was pregnant, although Xiaozhua did not show much on her face, she had never let go of her worries. She hoped that her child would be healthy. It did not need to be too smart as long as it was healthy. However, the word healthy was an extravagant hope for someone in Xiaozhua's situation. The gazes of the people around her and the words they said behind her back were so oppressive that Xiaozhua could not breathe. And now, the lucky grass with 9 leaves in her hand made Xiaozhua suddenly have the urge to cry out loud. The 9-leaf clover in her hand was not big. People had always thought that it was just a legendary 9-leaf clover. It was as if Xiaozhua had seen a shining star in the darkness of despair. Where the star pointed was the direction of hope. Zheng Tan stood on the desk while Xiaozhua sat on the recliner looking down at the grass in her hand. Therefore Zheng Tan could not see the expression on Xiaozhua's face. However, seeing the droplets of tears falling, Zheng Tan was also at a loss. Crying? It can't be, right? It's just a piece of broken grass. Is there a need to cry? Pregnant women are so sentimental. Shaking his beard, Zheng Tan really did not know how to react. Not long after, Xiaozhua sniffed and said, "A 4-leaf clover is not easy to find. Many people can't find one even after searching for a long time. I didn't expect you to be able to find this." Zheng Tan really wanted to say that this 4-leaf clover was not difficult to find. Really, Old Man Lan had a lot of them hidden in his flower shed. "Child, even if mommy can't come back in the future and can't accompany you, Brother He will accompany you," Xiaozhua whispered. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. In his mind, he recalled the scene of a little kid in Huang's house grabbing Huang's tail and sending it into his mouth. Then Zheng Tan was horrified. "I don't want to take care of children. Calling him Brother He is useless. I can't even call him Daddy. I'm just a cat now. They'll grab my tail and pull my ears. They'll even cry at me for no reason." Zheng Tan was a little confused by Xiaozhua's reaction. Xiaozhua even said that she wanted to thank Zheng Tan properly. However, looking at Xiaozhua's expression, Zheng Tan was afraid that something bad would happen. With such a big belly and so sentimental, was it really okay? Fortunately, at this moment the nanny came back. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to run out. Not long after, when Zheng Tan met Xiaozhua again, who was walking outside with the nanny to bask in the sun, Xiaozhua showed Zheng Tan the pendant hanging around her neck. The pendant was slightly bigger than a longan fruit. Inside it was the 9-leaf clover that Zheng Tan found. The material that wrapped the clover was unknown. It was neither plastic nor glass. The material was transparent. However, because of the plant inside, the pendant looked green and full of vitality. The nanny was sitting on another chair 10 meters away. She was a little far from Xiaozhua and Zheng Tan. She could not see what Xiaozhua was hanging and was not interested. Now her attention was on Zheng Tan. She was afraid that Zheng Tan would run over. If Xiaozhua was not here, the nanny would have run away the moment she saw Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt that Xiaozhua was a little different today. Compared to the Xiaozhua before, Xiaozhua felt more lively. Unlike before, even when she smiled, there was a trace of melancholy. Zheng Tan yawned and shook his fur. Seeing that Xiaozhua and the nanny had walked away, Zheng Tan continued to walk forward. He was going to go to Jiao Pa's office to sleep. Recently, Jiao Ma's colleagues often came to the house to play, so Zheng Tan did not want to stay at home and face those unfamiliar people. When he arrived at the biology building, Zheng Tan did not immediately go to Jiao Pa's office. He saw a group of people dissecting white mice in the public laboratory on the first floor. Although he did not see EXN, Zheng Tan saw a familiar face. Wasn't this the beef jerky? Zheng Tan did not remember Su Chu's name, but he remembered his inner Mongolian beef jerky. Su Chu's size was very eye-catching among those people. He was wearing a sweater inside and a white lab coat on the outside. After the winter break he had put on some weight and looked like a polar bear. Zheng Tan was suddenly interested. He squatted on a camphor tree outside the window of the public laboratory on the first floor and looked over there. The windows of the laboratory were not all closed, so Zheng Tan could hear the voices of those people inside. At the beginning of March, the scores of the graduate entrance examination were announced. As for the cutoff score for the second round, because Tsinghua University was an independent university, the cutoff score was released before the national cutoff score. In the middle of March, all the faculties announced the cutoff score one after another. When Zheng Tan was at home he heard Jiaopa mention that the big guy did not exceed the cutoff score by much, but at least he passed the cutoff score. It was reasonable to say that the second round would take 2 weeks, and it was based on the ratio of 1:1. With a 2:1 ratio difference, those who passed the cutoff score would be eliminated. However, when the scores of the first round were announced, many people with higher scores had already started to contact the teachers in the university. As for those with lower scores, they had already started to look for connections to find a teacher they liked and settle down. After all, the person who decided whether you could stay or not was still the teacher who had a spot for the graduate entrance examination. If the teacher decided on you, you would pass regardless of your score. Therefore, many people had already decided before the second round. When the time came, the second round was just a formality. This was a semi-public internal rule, and many universities were like this. Zheng Tan only knew about it when he heard Jiaopa and Jiaoma's discussion. As for the beef jerky guy, Jiaopa seemed to have already decided on him. Otherwise, he would not have let him come over to familiarize himself with the laboratory. At this moment, the big guy was laughing and chatting with the others. His hands were not careless at all, and his knife skills were very sharp. After the dissection, the tweezers could accurately find the part to be sampled. Su Chu's score for the first round was not high. Under normal circumstances, people like this were more likely to be eliminated in the second round. However, Su Chu was now standing in the laboratory to study under the instructions of Associate Professor Jiao. This meant that this person had already been decided. He would officially become a member of the university in September. The other senior graduate students in the university also understood the significance of this. Therefore, they were very willing to accept this prospective junior. In the past 2 days, the big guy often helped some of the seniors in the university carry things and helped the seniors take samples. Therefore, he was quite popular. As for the results, So what if you came in first in the second round? Those who had experienced it before knew that once you entered the university, you would only look at the published articles and the impact factor of the articles. Everything else was bullsh*t. There were so many classes in the first year of postgraduate studies. As long as you skipped classes to do experiments in the laboratory, your respective supervisors would be happy. Some of the more easygoing supervisors would even help cover up for you, approve leave requests and so on. When Xianxia first entered the university, her score was not even in the top 10. But now, when the famous people of this year were mentioned, who would dare to ignore such a person? Xianxia's name was still hanging on the university's annual honor list. As for the top 10 of the exam results, how many people still remembered them now? When others asked about Su Chu when they heard that he was Xianxia's junior, Associate Professor Jiao's subordinate, their attitude became much better, at least on the surface. "Senior, the kidney has been extracted," Su Chu shouted. The senior that Su Chu called was not Xian. The other seniors in the university all called him senior. The difference was that Xian was Su Chu's direct senior. They belonged to the same supervisor. However, they usually addressed each other in the same way. There was no distinction between direct and collateral relatives. The senior who wanted to take a sample was talking to someone at the moment. The person next to him heard and said with a smile, "Hey, your kidney has been extracted." Several other people who were taking samples also jeered with Su Chu, "Senior, your kidney." The senior held a pair of tweezers and pointed at Su Chu, who was the biggest among them, and said, "If you jeer again, I'll cut open your body and take your kidney too." Su Chu was obviously familiar with them. He said cheekily, Come on senior, take it. Take mine." At this time, Xian was about to step in with the documents in her hand. She was followed by a few undergraduates. Before they entered the laboratory, they heard Su Chu's cheeky words. The expressions on the faces of the undergraduates were quite subtle. Xian wanted to cover her face. "Boss Jiao, can we return the goods?" Zheng Tan squatted on the tree outside and laughed. This Su Chu was really a fool. Chapter 54. Jing Tan had an impression of this person. Jing Tan had seen him a few times when he came here. Jing Tan had heard people call him Professor Ren. This Professor Ren was one of the young returnees that the institute had introduced last year. He was very popular among the students, especially the female students. Professor Ren was only in his early 30s, but his file was already glorious. He also had the halo of a returnee. Otherwise the institute would not have recruited him. Speaking of which, Professor Ren and Jiao Pa's research was in the same direction. To some extent they were competitors. However, Professor Ren was already a full professor while Jiao Pa was still an associate professor. The difference was not small. Professor Ren had a London accent when he spoke English. Coupled with his good looks and his pretentious words and deeds, he was also one of the people that the students talked about in private. However, Jing Tan had always felt that this person was too fake. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. In the few times that he had met him, Jing Tan knew that this person always had a kind smile when facing students, teachers and leaders. He looked very gentlemanly. Many female students praised Professor Ren behind his back for being very gentlemanly. However, Jing Tan felt that every time this person looked at him, there was an indescribable malice. He originally thought that this person did not like cats and treated all cats this way. However, Jing Tan later rejected this idea. Even if this person did not like other cats, he would not have such malice. When this person faced cats, he removed his usual disguise. The smile in his eyes was cold. Therefore, Jing Tan felt very uncomfortable when he saw the smile on this person's face. He always felt that this person was up to no good. "Hello, Professor Ren." A few students passed by and greeted the person. Professor Ren also responded with a smile. Jing Tan, who was squatting on a tree and watching this scene, curled his lips. Sure enough, this person looked at others differently than he did himself. What AF** king hypocrite. Jing Tan tried his best to recall and was sure that he had never interacted with this person before. The professor had a house outside the university and did not live in the family compound. Usually, when Jing Tan came to the biology building, he would just squat outside occasionally or climb into the Jiao Pa's office to sleep. After that, he had nothing else to do. Many of the teachers in the school knew that Associate Professor Jiao had a black cat at home. They often saw the Associate Professor Jiao using his small electric scooter to carry his cat home. In addition, Jing Tan did not cause any trouble when he came here. He was very well behaved, so some of the teachers and students would occasionally take the initiative to call him Black Charcoal, and would not throw stones to chase him away. Only Professor Ren looked like he wanted to kill him. "I didn't steal your wife, so why are you looking at me like that?" Jing Tan was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head to look. "Black Charcoal, I didn't expect you to be here." The person who came was Zhao Lu, the daughter of the director of the Changwei Group, Zhao Zhang. During the Chinese New Year, although Director Zhao and Zhao Lu did not come over personally, they sent people over to give their New Year's greetings and gifts. After all, Director Zhao had too many things to do, and Zhao Lu, as the daughter of the Changwei Group, definitely had some necessary social activities. Both of them were busy people. The Jiao family did not lack snacks or fruits, and Jiao Ma did not need to buy her own cosmetics anymore. Every few days, Zhao Lu would send people over to deliver things. Today was the same. Zhao Lu happened to be free for the next 2 days. She did not have classes in the afternoon, so she bought some things and went to the Jiao family. In the end, only Jiao Ma and a few of her colleagues were in the Jiao family. Zhao Lu did not see Jing Tan, so she decided to go to the Jiao Pa to ask about Jing Tan's recent situation and Jiao Pa and Yuanzi's company. Mr. and Mrs. Jiao didn't disclose Zhao Li's identity to the public. They only said that he was a friend's child. However, Mrs. Jiao's colleagues were still confused when they saw Zhao Li carrying so many snacks and some imported cosmetics for Mrs. Jiao. However, since the host didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Zhao Li did not expect to see Jing Tan outside the Institute of Biological Sciences. But every time she saw Jing Tan, Zhao Li was happy. At this time, she also noticed the person standing not far away. She knew that he was Associate Professor Jiao's teacher, but she was not familiar with him. So she just greeted him casually. Professor Ren smiled warmly. "You're not from our department, right?" "Yes, I'm just here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for? Do you need help?" "No, thank you." Zhao Lu maintained a polite smile, but there was a sense of alienation in her smile. After Professor Ren walked into the building and disappeared, Zhao Li's smile faded. She frowned and looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting on the tree. "Did you offend him?" "How the F*** would I know?" Jing Tan pulled his ears, jumped down from the tree and stretched. Let's go and look for Professor Jiao. Xiaolu took out a cloth bag from her bag. The name of a snack brand was printed on it. Xiaolu had always folded the bag and put it in her bag in case of emergencies. She did not expect to use it now. Zheng Tan looked at the bag that Xiaolu opened, shook its whiskers and jumped into the bag. Xiaolu felt that her hand was heavy, and she almost lost her grip on the bag. Did you get fatter? Xiaolu smiled. Zheng Tan looked at itself. It could not be, right? Although it was not exercising properly, it was not fat. It was clearly strong. 2 days ago, when it went to Xiaogui's place to shoot the advertisement, Xiaogui even praised it. It said that the other cats in the shop were all fat, but only Zheng Tan was strong. Xiaogui also wanted the cats in his shop to exercise more. Spring was coming and they needed to exercise. Regardless of what Zheng Tan thought, Xiaolu still carried the bag into the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked towards Jiao Pa's office. The Jiao Pa was searching for documents in front of the computer. Hearing the knock on the door, she said, "Come in." Seeing Xiaolu come in, the Jiao Pa quickly stood up to greet her. She pulled a clean chair for Xiaolu. The other chairs were not cleaned yet. Miss Xiao was not like Su Chu and EXN. The Jiao Pa had to be careful. After inviting Xiaolu to sit down, the Jiao Pa saw Zheng Tan coming out of the bag. She did not pay much attention to it. Her cat was a regular here, so there was no need to say anything. Zhao Lu and Associate Professor Jiao talked about some things, including the recent progress of their company. Changwei Group and Associate Professor Jiao's company did not have much interaction, so they were not competitors. Zhao Lu was very willing to help. While they were talking, Zheng Tan lay on the small chair with her eyes closed and ears perked up to listen to the content of their conversation. Now Jiao Pa and Yuanzi's company had a firm foothold and was developing well. Graduation season was coming, and many graduates had already started to look for jobs. Recently, Yuanzi had been poaching people from various universities. What they lacked now was talent. "Oh right, Professor Jiao, how much do you know about Professor Ren Chong?" Zhao Lu suddenly asked. When Zhao Lu entered the building, she saw the introduction of the professors on the first floor of the Institute of Biological Sciences. She knew that the professor was the overseas returnee that the institute had introduced. In order to show that the institute valued these overseas returnee professors, they had specially set up a special column to introduce them. It had been hanging in the lobby of the first floor all this time. Professor Rin? The Jiao Pa was surprised that Zhao Lu would ask about him. Not much. The Jiao Pa told Zhao Lu and Zheng Tan about what they knew about Professor Ren. Zhao Lu and Zhao Lu were puzzled. It did not sound like they had any grudges. What? Miss Zhao, are you interested in Professor Ren? Professor Ren is very popular among the girls in our institute. The Jiao Pa joked. Zhao Lu did not laugh. After all, she was the daughter of the head of Changwei Group. She was very sensitive to certain things. Zhao Lu shook her head and said, "I saw Professor Ren downstairs just now. Black charcoal was on the tree." Professor Ren's attitude towards black charcoal didn't seem to be very good. Hearing this, the Jiao Pa looked at Zheng Tan and asked, "Did you offend him?" Zheng Tan glanced at the Jiao Pa. "I really don't know how I offended him." The Jiao Pa could not think of a reason at the moment, but he still thanked Zhao Lu for her reminder. After Zhao Lu left, the Jiao Pa poked Zheng Tan and said, "Next time you see Professor Ren, stay away from him. He is not as kind as he looks. You should be careful not to be dragged to the laboratory table and dissected by him." Zheng Tan felt a chill down his spine. After hearing the Jiao Pa's words and recalling the look in Professor Ren's eyes, he could not tell if that was what Professor Ren meant. For the sake of his life, Zheng Tan decided to listen to the Jiao Pa and stay away from that hypocritical Professor Ren. At around 6 p.m., the Jiao Pa took Zheng Tan home after settling the matter. As usual, Zheng Tan squatted in the basket of the Jiao Pa's small electric car. At this time, many teachers were off work and going home, so there were more cars at the intersection. When they arrived at an intersection, there were a few cars in front of them. The Jiao Pa temporarily stopped and waited. While they were waiting, a silver-gray private car stopped next to the Jiao Pa's small electric car. It seemed like it was also waiting for the cars at the intersection to turn. The windows of the silver-gray car were rolled down, revealing the person in the driver's seat. Professor Ren. Since the Jiao Pa saw Professor Ren, he could not pretend that he did not see him, so he greeted him. Professor Ren, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the basket. At this time, the cars in front of them had finished turning. The silver-gray car next to them closed its windows and slowly drove away. The Jiao Pa was riding on the small electric car. He felt strange. He noticed that Zhao Lu was right. There was something wrong with Professor Ren. Associate Professor Jiao knew that Professor Ren was hostile towards him. The institute had received a quota to encourage and support young teachers. In the end, they chose Professor Ren and the Jiaopa. In terms of qualifications, Professor Ren was obviously more qualified. After all, he had the word righteous. However, after a discussion among the leaders of the institute, they decided on the Jiaopa. Because of this, when the Jiaopa saw Professor Ren in the institute, he felt that Professor Ren's smile was fake and hostile. In that brief glance, the Jiaopa felt that Ren Chong was even more hostile towards him. There was something else hidden in the hostility, but the Jiaopa could not figure out the reason. No matter what, it was better not to let his cat come to the institute in the future. Who knew if Ren Chong was a psychopath? On the other hand, Ren Chong drove back to the villa he bought. After he returned to his house, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was connected after a while. "How's the investigation going?" Ren Chong asked. The person on the other end of the phone talked to Ren Chong for about 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Ren Chong did not speak, but his expression was very bad. If the students of the Institute of Biological Sciences saw Professor Ren at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop. No one would have thought that the usually smiling and gentlemanly Professor Ren would have such a gloomy and fierce expression. Although his expression was very bad, his tone was the same as before. After the person on the other end finished speaking, Ren Chong said, "I understand. Continue to investigate." After hanging up the phone, Ren Chong sat on the sofa and thought about some of the things that had happened after he returned to China. Generally speaking, it was quite smooth until he met Jiao Mingxing. Jiao Mingxing was just a local associate professor. He had never been abroad, so he did not know the limits of his abilities. Did he really think that he was so great after being praised by those students who did not know anything? In terms of value, how could a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingxing compare to him? Those old guys in the institute and the few people in the university who made the decisions were really blind. From the moment he lost his place, Ren Chong knew that his obstacle had appeared. Before he returned to China, Ren Chong had met a few people at a banquet. One of them had learned some divination. Ren Chong had never believed in divination, so he did not take the person's words to heart. After arriving at Tsinghua University, not long after he lost his place, he happened to see Associate Professor Jiao driving his black cat home. At that moment, Ren Chong remembered what the person at the banquet had said. If you return to China to develop your career, pay attention to the cat. The biggest obstacle in your way might be the cat. If the biggest obstacle was a human, Ren Chong would have believed it. However, if it was a cat, Ren Chong would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Not only Ren Chong but the people around him also did not believe it. Even the person who did the divination had some doubts about the results of his divination. Later on, he even apologized and said that it might be because he was not good enough and had not learned for long. Everyone was just playing around and did not take it too seriously. But now Ren Chong had to take it seriously. Based on the information he had just learned, Ren Chong felt that it was hard to imagine. No wonder so many people said that the black cat was evil. Yi He, the dean of the School of Physics and the wife of the principal, who was known as Lord Buddha, Lan Tiesu, an old professor who had retired from the School of Biological Sciences but still had influence, the famous chairman of the Changwei Group and his daughter Zhao Lu. These people took care of Jiao Mingxing openly and secretly. Even if they did not, no one knew if they were secretly involved. Sometimes, a word from these people was worth a few years or even decades of hard work. And the one who played an important role in this was only a cat that looked very ordinary. Although they did not find out how the cat was connected to these people, the fact was that it was undeniable. This was only what they had found so far. As for those who had not been found, how many people were connected to the cat? How many people could support Jiao Mingxing? Ren Chong never thought that he would lose to a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingxing. He heard that the institute had already arranged for Jiao Mingxing to go abroad. The fastest he could go abroad was a year. When he came back a year later, the associate on Jiao Mingxing's head would be removed. Ren Chong did not want Jiao Mingxing to go so smoothly. Now the cat was like a thorn in Ren Chong's throat. Ren Chong could not wait to pull it out. Some things were better removed as soon as possible. Originally, Ren Chong was going to take care of it himself, but he still underestimated the cat's influence. He did not expect that a cat would involve so many people. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Ren Chong was not going to get involved and let others do it for him. When dealing with cats, there were always professionals. Chapter 55. Zheng Tan felt like he was being watched for the past 2 days. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but the feeling was very strong. Because of Jiao Pa's instructions, Zheng Tan didn't go to the biology building to avoid Ren Baqian. Not only that, but he also rarely left the courtyard at night. He only went out during the day when he couldn't hold it in. Usually, he would wait for the two children at the entrance of Fu Elementary School around 5 p.m. and then go home together. Even if he went out at night, he would only take a walk in the courtyard. He wouldn't go out of the courtyard, let alone to the alley in the old building. There were a lot of people during the day, so the campus was full of people. After all, it wasn't a closed school, so the checks on people entering and leaving the school weren't that strict. However, Zheng Tan couldn't relax until he found out why he was being watched. On this day, Zheng Tan found a big sycamore tree not far from the Dong family courtyard and climbed up to take a nap. Sure enough, it was safer to be high up, and the view was wider. Zheng Tan yawned. He thought too much last night and didn't sleep well, so he had to catch up on sleep during the day. Jiao Ma and a few colleagues recently had a teaching project to collaborate on. In a few months, Jiao Yuan would be entering junior high school. Jiao Ma also had to show her presence among the junior high school teachers. When the time came, Jiao Yuan would be able to gain more benefits from the school. The other families had elderly people or children who hadn't gone to kindergarten, so it wasn't convenient to visit them. In the end, they settled on Jiao family. Therefore, Zheng Tan wandered outside every day during the day. When he was tired, he would climb up a tree and sleep. If it rained, he would go to De Pang's house. After all, Zheng Tan didn't want to stay at home and face those junior high school teachers. Zheng Tan was drowsily dozing off when the feeling of being watched came again. Zheng Tan moved his ears, but he didn't hear any strange sounds. There were only students walking around. Not far away there was a cleaner sweeping the floor. From time to time there were cars passing by. Not far from here there was a sports field. Occasionally there would be some cheering from there. These were all very common sounds and Zheng Tan was already used to it. However, the feeling of being watched made Zheng Tan restless. Thus, Zheng Tan opened his eyes and scanned the area below the tree. He still didn't find anyone suspicious. However, Zheng Tan was more careful this time. He tried his best to remember those who were walking slowly or sitting on the benches and grass, as well as those who didn't move quickly. If the other party wanted to keep an eye on them, they would definitely not move quickly. Coming down from the tree, Zheng Tan came to a cafeteria near the teaching area of the school. After looking around, he found a big tree in the north corner of the cafeteria and jumped onto it. With his back facing the road, he continued to lie down and sleep. After a while, when the feeling of being watched rose again, Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cafeteria across from him. The reason why Zheng Tan chose this cafeteria and the tree in the north corner was because of the SLR glass in the north corner of the second floor. Because there was an office in the corner of the second floor, it was renovated with SLR glass. Only the inside could see the outside. If one looked from outside the cafeteria, it could be used as a mirror. Zheng Tan looked at the reflection of the glass and observed the people inside. Then he compared them with the people he remembered. Finally, Zheng Tan's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary student. The student was carrying a backpack and holding a book in his hand. He slowly walked towards the cafeteria. During this process he looked at where Zheng Tan was every 2 steps. Finally, he came to the grass in front of the cafeteria and sat down, spreading out his book. Before Zheng Tan came over, this person was reading on the grass not far from the sycamore tree that Zheng Tan was under. There were many students reading on the grass like this. When Zheng Tan opened his eyes and looked over, he also had his head down, so Zheng Tan didn't notice him. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan got up and stretched. Then he looked around casually. Sure enough, that person lowered his head again. Zheng Tan lay down and continued to sleep facing the hall, but his eyes were looking at the SLR glass in the cafeteria. Just as Zheng Tan guessed, that person raised his head and looked in Zheng Tan's direction again. And every few seconds he would look over here. Zheng Tan was puzzled. Who was this person? Why was he spying on him? Moreover, even if he was spying on him, the target was only a cat. Was there a need to be so cautious? Zheng Tan couldn't understand. Could it be that he was too famous in the advertisement and someone wanted to take him away? That was how it was on TV. Otherwise, why would a cat with no value be spied on like this? Since he had found a suspect, Zheng Tan was going to go against him. Zheng Tan was very regular every day. In the morning he came out with the children, walked around, and came to the tree north of the cafeteria to sleep. At the same time he was also spying on that person. At noon he would go home for lunch and take a nap. In the afternoon he would come out with the 2 children, jump on the same tree and continue to spy on him. Sometimes he was afraid of being discovered, so Zheng Tan would change places. Some of the supermarkets and snack shops in the school also had this kind of SLR glass. It wasn't that Zheng Tan was overly cautious. It was just that the other person's behavior of spying on a cat made Zheng Tan feel uneasy. No matter what, it was better to be careful. A week later, Zheng Tan found that the person was gone. The feeling of being spied on also disappeared. No more spying? Or could it be that there was a next step? Zheng Tan's doubts only lasted for one day. The next night after dinner, Zheng Tan and Jiao Ma went out together. Jiao Ma went to find friends to dance and exercise. Zheng Tan walked around the courtyard. Sometimes when he was bored he would play with the dogs in the courtyard. Huang and Sheriff were both locked up at home. Huang had been castrated so he might be quieter. However, Sheriff couldn't stay idle. When he was first locked up at home he kept barking. However, he had someone at home to play with him so he gradually stopped barking. During the day he would occasionally be let out to play, but he was absolutely not allowed to go out at night. Therefore, if Zheng Tan wanted to find a cat to walk with him, he could only find De Pang. However, this fat man always squatted on his balcony and rarely came out to walk. After playing with Zhuang, Zheng Tan walked around the courtyard in boredom. It was almost 8:30. Jiao Ma and her friends would return from their dance party at 9 o'clock. Jiao Pa was at home today. Jiao Yuan's homework included dictation. After the dictation, Jiao Pa still had to sign, so Jiao Pa didn't go out that night. Therefore, Zheng Tan planned to wait for Jiao Ma to come back and follow her upstairs. As he walked, Zheng Tan suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Moving his ears, Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the sound. It was close to the courtyard wall and was considered a remote place in the courtyard. There were some osmanthus trees and wintersweet trees planted there to beautify and decorate the courtyard. However, Zheng Tan and his friends didn't usually play there. After all, there were too few trees here and the trunks were thin. It wasn't fun to sharpen one's claws and climb a tree. Compared to the small forest next to the family courtyard, this place was much more boring. Therefore, Zheng Tan and Huang preferred to walk a few more steps to the small forest outside the courtyard to play. However, Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the sound of wings flapping. It was a bit strange. Was it a bird? If it were other cats, they would definitely go in that direction. Cats didn't hunt for food. Hunting was their nature. If they heard the sound of birds, they would definitely go over. However, Zheng Tan was different. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in catching birds at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps back, Zheng Tan heard a small sound again. It sounded like someone sighing in exasperation. Although the sound was deliberately lowered, Zheng Tan still heard it. As Zheng Tan walked, he pretended to play with the branches and glanced at the courtyard wall from the corner of his eyes. The street lamp was more than 10 meters away and could only illuminate the road. It was still very dark on the side of the tree, but Zheng Tan still noticed the head on the courtyard wall with the advantage of being a cat. Something was wrong. After Zheng Tan pretended to scratch the branches twice, he heard the cage flapping a few more times. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to go over and see what was going on. Although he was curious, Zheng Tan still paid attention to the movements around him. He didn't want to get hit for no reason. The trees here were all about 3 or 4 meters tall. Although there weren't many, they were quite dense. From the surroundings, it was impossible to see what was going on under the trees. The flapping sound came from under the osmanthus trees. As he approached the osmanthus trees, Zheng Tan smelled the scent of birds and other smells. The flapping sound of wings was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. It was just like when Zheng Tan saw the cage used to catch mice in Xiao Chu's house. When Xiao Chu patted the mouse cage, it was similar to this sound. Cage. Cat catcher? Cat catcher, or specifically to catch him? Zheng Tan's heart was full of questions. Logically speaking, there should be fewer people catching cats at this time, not to mention that this was the family compound of the university. How could these people be so bold? Zheng Tan had already walked under the osmanthus trees. As he slowly approached, he saw the cage. There were some leaves on the cage for cover. One side of the cage was open. That was the opening of the cage. The cage was about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. A sparrow could be seen fluttering inside the cage from time to time. Perhaps it had sensed Zheng Tan's approach, for the sparrow fluttered even more violently. However, since it was chained inside the cage, it couldn't get out at all. It could only flap its wings inside the cage. Sometimes, when it struggled too violently and shook too hard, its wings would hit the top of the cage and hit the cage. Sensing that the predator was getting closer and closer, it made a few frightened cries. When Zheng Tan approached the cage, De Pang, who was squatting on the balcony on the first floor of the B family building, suddenly moved its ears and opened its eyes. It looked at the old lady in the room who was wearing reading glasses and fastening buttons. It made a low meow sound, like the warning sound other cats made when they encountered a threat, but it was a little different. After the old lady heard it, she stopped fastening the buttons and immediately put down the things in her hands. What's wrong? The old lady looked at Depang. Meow. The old lady frowned, then picked up the phone and called the guard. When she looked up again, Depang was gone. What the hell happened? The old lady whispered. She immediately put on her coat and took the stun baton, ready to see what happened. If it was just like last time when they encountered a thief, Depang wouldn't run out by himself, but this time, Jing Tan stood 1 meter in front of the cage and didn't get any closer. He just stood there and looked at the cage. At the same time, he paid attention to the person who was leaning against the wall and looking over here. However, because the trees here were too dense, there were too many branches and the branches were too lush. There was also a row of azaleas planted near the road, which blocked the view above and the side. However, Jing Tan couldn't see that person, and that person certainly couldn't see Jing Tan. Therefore, Jing Tan was going to wait and see when that person couldn't help but climb over the wall. As he was thinking, Jing Tan heard a meow sound. It was Depang, and it sounded like this guy was running over here. Whoosh. Depang had already jumped over the row of azaleas and came under the osmanthus tree. Seeing Jing Tan standing in front of the cage, he rushed over and slapped Jing Tan twice. Jing Tan reacted quickly and took 2 steps back to avoid Depang's claws. Depang arched his back and the hair on his back stood up. He lowered his ears and growled twice at Jing Tan, then at the cage. Jing Tan knew that Depang was warning him to stay away from the cage. Jing Tan shook his tail and walked over, ignoring Depang's look of imminent disaster. He raised his paw and gently patted his head, then walked to the back of the cage, not facing the opening of the cage. Depang was still meowing and preparing to come over. Jing Tan shook his tail, reached out his paw and grabbed the cage. He lifted the cage and slammed it twice. Depang pulled his ears. Obviously, he didn't expect Jing Tan to have such a reaction. After all, Depang wasn't human. Even if he was relatively smart, his thinking wasn't as good as a human's. If he were a human, he would definitely be shocked by Jing Tan's reaction. Lifting the cage and slamming it directly wasn't something a cat could do. After slamming it twice, Jing Tan looked at the cage. The door of the cage wasn't closed. It seemed that the mechanism inside hadn't been activated. The design was quite strict. Looking around, Jing Tan bent his paw and hooked a thin branch. He then put the branch inside and touched a place inside the cage. When the door of the cage closed, there was almost no time for the cat to react. If a cat was playing with a sparrow inside, it definitely wouldn't react before the door closed. Depang pulled his ears again and wagged his tail. He seemed a little confused, but he didn't look like he was about to face a disaster like before. After the cage closed, Jing Tan's attention was on the person on the wall. However, that person seemed to be more cautious and didn't immediately climb over the wall. Jing Tan understood what had happened a few days ago. These people had been monitoring him for so long and even placed the cage here. They had probably figured out his pattern of movement, and their target was most likely him. Awoo, Jing Tan roared twice at the top of his lungs. I don't believe that you can hold back and not move before I yell at the people in the yard. Hearing Jing Tan's roar, Depang also meowed loudly. In the family building, many people might not have heard it clearly, but the pets could hear it clearly. Huang and the sheriff could hear their 2 companions' cries, so they followed suit. The other dogs barked happily, especially the bulldog Zhuang. It barked and scratched the iron door with all its might. For a moment, the yard was filled with cats and dogs barking. The last time something like this happened was when they were catching a thief. Obviously, after that experience, the first thought that came to the people's minds when they heard the noise was, someone is here to steal again. Old Man Yin threw down the newspaper in his hand and hurried downstairs to open the door for Niu Zhuang. Quick, catch the thief. Before the door was fully opened, Niu Zhuang couldn't wait to squeeze out and run towards Jing Tan and the others. Old Manly didn't tie up his big dog. Seeing Old Man Yan's Zhuang run out, Old Manly untied the dog leash on Xiaohua's neck and watched his dog run away with Niu Zhuang. The Saint Bernard was so big, but it still had to perform at critical moments. It couldn't just be big and not do anything. Other than these 2, Sahara was also released by its owner. This guy was like on steroids again. It didn't care what its owner said behind it and kept running in the direction of Jing Tan and Depang. As for the other people's small dogs like Chihuahuas, Pekingese and Corgi, they weren't released. Regardless of whether they could catch the thief or not, even if they could, with the 2 big dogs and Niu Zhuang's ferocious lead the charge, the few small dogs would probably be accidentally hurt. On the other side, the person who had been watching the cat cages from the yard wall almost spat out blood when he heard the 2 cats roaring at the top of their lungs. F***ck, why did these cats suddenly roar so loudly? Chapter 56. What's going on? The Jiao Yuan stopped doing his homework. He was halfway through his dictation when he heard the commotion outside. Just like everyone else, the Jiao Yuan thought of the thief incident. He put down his pen and looked around. His cat wasn't back yet. The Jiao Pa put down his 6th grade language textbook and walked to the window to take a look. Young adults came out of the surrounding buildings one after another. Some curious children leaned against their windows or balconies to look outside. Soon they were pulled into the house by their parents. Sit down. The Jiao Pa called the Jiao Yuan, who was leaning against the window, over. He took out his phone to ask the others and also called the old lady on the first floor. After all, people who lived on the first floor could get the news faster. After hanging up the phone, the Jiao Pa thought for a moment and walked out of the Jiao Yuan's room. He opened the door and saw Chu Xiangyang, who was sitting across from him, open the door and look over. Hey brother Jiao, did you hear that? Xiao Chu, you're just in time. I was going to look for you. 1 minute later. Chu Xiangyang sat on the sofa in the Jiao family's living room. The associate professor Jiao asked him to stay and look after the children. The associate professor Jiao quickly went downstairs. The commotion in the East Burrows family compound was too big, and the process from quiet to noisy was too short. The person who caught the cat did not expect things to develop like this. They had never encountered such a situation when they were catching cats in residential areas. After hearing the loud cat calls from the osmanthus tree, the catcher immediately jumped over the wall and ran to the cage. He didn't dare to delay. Besides, he already heard the dog barking coming this way. With a beautiful leap, the catcher jumped over the row of azaleas. He didn't slow down and directly ran to the osmanthus tree. But before he could see the position of the cage, for cat claws scratched at him. Depang's claws were frightening. Even though his strength was not as great as Zheng Tan's, he was ruthless and neat enough. Moreover, the places he scratched were close to the cat's eyes. If he had been a little stronger or his claws were a little longer, the cat catcher's eyes would probably have been blinded. Even if he wasn't blinded, there were several deep blood stains from his eyebrows to his eyes and nose. Almost immediately, blood overflowed from the claw marks. Depang did not think about whether it had caught someone blind, or whether it would have to bear the consequences if it caught someone too badly. It had been trained to fight back when it was in danger. As for the trouble after that, someone would help it deal with it. It was the same for Zheng Tan. He scratched the same spot as Depang. As he controlled his strength, he would only cause temporary damage to that person's eyes and vision. Zheng Tan's scratches were much longer than Depang's, almost reaching his neck. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick the man twice when he rushed up. He used a little more strength than an ordinary cat. Zheng Tan didn't want to expose too much. Ah! A scream was heard. It was not loud, but it was obviously from the pain that he couldn't suppress. The man covered his face. He rushed over too fast and didn't stop, so he directly hit an osmanthus tree. After the successful attack, Depang quickly moved away and looked at him from 10 meters away. Zheng Tan didn't hide. Seeing that the catcher didn't even want the cage, he hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the yard wall. He wasn't going to let the man escape. Even if he couldn't beat him down, there were other ways. The man's eyes were probably injured. In the dark environment, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He hit several trees and still couldn't get out. Seeing that the man's back was facing him, Zheng Tan rushed over, jumped up and grabbed the man's pants. Strip. It was a pity that the man was wearing jeans and a belt. Zheng Tan couldn't take it off. The man felt a scratch on his thigh. He didn't look carefully, turned around and kicked hard. However, he didn't kick the cat. He tripped on a branch and fell on his back. The catcher didn't expect to catch a cat like this. The cat didn't enter the cage, but it was so bold to come up and scratch people. Didn't they say that domestic cats were more gentle? Most of the cats he had caught in the community before didn't have such bad tempers. The cat he was facing now didn't give up after scratching him once. It scratched him a second time. If he had been wearing sweatpants, his pants would have been taken off. However, the situation didn't allow the catcher to think too much. He had to run away quickly. However, before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Depang and Zheng Tan, who were squatting next to him, pulled their ears together. Niu Zhuangzhuang, you are so King awesome. Niu Zhuangzhuang had bitten people before. It was the same this time. It didn't think about the danger at all. It rushed up and bit him. This time, Niu Zhuangzhuang didn't bite his calf. Maybe it felt that its mouth had become bigger or for some other reason, but this time, it bit his butt. Since Niu Zhuangzhuang was here, Flowery and Sahara arrived soon. Flowery didn't bite people, but it could bite other things. Seeing that its companions had bitten, it also found something to bite. The catcher was wearing clothes with a hat. Flowery bit the hat on the man's clothes and dragged it backward. As it dragged, it shook its head and made a low growl. Originally, Flowery was just playing with toys. However, the catcher raised his hand to slap the big dog because the hat on his clothes was bitten. However, this slap made Flowery angry. It had a good temper, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't get angry. In addition, there were two companions next to it, so it gradually became serious. It used more strength, and its tearing action was much more violent than before. As Flowery tore and swayed, the catcher was also pulled to the side. He was already dizzy, and now he was even dizzier. Jing Tan thought of a movie he had seen before. It was called Cujo. In that movie, Saint Bernard dogs were once the symbol of terror. After coming back to his senses, Jing Tan looked at the situation again. The funny thing was that Flowery was biting the man's hat, and Sahara was biting the man's pants. The two dogs were pulling in opposite directions. Moreover, Niu Zhuangzhuang was biting in the middle. It had to be said that the catcher was really unlucky. The catcher was feeling terrible. His face was still burning and there was a dog biting his butt. There were two dogs eyeing him from head to toe. He was getting dizzier and dizzier. After he took a breath, he didn't bother to fight with the big dog. He reached into his pocket and searched. He searched. There was nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. Where was the knife? Jing Tan looked at the man's movements and knew what he was looking for. However, when the man fell and Niu Zhuangzhuang rushed up to bite him, Jing Tan took the opportunity to take the knife out of the man's pocket and threw it to the side. He didn't want the man to hurt the three dogs with the knife. The people in the courtyard weren't slow either. They quickly arrived. The first to arrive was the guard uncle. The guards in charge of this area were a few steps behind him. The guard uncle got to work quickly after he received the old lady's call. He was a retired soldier. Although his relatives had helped, it was mainly because of the old lady that he was able to come here to do this leisurely job. Her son had also helped arrange it, so he would often help the old lady a little. When the old lady called to explain the situation, he immediately notified the school's security office. He also came out with a flashlight and a shirt. He couldn't let the staff in the courtyard take the risk. However, the guard uncle was helpless when he arrived. The three dogs were too engrossed and their tempers were obviously aroused. He would definitely be implicated if he went up rashly. Scratching his head, the guard uncle looked at the two cats squatting next to him. What should we do? Jing Tan glanced at him, then walked over to the cat cage. The guard uncle shone the flashlight at Jing Tan and quickly recognized the use of the cage. He walked over and took the cage out. He looked at the sparrows that hadn't moved much. He also looked at some marks on the cage. Obviously, many cats had been caught in this cage. Wow, you've got guts. You actually came to the courtyard to trap cats. The guard uncle looked back at Depang, who was squatting on the side of the road as if it had nothing to do with him, and then looked at the cat catcher who was being bullied by the three dogs. He curled his lips. Coming here to trap cats, wasn't he looking for death? Even if the laws in this area weren't perfect in our country, since he was caught, he definitely wouldn't be let off easily. Moreover, the fat dragonly was involved. A few people from the compound came over and used their flashlights to look at the situation over there. They also heard the guard talk about the use of the cage, so they didn't go up to help the cat catcher. They just stood at the side and watched, chatting with the guard. It was the first time they had seen a cage used to catch cats, so they were curious. People like this who steal cats usually sleep during the day and start stealing cats around midnight. From midnight to 5 or 6 in the morning, they can steal 10 to 20 cats. Didn't you say that a lot of people lost their cats a while ago? It's all done by these people. But it's strange. This person looks like an experienced cat thief. He actually came here to steal cats, and at 8 or 9 in the morning. The guard uncle shook his head as he spoke. Jing Tan squatted not far away and listened to their conversation. He also wanted to know something about this. After all, before he became a cat, he didn't care about these things at all. But now he had no choice. After all, it was related to his life. Are they all stolen pet cats? Even if they're eaten, can't the merchants raise them? Chickens, pigs, and other livestock for eating, aren't there specialized factories to raise them? Why are they stealing house cats? A younger guy asked. The guard uncle smiled. Raise them? How is that possible? It's better to steal cats. It's faster and cheaper. Cats aren't like dogs. They're easy to catch. And these people have skills in trapping cats. They specialize in trapping big cats and let go of the small ones. They'll come back next year. Anyway, they don't have to spend their own money to raise cats. *mn. Did that mean that the cats that were raised so painstakingly were raised for these people? Also, Don't they often see stray cats? Catching stray cats is bad enough, but stealing house cats. The young man sighed. There aren't many stray cats. The market demand is high, so these people target domestic pet cats. Moreover, house cats are raised well and don't have diseases. They can be sold at a higher price. But the people who lose their cats are pitiful. A middle-aged teacher next to him also interrupted. That's right. After raising a cat for so long, they have feelings for it. Those who lose their cats will be sad for a long time. Wasn't that person before? After losing his cat, he couldn't eat or drink. Zheng Tan knew the person who lost his cat. He also lived in the east courtyard, but that family's cat didn't play with Zheng Tan and the others. That cat once ran into the first floor of Building B and climbed over the balcony to steal Depang's food. It was severely taught a lesson by Depang. But during the new year, Zheng Tan heard that the cat had disappeared. He didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Zheng Tan sighed. How much does this cat sell for? The young man asked curiously. Not much, just a few dozen yuan. Native cats are similar, so it's sold cheaply. After the cats were caught, some of them were skinned and sent to fur markets in other places. As for the cat meat, they were sold to restaurants or barbecue stalls. Some of the barbecue and skewers at street stalls might have cat meat in them, and some other foods might also have cat meat in them. Many people didn't even know that they had eaten them. Some cats are directly thrown into boiling pots to burn to death. It's said that chopping off the head and feet can be passed off as rabbit meat or other meat. This is the fur and cat meat business. There are also cat-catching organizations that do live cat business. After catching the cats, they're shipped to the south in truckloads. In the big cities, to get these truckloads of cats, they're all stolen house cats. No wonder Sister Ling kept her cat at home. I haven't seen her Huang recently. Right, are there many cat-catching organizations? The young man asked. There are many. Why don't you catch these people? The guard uncle paused and said, there are more cat-catching organizations than you think. They're all over the country. It's too complicated and involves too many things. Some people pull truckloads of cats to the south. Even if they're stopped halfway, they still have a license in their hands. There are always other legitimate reasons to avoid them. You can't catch them. Zheng Tan listened to their conversation and suddenly felt cold all over. Because he was now a cat, the feeling was even stronger. Connecting the conversation between the guard uncle and the few people, Zheng Tan knew that the cat that stole Depang's rations was lost and would never come back. The people in the courtyard gradually gathered here, and the people in the security office also rushed over. The 3 dogs were called back by their owners. As for the cat catcher, he was in quite a sorry state. His face was full of cat scratches, his trousers were torn, his buttocks were bleeding, and his clothes were torn into rags. But no one here sympathized with him. The woman who had just mentioned that the cat was lost was very emotional. She waved her hand and wanted to come over, but she was stopped by her husband. Under the osmanthus tree, the cat thief covered his face and lay there, blood still flowing from between his fingers. Soon, this person was taken away by the security office. But the people in the courtyard didn't stop discussing. Zheng Tan saw the jiaopa and ran over. It was safer to be with family. Depang was very excited when he saw the old lady. He rushed over and jumped on her. The old lady picked him up. Looking at the series of actions, it was obvious that she had done this kind of thing often. Zheng Tan watched from the side and was very surprised. Damn, this guy was fine just now, but now he's scared. *T fatty, with your weight, can't you understand that the old lady is already so old? Feeling Zheng Tan's gaze, Depang raised his head, squinted his eyes and shook his ears. He buried his head in the old lady's arms and continued to seek comfort. Every time he pretended to be pitiful, the old lady would give him more food after he went back. The jiaopa took Zheng Tan and walked with the old lady to their building. As they walked, they listened to the old lady talk about how Depang recognized the cat cage. Depang has been trained. My son said that the cat's biggest enemy is that thing, so every time I go to his place he will train Depang to avoid all kinds of cat cages and other cat traps. Cat thieves nowadays are so wicked. Chapter 57. The news that someone had stolen a cat from the East Side family compound spread like wildfire. No one expected that someone would try to trap a cat on a university campus, and at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, not in the middle of the night. It had to be said that the person who had set the cat was very brave. For a time, all the residents of Tsinghua University, including the West Side family compound, tied up their cats at home at night. Even if they screamed until their throats were broken, they would not let them out. If they were annoyed, they would send them to Xiaoguo for sterilization. It was said that sterilized cats would not be so noisy. No matter what, it was better than running out and being trapped. If the cat was trapped, it would probably become someone else's meal. So these 2 days, Xiaogua's pet center's business was very good. Even if some people did not want to perform surgery on their cats, they would run over to ask if there was any other way to keep their cats at home quietly. As for the cat thief who had been caught, the security guard found a motorcycle on the other side of the wall of the East Side family compound. There were several large woven bags on it. One of the bags had a few live sparrows in it. In addition, there was some food to lure the cat. Looking at these things, it was obvious that this person had done this many times. According to this person, he had only come over to trap a cat because he had heard the cats meowing. He had originally planned to go to a neighborhood not far from here. That was his main target. Zheng Tan heard all this when he was talking to the Jiaopa and the Jiaoma. However, Zheng Tan did not believe the cat thief's words at all. He felt that the person had come for him. It was too much of a coincidence. They had been carefully monitoring a cat, and now someone had come to steal the cat? Moreover, the person had come to the East Side family compound. Relatively speaking, there were not many cats in the East Side family compound. There were fewer cats than in some residential neighborhoods. Why would the person take the risk to come here at 8 or 9 o'clock to trap a cat? The time was just right when he usually went out. In the bedroom, the Jiaopa was holding a textbook in his hand, but his attention was not on the book. He felt that something was wrong and was inexplicably uneasy. No matter what, he should not let his cat go out. Zheng Tan and Jiaopa had the same idea. Since there were many things that they were unsure of and had doubts about, they might as well just stay at home. Not to mention Zheng Tan, even De Pang had been locked up at home for the past few days. They weren't even allowed to lie on the balcony. The old lady cherished De Pang. She was afraid that the cat that she had spent so much effort to raise would be taken away. After staying at home for a week, Zheng Tan began to feel uncomfortable again. One morning when Jiaoma sent Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo out, Zheng Tan followed them out. To be on the safe side, the Jiaoma asked Zheng Tan to follow her all the way to the Jiaoma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China. When the Jiaoma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China, she wanted to go to the market. Of course, Zheng Tan wouldn't go with her. However, the Jiaoma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China didn't want to let Zheng Tan wander around. Therefore, she told Zheng Tan to wait at the lawn in front of the school. Not long after the sun came out in the morning, the temperature had started to rise. Many flowers in the school had bloomed, and chirping birds were noisily shitting everywhere. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Students from the affiliated primary school and the affiliated primary school started their classes. The road became quiet again. Zheng Tan lay on a piece of landscape stone and yawned. Sure enough, he still needed to breathe in the fresh air occasionally. Before he could finish his yawn, Zheng Tan felt a sudden sense of crisis. It was similar to the situation when he was being watched a while ago, but this time, there was a strong sense of crisis. This was the first time Zheng Tan felt this way since he turned into a cat. He looked around vigilantly and finally, his eyes fell on a young man in gray sportswear. The young man was carrying a backpack and wearing a mask. His hands were in his pockets and he looked like an ordinary student. Due to the SARS incident last year, a lot of people wore masks when they went out. Although there weren't that many people wearing masks now, there were still some who did. Even those who rode electric scooters to work sometimes wore masks. The air in Chuhua City wasn't very good. Many places were under construction, so there was a lot of dust. Wearing a mask wouldn't be noticed. Although this person was wearing a mask, Zheng Tan still recognized him. This was the guy who was spying on him a while ago. Since he recognized him, Zheng Tan had to be alert. Seeing that the guy was walking towards him, Zheng Tan didn't want to confront him directly. There were too few people around and it was really disadvantageous for him. However, just as Zheng Tan was about to run, he felt a pain on his back. Ouch! He didn't have the strength to scream. The numbness had begun to spread quickly throughout his body. His vision was blurred, and his consciousness was gradually losing control. Zheng Tan rolled down from the landscape stone. On the side with his back facing the person, Zheng Tan struggled to pull off the pet tag from his neck. At this moment he was very glad that his cat tag rope was elastic. Even if he was caught, Zheng Tan wanted to let the Jiaopa know that something happened to him here. After taking off the cat tag and throwing it at the bottom corner of the landscape stone, Zheng Tan tried his best to squeeze into the bushes on the other side. Unfortunately, the numbness was too strong. His limbs were already weak and he fell to the ground after a few steps. There was also a needle in his back. *CK. They actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. In a daze, Zheng Tan felt that someone was approaching. Then one of his legs was grabbed and stuffed into a bag. Then the surroundings were dark. The young man seemed to be nervous and in a hurry. When he saw someone passing by on a bicycle, he quickly ran over, stuffed the cat into his bag and hurried away. He didn't notice the cat tag under the corner of the landscape stone. After buying groceries, Xiaoma carried a few big bags in her hands. She also bought ribs. She was going to cook a big meal for everyone. However, when she came back, her cat was no longer on the lawn. Before she left, her cat was lying on the stone. Did it go to play? Black charcoal. After calling twice, Xiaoma looked around the lawn. When she came to the back of the landscape stone, she found the cat tag that had fallen there. Xiaoma asked around. No one paid attention to the situation here. However, a teacher in the teaching building of affiliated primary school said that when he came out of the office, he saw a person wearing a mask go to the lawn. However, from this angle they couldn't see the lawn clearly. Xiaoma didn't care about the groceries in her hands. Instead, she quickly took out her phone and called Xiaopa based on her understanding of her cat. If it had been told to wait here, it wouldn't have left for no reason. Moreover, it had left the cat tag here. Her cat was so smart. Thinking about the cat incident a few days ago, Xiaoma was very worried. Was it really taken away? In the teaching building, Xiaopa was in class. He felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He looked at the screen, frowned, took out his phone and walked out of the professor's office. Usually, teachers weren't allowed to answer phone calls in class, except for emergencies. When Xiaopa saw Xiaoma's phone number, he knew it must be something urgent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him even though she knew he had classes in the morning. The students sitting in the classroom saw Associate Professor Jiao go out to answer a phone call. After a while, he came back in with a serious face. He turned off the projector and told everyone to study by themselves. Then he left in a hurry. The young man who had caught Jing Tan hurriedly walked out of Tsinghua University's campus. He was about to find a place to deal with the cat when the phone in his pocket rang. "Uncle, what's up?" "I'm leaving in an hour. If you're leaving, come here quickly." The person on the other side of the phone seemed to be worried. "Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you're leaving at night?" "No, it's an emergency. Come here quickly." After that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man hesitated, gritted his teeth and decided to leave first. He could deal with a cat anytime. However, it might be a little troublesome to get the money. An hour later, the young man appeared in a warehouse in the suburbs. In front of the warehouse was a small truck. Next to the truck was a man in his 40s or 50s, smoking. After seeing the young man, the man said impatiently, "What took you so long?" "I did a job." The young man didn't say much. He took out his backpack and showed it to the man. The man took a deep puff and threw away the cigarette butt. He took the backpack and opened the zipper. He saw a black cat in the backpack. He lifted the cat by its legs and looked at it. "Not bad. I can sell it for a good price. The fur is not bad. I'm sure people will buy it when I get rid of it. What should I do with this cat? My employer told me to kill it and I was about to throw it into the river when the time came." "Uncle, you called me. Why would you throw it away?" The man stared at the young man. "This cat is well fed. If we're lucky, we can sell it for a few hundred yuan with the meat and the shiny fur. It's not common to see pure black fur." "Okay." The young man agreed. Who wouldn't want to sell it for money? The man carried the cat into the truck and threw it into the cage. This medium-sized truck was filled with cages of cats. According to the cat's appearance and the price they could sell for, they were divided into several grades and kept in different cages. Outside the truck, there were some large cardboard boxes with some sundries inside. They were brought in by the people they helped, so they had more ways to make money. After throwing the cat into a cage on the upper level, the man closed the door of the truck, climbed into the driver's seat and drove away. The young man sat in the passenger seat. He didn't have time to ask some questions before, so he held it in until now. "Uncle, why are you in such a hurry?" "I don't know what's going on these 2 days. Someone checked and the fake IDs in the hands of a few of my fellows were found. Even the whole truck was detained. I'm afraid they'll investigate further. It's better to run away first." This time he didn't catch too many cats. The cages in the truck weren't full yet. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have stayed here for a few more days. Even if there were no cat traps, he could still drug a few dogs. Yesterday he saw a few big fat dogs. Investigate further? No way. It hasn't been like this in the past. The young man was surprised. Anyway, we don't plan to come to Tsinghua City for the next few months. The situation here is tense. I'm so King unlucky. This has never happened before. Didn't those people turn a blind eye to it? Why are they suddenly so serious now? the man complained as he drove. The young man in sportswear didn't care about his relatives' complaints. He took out his phone and started to make a call. He hadn't met the employer, but it didn't matter if he met the employer or not. The cat is settled. When will you transfer the money to me? The young man in sportswear asked. Is the cat dead? The person on the other side asked. It was shot with a tranquilizer gun. It's probably dead if it can't withstand it. Even if it can, it's useless. My uncle took it to the south and sold it to the market there. You don't have to worry about that. The person on the other side of the phone was silent and didn't speak. The young man thought that the other party didn't want to pay, so he was anxious. Chuhua City has been tense recently. You are also anxious. I risked being found out to help you. The tranquilizer gun cost a few thousand. Your deposit is all gone. You can't disappoint me. Don't worry. I promised you 30,000 yuan. I will transfer it to you later. Also, don't contact me in the future. After saying that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man listened to the beeping sound on the phone and cursed. What? That person wants to renege on the payment? The driver asked. Who knows? The young man sneered. Why did you buy a tranquilizer gun to trap a cat? The driver said disdainfully. I asked around. I heard that the cat has been trained. The employer also said that the cat is very smart. I was very careful even when I was monitoring it. The young man said and gradually changed the topic. He didn't say how much the employer had paid. In fact, he bought the tranquilizer gun secondhand from a friend. It was only a few hundred yuan. Even if the employer didn't pay, he still made a profit. The person who went to the eastern courtyard to trap the cat was contacted by the young man. He used that person to test the waters. If he managed to trap the cat, of course it would be better. The young man could get rid of him with a few dozen yuan. But the results proved that the cat was not easy to catch. Coincidentally, a friend had a tranquilizer gun, so the young man bought it. But the cat didn't come out for the next few days. He couldn't find a chance to catch it. It had dragged on for too long. He had to be more aggressive. He didn't know if there were any cameras around. If there were, it would be best for him to hide in the south for a while. He actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. The young man didn't expect it to be like this. In the cabin of the medium-sized truck, Zheng Tan and a few cats were squeezed together in the cage at the top. Many of the cats in the cage had been drugged. They were groggy and didn't make any noise. Even if the cats were awake, they would only make a noise occasionally. They probably didn't have much energy left. Zheng Tan, who was in a coma, didn't know that because of his disappearance, there was a hurricane in Chuhua City. A large number of cat traffickers were arrested. That night, several trucks carrying live cats and dogs were detained. The Jiaopai used his connections to see a camera installed in the elementary school. It could vaguely see the lawn. Although the image wasn't clear, it was enough to confirm that his cat had been taken away. The Jiaopai asked some friends, Celestine, Hitao, and the others to help. They looked everywhere for the cat. They searched the detained trucks and several places where cats were sold. When they saw a black cat, they sent it to a place and waited for the Jiaopa to identify it. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan wasn't among them. That night, many people couldn't sleep. At the same time, because of this incident, there were some conflicts of interest. There were all kinds of conflicts in the open and in the dark. Zheng Tan didn't know any of this. The amount of anesthetic used by the young man was quite heavy. If it were a normal cat, it probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Even if it did, it would have been in a coma for a few days. However, Zheng Tan was a special case. Zheng Tan woke up after a few hours. However, even if he woke up, he still didn't have any energy. He was surrounded by unfamiliar breaths and unfamiliar cats. Zheng Tan could feel their fear and confusion. He had to endure even if he was hungry or thirsty. A few cats were whispering like they were whimpering. Zheng Tan looked at the dark cabin. The cage he was in was closer to the cabin door. There was wind coming in through the gap of the cabin door, which made Zheng Tan more awake. It was dark outside the gap of the door. How long was the night? Zheng Tan lay in the cage thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, after thinking about it, Zheng Tan fell asleep again. Chapter 58. Zheng Tan was woken up by a violent tremor, trampling, and cat meowing. The effects of the drug had not completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Zheng Tan still felt like he was in a trance. He did not know where he was. He was not on the soft sofa of a Jiao family. He was surrounded by unfamiliar smells, and the air was filled with panic and anxiety. The yelling of people and the meowing of cats mixed together, giving Zheng Tan a headache. Bang! Cages with cats were placed on the shelves. Zheng Tan was stepped on by the other cats in the same cage. This time he really woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small room filled with a foul smell and the smell of blood. Zheng Tan could see some iron cages on the shelves opposite him, as well as a few simple cat cages made of wood and bamboo nailed together. His ears moved and Zheng Tan also heard a dog barking next door. The dog barked harder than the cat. Zheng Tan sighed. His whole body was still weak but he could stand up and move. The other cats in the same cage were all very strong. Some of them were even expensive cat breeds. Their fur was cleaner and shiny, and a few of them had collars and pet tags around their necks. They were all good-looking. As for Zheng Tan waking up, the cats in the cages did not pay attention to him. Domestic cats, especially those that had been raised for a few years, seemed to have sensed what was waiting for them. Outside this room was a restaurant. The whole street was full of such restaurants. However, even if they had spirituality, they were not as good as humans. Even if they knew there was danger, they could not think of a way to save themselves. They could only bark. Maybe they still had a lucky mentality, hoping that their owner could hear them. Zheng Tan looked around. Most of the cats in the cages were not stray cats. Even if their fur was dirty and there were no collars or tags around their necks, the eyes of stray cats were different from those of domestic cats. Zheng Tan could tell. He looked at the cages again. The good thing was that the locks of the cages were not complicated. They were not small bronze locks that required keys. After all, there were many cages. If each cage had a big iron lock or a small bronze lock, it would be too troublesome. The cages made of bamboo or wood also had latch locks. A few cats stretched out their paws to pull at the locked parts of the cages, but after all, they were not very smart. Not every cat was specially trained like Depang. No matter how much they pulled, they could not open the cages. This was not like pulling at the windows of their own home. Also, it took a bit of strength to pull the latches. The latches were very tight and could not be pulled by ordinary cats. For Zheng Tan, this kind of thing, he did not know when the peddlers outside would come in. Logically speaking, since he had just finished counting, he wouldn't come in to take a look. However, he had to be careful as this matter concerned his life. There were no cameras installed in this place. Thinking about it, how could those people be willing to spend money to install cameras in this kind of broken place? Zheng Tan perked up her ears and listened attentively. There were footsteps coming and going at the door as well as voices. Zheng Tan felt that it was familiar. When he was in a coma, he heard this sound. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Zheng Tan pushed aside a cat that was waving its paws at the cage door. The cat had a bad temper. It bared its teeth at Zheng Tan. After being slapped by Zheng Tan, the cat was not very willing, but it obediently moved aside. Zheng Tan came to the cage door and looked at the iron latch that was as thick as a person's thumb. It had to be turned at an angle to pull it out. He stretched his arm out of the cage. When he touched the iron latch, he bent his palm and hooked his paws on the iron latch handle. He turned the handle 90 degrees up and pulled it to the left. Because Zheng Tan had slapped the cat that was blocking the cage door, the other cats in the cage kept a little distance from Zheng Tan. So, after Zheng Tan removed the latch, he pushed the cage open and slipped out. Before the other cats could squeeze in, he closed the cage again. It was not that Zheng Tan did not want to save them, but Zheng Tan needed to observe the surrounding situation first. If he let these fellows out, Zheng Tan was afraid that he would alert the enemy and ruin his chance to escape. Seeing that Zheng Tan had come out, the cats in the cage started a new round of meowing. A few cats also stretched their paws to hook the iron latch, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Tan looked around. He ran to the door and jumped up to try the lock. It was locked. Obviously, it was impossible to get out through the door. In addition to the door, there was an open window in the small room. The wooden window frame was cracked and the paint was peeling. The original color could not be seen. The window was closed and the latch was inserted. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. There was dust in the gaps and the latch was rusty. There was a layer of stain on the glass. Only the middle part of the window could be seen. Zheng Tan walked over from the shelf and leaned against the window to take a look. Outside the window was a narrow cement road. The house on this side and the house on the other side of the cement road were facing away from each other. Only the back door of the house led to this road. There were a few large trash cans on the cement road. They were all filled with garbage. Although a lot of it was in bags, he could still see some of the discarded remains and internal organs exposed from the bags. There were many flies flying on them. Even if he was mentally prepared, Zheng Tan still could not help but feel a chill when he saw it. If he did not wake up and dragged on for a few hours or a few days, would he end up like this? Would he be decapitated or skinned? But now was not the time to be emotional. Even if he had a lot of doubts about being caught, he had to suppress them and focus all his energy on escaping. Jing Tan moved the latch of the window. It had been too long since the window was opened and the latch was rusty. Jing Tan's strength had not recovered, and it took a lot of effort to open the window. It seemed to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was overcast and it looked like it was going to rain. There was no one on the cement road. Jing Tan climbed out of the window. When he came out, he was going to push the window closed so that no one would notice anything strange. But after thinking about it, he did not close it. He would have to come back later to save himself the trouble. The house where the cats were kept was next to the house where the dogs were kept. Fortunately, the window of this house was open for ventilation. After all, dogs could not jump like cats. Even if they were released from the cage, they could not jump over the window. There was no one inside, only a cage of dogs barking and biting each other. Jing Tan opened the window and looked inside. Coincidentally, a large dog looked up at the window and saw Jing Tan. Woof, 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 woof. Stop barking. Jing Tan pulled his ears. Dogs were a little different from cats. Some of the cages were crowded with several dogs, and some were bigger and fiercer dogs. Each cage held one dog. From small Pomeranians and Pekingese to big native dogs and German shepherds, there were all kinds. It was a little difficult to open the dog cages. It was not a problem with the lock. The cages here were basically the kind of latch type and some were bayonet type. They were not difficult to open. There were a few low cages with a few native dogs squeezed in. The narrow cages made it difficult for them to stand up. They did not bark much and their mental state was not very good. But Jing Tan did not dare to open the cages. Who knew if these dogs would bite him when they came out? There were also a few dogs barking happily. Looking at their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to rush up and bite him. What to do? Jing Tan looked around and finally his eyes stopped on a thin iron rod in a shelf. The front end of the iron rod was sharpened, and there were blood stains on it. There were some ropes and thin iron wires next to it. Jing Tan climbed into the house. The surrounding dogs made Jing Tan nervous. Many of the dogs had a murderous aura and were growling in their throats. They were probably thinking about how to bite Jing Tan. Jing Tan pulled out the thin iron rod and tied the thin iron wire to the iron rod. The iron wire formed a circle. Then he grabbed the iron rod with both hands and walked upright with 2 legs. Although it was a little difficult, he could walk slowly. On the shelf, there were some sticks and other things used for hitting. They were all bloody. Jing Tan walked step by step. The pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit. Standing on the shelf, even if the cages were opened, the dogs could not do anything to Jing Tan. They could not jump so high. Jing Tan extended the thin iron rod downwards until it reached the latch of the cage. The iron wire tied to the top of the iron rod was hooked onto the latch. She lifted the iron rod, causing the latch to turn, and then pulled it to the side. With a click, the door of the cage opened. A few puppies ran out and scurried around looking for an exit. Jing Tan did not care about them and continued to open the cages. The type with the bayonet was easier to handle. He poked it twice and it opened. In addition to the effort of lifting the iron rod, Jing Tan was also familiar with opening a few cages. He opened the cages faster and faster. However, if someone opened the door and came in at this time, Jing Tan would throw away the tools and leave. Escape was the first priority. After opening all the cages, Jing Tan did not stay any longer. The dogs were barking too loudly. A few of the fiercer big dogs were showing signs of going crazy. The movement here was obviously easy to attract the attention of people outside. Out of the window, Jing Tan went to the house where the cats were kept. He opened the cat cages one by one. The windows were open and the cats escaped through the windows. When he opened the last cage, Jing Tan heard someone shouting outside. Obviously, the escape of the cats had been discovered. Jing Tan rushed out of the window. There were no shortcuts to escape. Even if the residents around were not restaurant owners, they would not be merciful to the cats. Jing Tan did not dare hide there. He tried to run as far as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this street. Run away from this area with signs like XX Hot Pot and XX Cat, Dog and Rabbit Meat Restaurant everywhere. While Jing Tan was busy escaping, the young man who caught Jing Tan was talking to a man in his 50s. Uncle Guan, you have gained quite a lot this time, the young man said as he passed a cigarette to the man. The man called Uncle Guan took the cigarette and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said, "It was just a small fight. Boring." Uncle Guan was quite famous in this area. He was one of the earliest people who had started this business. Some of the young people had learned their skills from Uncle Guan. Of course, he did not teach them for nothing and they had to pay him back. The young man also learned from Uncle Guan, including how to use the tranquilizer gun. He had followed Uncle Guan to hunt dogs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the skills. He was a fast learner and he had been doing this a lot in the past few years. He had earned quite a lot. Last year, during the SARS outbreak, he was at a low point, but now he was slowly recovering. He was busy earning money. You can earn about 100,000 renminbi a year now, right? Uncle Guan said. Although it was a question, it was very certain. He was very good at this. The young man smiled and did not answer directly. He took out something and showed it to Uncle Guan. Tranquilizer gun? Uncle Guan looked at it casually. Not bad, but it is too small. Boring. It does not feel good to hold. This kind of syringe is not easy to get. Based on the dosage, are you shooting dogs or humans? The young man smiled. Cats. Uncle Guan raised his eyebrows. You are quite capable. Using this to shoot cats. His tone was full of disdain. Uncle Guan had always thought that cats were dumb as hell. Their curious nature could kill them, so they were easy to catch. The young man did not mind Uncle Guan's sarcasm. That cat is not easy to catch. If I was not in a hurry to come back, I would not have used this. This time, I followed my uncle to a few cities in the central region and got this tranquilizer gun. I also got a BMQ to play with. The young man told some truths and lies. As for how much he had earned from the last job, he did not say a word. If he did, he would have to show some respect. Uncle Guan snorted and did not take the young man's words seriously. He paused and said, "Tomorrow I am going out to do a job. Are you interested?" "Where are you going?" the young man asked. Uncle Guan pointed to the west. The young man did not speak. Although he beat dogs to catch cats and sometimes took a few jobs through middlemen, he had also beaten people up before. But he had never poached before. After finishing the cigarette, the young man threw the butt on the ground and squashed it with the tip of his foot. "Okay. This time I will follow Uncle Guan and gain some experience." Just as he finished, a worker rushed out from the shop with blood on his arm. The dog ran away. The cat ran away too. Their shop was not only a restaurant but also a wholesale business. Earlier, someone wanted to buy a dog, so the worker took him to see the dog. Before he got close to the storage room, he heard someone say that the cat had run away. He was secretly happy, but when he reached the door, he heard that the dog's barking was not right and he was worried. When he opened the door, he saw a big dog charging at him. If not for his quick reaction, his arm would have been broken. When the young man heard the worker's words, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried over to check out the situation. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Uncle Guan. Before he could say anything, Uncle Guan pulled out the tools used to shoot dogs from his truck. "Let's go. My hands are itchy, so I'll give you a hand." "These animals are just restless," Uncle Guan said casually, but there was a crazed and cruel murderous intent in his words. Zheng Tan did not know what was going on at the restaurant, so he kept running. However, it took too much effort to open the cage earlier, and the effect of the drug had not completely worn off. Suddenly, a wave of tiredness and fainting hit him. Misfortune never came alone. The people behind him rode motorcycles and drove cars, picking up the escaped cats and dogs along the way. Not only the owner of the restaurant, other people on the street also joined in the action. The dogs barking and the sound of the batons stimulated Zheng Tan's eardrums. Zheng Tan just wanted to leave this street as soon as possible. This place was like a demon's den, but his legs were not listening to him, and his heartbeat was irregular. Before he lay down, Zheng Tan practically crawled to a corner. They were already out of the street, but when Zheng Tan heard the running footsteps, it was useless even if she cursed God in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to recover a little and planned to hide in the garbage dump at the corner. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. Just as he was about to crawl into the trash pile, a white shadow appeared around the corner. A few young men were holding nets, sacks, and iron batons. They caught the escaped cats and dogs along the way. No one on this street had pets, so as long as they saw a cat or dog, they would catch it or hit it with a baton. It did not matter whether they were dead or alive. When they turned the corner, the young men saw a large white bear squatting not far from the trash pile. Even though they caught dogs, they did not dare to do so. It was a familiar face. It was raised by the son of a big boss and it lived nearby. It was not on their street. Looking at the big white bear that was baring its teeth at them, the young men quickly left. The big guy did not have a good attitude toward the people on this street. Soon after they left, a girl about 17 or 18 years old passed by on a foldable bicycle. She waved at them. "You Jin, let's go." The big white bear barked. It looked at Zheng Tan, who was trapped inside, and jogged to catch up. The numbness only appeared for a while. After resting for a while, Zheng Tan began to feel his legs and feet again. Maybe it was the effect of the drug or maybe it was the side effect of the drug, but he did feel much better now. Chapter 59. At night. Tsinghua University's residential area. The Jiaopa was standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and rubbed his face to hide his tired expression. He took out his keys and opened the door. The sofa in the living room was still empty. There was no longer a black cat lying there and watching TV. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the doors of the two children's rooms opened at almost the same time. However, when they saw the expression on the Jiaopa's face, their eyes dimmed again. It had been a week and there was still no news. The few illegal cat and dog trafficking dens that were taken down in Tsinghua City didn't have the information they wanted. Bang! The door of the two children's rooms was closed again. They went to do their homework. When they first found out that their cat was missing, the eyes of the two children were swollen from crying. Even though a week had passed, their eyes were still red and they were in low spirits. Still no news? The Jiaoma asked in a low voice. She was also in a bad mood. The Jiaopa shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while he said, Celestine and Director He are helping to look for it. Director Zhao also asked a friend to keep an eye out for news in this area. There should be news soon. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiaopa quickly got up to answer it. The two children in the room pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some good news. However, the Jiaopa didn't say much after answering the phone. He only said a few words in a very low voice. He didn't seem to be very happy. After he hung up the phone, the Jiaopa took out a cigarette and stood on the balcony to smoke. Normally, the Jiaopa didn't smoke unless he was in a bad mood. The person who called just now was Celestine. He told the Jiaopa the results of his investigation. There was no news of black charcoal. However, the person who sold the tranquilizer gun had found it. Following this lead, they dug deeper. However, the person who bought the tranquilizer gun wasn't a local and was more cunning, so they couldn't find much. Although there wasn't much useful information, Jiaopa had always had a suspect in his heart. Then he thought about his recent encounter with Professor Rin in the hospital. Professor Rin seemed to be quite proud of himself recently. While the people of Tsinghua City were busy searching for Zheng Tan was sleeping in the attic of a villa. That day he followed Dabai and the girl to a neighborhood nearby. The neighborhood was more luxurious with elevators and villas. Dabai's house was one of the villas. As the girl's speed was not fast, it looked like she was just taking a stroll. She would stop and occasionally get off to buy something, so Zheng Tan was able to secretly catch up with her. It was just that he was too tired and had a hard time. His condition that day was really bad. The girl and the white bear entered from the main entrance of the residential area, but Zheng Tan entered from the side of the fence. He followed the direction of the girl and the dog and arrived at a villa. He found a nice place in the villa, the attic. For a cat, climbing into the attic of an American-style villa was not difficult. The attic of this villa was piled with some junk. Usually no one would come here, so many places were covered with cobwebs and dust. There were originally a few rats, but after Zheng Tan arrived they probably packed up and ran away. Anyway, Zheng Tan did not see them again. It was not easy to find a temporary place to stay. Zheng Tan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He rummaged through the things in the attic and found a pillow from a cardboard box. He did not care if there was a moldy smell on it and lay down on it to rest. Zheng Tan was woken up by the pitter-patter of the rain. The rain hit the windows of the attic, making pitter-patter sounds. In the quiet environment of the attic, the pitter-patter sounds were particularly clear. The sky outside was already dark. Another day had passed. Here, Zheng Tan could see the street lights of the residential area through the attic's window, as well as the lights of the surrounding residents. The shadows of people were flickering. At this time it should be dinner time. Zheng Tan moved his nose. There was only a moldy smell in the attic. Zheng Tan knew where this area was and how far it was from Tsinghua City. One was a central city, and the other was a coastal area in the south. It was because he was clear that he was at a loss. Xianxia City was not too far away from Nanqing, where he had lived for 20 years. Zheng Tan looked at the raindrops on the window. He did not know what he was thinking. To be precise, he was in a daze. However, he did not stay in a daze for long. He was hungry. Zheng Tan thought that he would wait until later when everyone in this family was asleep, and then go down to look for food. Zheng Tan was not ready to expose himself. This family had a dog. They might not eat dog meat, but who knew if they would eat cats? What kind of character did this family have? He did not want to take the risk. Stretching, Zheng Tan moved his hands and feet, thinking about what to do in the future. If it was a human, it would be good. Unfortunately, it was just a cat. Waiting was boring. Zheng Tan rummaged through the junk and pulled out a small ball, the kind that was used for children's toys. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Lying on the pillow, Jing Tan played with the ball with his forepaws. His palm gently pushed the ball back and then he used his foot to kick it back. Looking at the ball jumping in the air, Jing Tan felt that he was really like an animal in a circus. Speaking of which, if he was not there, he did not know what would happen to the Jiao family. There was also Xiaoguo's advertisement. Jing Tan played with the ball and thought about things at the same time. The sound of the family's laughter came from downstairs. There was also the sound of advertisements on the TV and the familiar dialect that he had not heard in a long time. Finally, in the middle of the night, the rain outside seemed to have stopped. There was a window in the attic that could be pushed open. The family probably did not know that a window in their attic was broken. However, even if they knew, they would not care because the window was very small. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child would not be able to climb in easily. There was no need to worry about thieves entering the attic. Coming out from the slanted window, Jing Tan looked around. Because it had just rained, the surroundings were wet. Looking at the water stains on the soles of his feet, Jing Tan found a place to go down from the roof and went to the kitchen. Initially, Jing Tan saw that there was an opening on the door for pets and wanted to use it to enter. However, after trying it out, it was locked. It was probably because the white bear was too big. It could be used when it was young, but now it had no use. Therefore, the owner had directly locked the door. Since he could not enter through the door, Jing Tan could only climb through the window. Fortunately, there was a window above that was not closed. Jing Tan climbed through that window. Before he climbed through the window, Jing Tan purposely stepped on the doormat at the back door a few times to dry the water stains on his feet. He did not want to leave cat paw prints in the kitchen. There was a large refrigerator in the kitchen. Jing Tan opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There was not much food. Looking at the family's condition, even if they did not finish their dinner, they would probably directly throw it away. However, the good thing was that there were some pre-made meatballs bought from the supermarket. Jing Tan ate a few, but they were not cooked. He could only make do with them. Most of the other food was for children. There were some biscuits, fruit cakes and so on. Jing Tan ate some of them. Jing Tan took out some of the snacks that came with individual small packaging. He would take them to the attic later. After eating some food, Jing Tan felt much better. Although they were all cold, it was much better than starving. Gently closing the refrigerator door, Jing Tan carried some snacks and quietly left. He was getting more and more proficient at walking with 2 legs. It was a little troublesome to climb through the window. It was not easy to climb with 2 legs, so Jing Tan carried the snacks out bag by bag. Before leaving the kitchen, Jing Tan looked at the gap under the closed kitchen door. Through the gap, he could see some white dog hair. The big white bear was lying on the other side of the door. Jing Tan believed that it should have discovered him, but it did not make a sound. What a good dog. It could bare its teeth at the people who beat the dog and it would cover for him. It was quite smart. After looking for food, he moved the bags of snacks to the attic. Jing Tan lay on the musty pillow again. He never thought that he would steal food at night like a mouse. He had fallen to this point. At night he slept well. He did not know if it was because of the drugs, but Jing Tan had been sleepy recently. Sometimes he slept very deeply. Even if someone was next to him, he probably could not hear it. The next day Jing Tan heard several news. For Jing Tan, the news was not bad. First, he heard that there was a murder on the street that sold cat and dog meat. The victim was Uncle Rod, the famous person on the street. The cause of death was a rabies attack. It was strange that this experienced person did not get vaccinated, or rather he did not get vaccinated in time. Theoretically speaking, he should have known better than others how to protect himself, but in the end he did not escape death. Jing Tan listened to the discussions of the people around him and came up with many possibilities. Maybe there was a problem with the vaccine, or maybe the veteran had been careless. Or maybe he had been infected for a long time but had not been vaccinated. Or maybe he had eaten dog meat. After all, the hygiene of the street was not very good. They had cut corners when cooking, and the rabies virus was not completely eradicated. These were all possibilities. In any case, there were many different opinions, but the truth was that the famous Uncle Rod had died of rabies. Other than this famous Uncle Rod, there was another unlucky person, and that was the young man who had captured Jing Tan. It was said that when Uncle Rod was sick, the young man had gone to find him. In the end, Uncle Rod, who was not in his right mind, had hit him with a bottle of alcohol. He was still lying in the hospital. Hearing these 2 pieces of news, Jing Tan was very happy. Even though he did not know Uncle Rod well, from the discussions around him, the old man had killed countless dogs. He had even taught a group of people to kill dogs and trap cats. He had even poached, so he deserved to die. Furthermore, because of Uncle Rod, everyone on the street was in danger. Even those who did not kill the dogs in their own restaurants went to the hospital to get vaccinated. After all, many animals could carry rabies. As for the young man, Jing Tan thought to himself, even if you can walk out of the hospital alive, don't let me see you or I'll kill you. Jing Tan would remember this grudge. Other than these two pieces of news, Jing Tan also heard that the family was going out for a vacation that weekend. There would be no one at home and it would be easier for Jing Tan to do what he wanted. Jing Tan wanted to use the family's phone to inform the Jiaopa. Even if he could not say what he wanted to say, at least he could let them know that he was still alive. Jing Tan had thought it through. He would call the Jiao family and then the Jiaopa would call the family and then they would come to pick him up. After all, the family would be back on Sunday night, and he would not have to wait for too long. It was better than being homeless. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the family had packed their things. When the children came back from school, they drove an off-road vehicle and left with the family and the dog. After they left, Jing Tan could not wait to jump into the house through the window to look for the phone. There was a landline next to the sofa in the living room. Jing Tan jumped on it, bent his arm and picked up the receiver. Then he raised his paw and pressed the numbers one by one. Jing Tan remembered the Jiao family's phone number. In Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo's rooms, there were 3 numbers: the family's landline, the Jiao Pa's and the Jiao Ma's. Therefore, Jing Tan knew these 3 numbers by heart. But until now, Jing Tan had only called the Jiao Ma when the Jiao Pa was sick. Jing Tan was a little nervous when she pressed the button, but after she pressed the number, the voice on the other end of the line said, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Jing Tan was stunned. He dialed again and the result was the same. Had the Jiao family's landline changed? Jing Tan dialed the Jiao Pa's number again, and the call did not go through. He tried the Jiao Ma's number again and it still did not go through. *CK. Was there a problem with this phone? It could not make long-distance calls? That was not right. Yesterday he heard the family's owner calling someone overseas. How could it be a long-distance call? Jing Tan did not give up and tried again. The result was the same. Jing Tan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away. Unfortunately, he could not remember the phone numbers of other people in Chuhua City. Jing Tan squatted on the sofa and scratched his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have memorized more numbers and tried them one by one. Celestine's, Exian's dormitories, Zhao Li's, Little Zhua's, Huang's, Depang's, Old Man Land's, Chu Xiangyang's. Jing Tan could not remember any of these people's numbers. That time, Celestine had said that he had changed his phone number. Unfortunately, Jing Tan had forgotten about it when he turned around. *CK. He regretted it. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. Jing Tan came back to his senses and looked at the sofa under him. He had accidentally scratched the fabric sofa. He hoped that the family's owner would not link it to the cat. Jing Tan pulled his ears and jumped down from the sofa. He looked for something to eat in the kitchen and even found a can of milk to drink. Even though he was full, Jing Tan still felt a chill in his heart. Night fell. The large mansion was quiet. Jing Tan did not like this kind of quiet. He wagged his tail and slapped the ground repeatedly. The cars of the surrounding residents drove past. The light changed and the shadow of the window frame moved on the wall of the living room. Beep beep. When the family returned home, they honked twice. Vaguely, he could hear their laughter outside the house. Stop arguing. Jing Tan sat up irritably and jumped out the window. Under the cover of the night, Jing Tan could avoid being captured. The incident with Uncle Guan had made the people on that street behave themselves. Furthermore, this place was no longer within the area of that street, so no one was out there catching cats. Jing Tan strolled aimlessly. He came to the edge of the neighborhood and squeezed through the gap in the fence. He did not walk far. When he passed by a fast food restaurant, Jing Tan's attention was attracted by the conversation of 2 people. "Okay, I have something to do. I'll find you when I come back from South Town," the man in the leather vest said to the other person. "Be careful when you drive at night. When you reach South Town, give me a call." "Got it." The man in the vest waved his hand and said goodbye to the other person. Then he swung the key and walked toward the parking lot. He got into a pickup truck. South Town? Jing Tan hurriedly ran up and jumped into the truck's cargo compartment. Other than the suitcase and a few bags that the man in the vest had tossed in, there was nothing else in the truck. There was still a lot of space inside. Jing Tan stood up and leaned against the side of the truck to look outside. Then he found a place to close his eyes and rest.